The frustration was immense, a physical, grating thing. He could feel the two powers within him, two vast, potent rivers running parallel, refusing to merge. He could channel the cool, creative energy of the left eye, but remained ephemeral, insubstantial. He could feel the solid, tangible potential of his steel blood, but he couldn't seem to project it, to shape it, with his gaze alone. The bridge between the two, the alchemical fusion his mother had spoken of, remained tantalizingly out of reach. That he would practice until his head felt like it was about to split open, until his void reserves were scraped, so dry he felt lightheaded and nauseous. He would collapse onto a pile of dusty training mats, sleep for a few fitful hours, and then wake to start the entire, frustrating process all over again. His team at the factory, sensing his obsessive new focus, left him to it, communicating through brief, written reports delivered by a nervous Jasmine. The production of a silken bar was proceeding flawlessly. Mei Jing had secured 3 major contracts with powerful merchant guilds. Tisha had successfully quelled a minor riot at the gate caused by a rumor that they were running out of rosemary. The soap empire was thriving without him, that a small, rational part of him was pleased. The larger, more frustrated part of him barely noticed, his entire being consumed by the single, maddening goal of making a single, stupid, non-ring-shaped object appear and not immediately cease to exist. Even Rosa seemed to have adapted to his new, bizarre routine. He would occasionally return to the suite in the small hours of the morning, covered in dust and smelling of failure, to find her still awake, reading by lamplight. She would look up, her obsidian eyes sweeping over his exhausted, disheveled form with that same cool, analytical gaze. She never asked what he was doing. She never commented on his absence. But there was a new quality to her observation, a silent, almost academic curiosity. She was watching him, studying his failures with the same detached intensity she applied to her ancient tomes. That IT was, in its own strange way, almost supportive, or maybe she was just gathering data for a future treatise on the predictable patterns of frustrated, magically inept husbands. With Rosa, it was always impossible to tell. One night, after a particularly grueling, spectacularly unsuccessful session where he had tried to forge a simple steel spoon and had instead managed to create a brief, spoon-shaped cloud of angry-looking purple smoke, he finally broke. He let the black ring eyes fade, his head throbbing, a wave of bitter, hopeless despair washing over him. He slammed his fist against the cracked stone floor, a cry of pure, unadulterated frustration ripping from his throat. "It's useless," he roared at the empty, dusty hall. "I can't do it. I can feel the power. I can see the goal, but I can't. I can't connect them." He leaned back against a cold stone wall, burying his face in his hands, the weight of his failure crushing. Was his mother wrong? Was the system wrong? Was he just not good enough? Was this once-in-a-generation talent just a fluke, a potential he was incapable of truly grasping? It was in this moment of profound, absolute despair, his will at its lowest ebb, his frustration at its peak, that something new happened. He wasn't trying anymore, that he had given up. His mind was a blank, exhausted void, empty of intent, empty of desire. And in that emptiness, he felt it, a whisper, not a sound, but a sensation, a faint, almost imperceptible echo from deep within his own soul. IT wasn't his voice. IT wasn't the cynical 80-year-old or the frustrated 19-year-old. IT was something else, something ancient, something crimson. The memory of his dream, the vision of the silent, featureless red man flashed through his mind. The static, the desperate, failed attempt at communication. But this time, wasn't static. IT was a feeling, a concept, an idea, transferred without words. Stop pushing, start guiding. The thought, clear as a struck bell, resonated in the quiet emptiness of his mind. The rivers do not wish to be forced together. They wish to flow into a common sea. He looked up, his eyes wide. The frustration forgotten, replaced by a sudden, dawning comprehension. He had been trying to brute force, slam the two powers together, to compel them to merge through sheer, desperate willpower. He had been trying to push the river of steel into the river of Austin. But that wasn't the way. He needed to create the seed at a vessel, at a focal point where both powers could flow, willingly, naturally, to combine. Chapter 302, he closed his eyes again, but this time, he didn't try to activate the black rings. He didn't try to forge anything. That he simply reached out. With his mind, with his will, he reached for the cool, creative energy of the Austin power. He reached for the hot, tangible substance of the Ferrum power. And he didn't try to force them together. He pictured, in the space before him, a simple, empty shape at a cup. Not a real cup, but a mold, a vessel of pure, empty will. He didn't try to fill it. He just held it there, an invitation, and then he gently, patiently encouraged the two rivers of power within him to flow towards it, not as a command, but as a suggestion. Here, he whispered in his mind, here's the place you can meet. That he felt a subtle shift, a hesitant trickle of the cool, bluish-white Austin energy flowed from his left eye, not to create, but to line the inner surface of the mental mold, creating a smooth, non-stick, energetic boundary, and then a corresponding hesitant trickle of the hot, metallic Ferrum essence flowed from his core, not as a projectile, but as a slow, molten stream, pouring into the waiting, energy-lined mold. The two powers touched, and they did not fight. They did not repel each other. They merged. The Austin energy contained, shaped, and cooled the Ferrum essence, which in turn gave the ephemeral mold a tangible, solid reality. Lloyd opened his eyes, and there, hovering in the air before him, glowing faintly in the dim light of the ruined hall, was a small, simple, but undeniably solid CUP.IT was crafted from a gleaming, silvery gray metal he had never seen before, a perfect fusion of bluish-white energy and raw, dark steel. That IT wasn't ephemeral, IT wasn't an illusion, that IT was real. IT hovered there for 1 second, 2.5, and IT did not vanish. IT did not waver. IT simply was at a triumphant, almost hysterical laugh of pure, unadulterated joy erupted from Lloyd's lips. He had done it. He had finally done it. And in his mind, the most beautiful sound in the entire multi-layered universe chimed, clear and glorious. Task complete. The eye of the forge. The first spark of creation. Objective achieved. 1 non-ring-shaped object successfully created and stabilized. Reward issued. 200 system coins SC. The frustration of a novice had given way to the first true spark of a master. The path was still long, but for the first time, he knew, with absolute certainty, that he could walk it. The success of Aura was no longer just a whisper. It was a symphony, and Mei Jing was its conductor. The brand's ascent was a masterclass in controlled hysteria, a textbook case of manufactured desire that would have made the marketing gurus of Lloyd's Earth life weep with envy. Just as the initial frenzy over the Royal Rosemary elixir began to plateau, with every dispenser holder now a smug, walking advertisement, Mei Jing unleashed the second wave. The private exhibition for the discerning gentleman was an even greater triumph than the ladies' unveiling. IT was a stroke of psychological genius, BY framing the new silken bar not as a mere soap, but as a symbol of enduring strength and masculine refinement. She had bypassed their skepticism and appealed directly to their egos. The men of the capital, already weary of their wives' ecstatic pronouncements, were given a product that was theirs. IT wasn't a shared luxury. It was a personal statement. The result was a commercial firestorm. The silken bar, packaged in its stark black wood and gray velvet, became the essential accessory for any man of status. To offer a guest the use of one's washroom and not have a bar of Aura silken soap resting by the basin was now seen as a social faux pas of the highest order. The waiting list for the bars grew almost as long as the one for the dispensers, and the gold poured into the manufactory's coffers in a steady, intoxicating stream. Lloyd watched it all unfold with a sense of detached, almost surreal satisfaction. His strange little soap venture, born of desperation and a memory of earthly hygiene, had become the talk of the entire duchy. His team was a well-oiled machine of innovation and production. His coffers were filling. His system coin balance was steadily climbing, a quiet, digital affirmation of his success for the first time since his return to this life. He felt a sense of security, of control. That IT was, of course, an illusion. The crisis, when it came, did not arrive with a whisper or a warning. IT detonated in the very heart of the capital, in the center of the main market square, on the busiest, most crowded day of the week. The scene was a familiar one. A traveling bard was singing a slightly bawdy, very popular ballad about a farmer's daughter and a surprisingly agile scarecrow, his lute drawing a cheerful, clapping crowd. Merchants hawked their wares, children chased pigeons, and the air was thick with the scent of roasted nuts, spiced wine, and the general, earthy aroma of a thriving city. And woven through it all, like a fragrant, invisible thread, was the whisper of Aura. Two noble women, passing by in a litter, could be overheard debating the merits of the silken bar versus the elixir. A wealthy merchant, haggling over the price of saffron, made a point of ostentatiously washing his hands with a small, travel-sized piece of the bar, drawing envious glances. Then, a scream ripped through the cheerful DINIT was a woman's voice, high-pitched, ragged with a grief so raw and potent it silenced the barred midverse. The crowd turned, a sea of curious faces, as a woman burst into the center of the square. Her clothes simple but clean, her face a mask of frantic, tear-streaked despair. In her arms, she clutched a small child, a boy of perhaps 4 or 5, who was whimpering pitifully. "Help!" the woman shrieked, her voice cracking with anguish. "God, someone help my son!" The crowd parted, murmuring, concern and morbid curiosity warring on their faces. They saw the child, and a collective gasp went through the square. The boy's skin, his face, his neck, his small, chubby arms, was not the healthy pink of a child. It was covered in angry, weeping, red welts. Patches of his skin were inflamed, swollen. Looking as if he had been scalded or whipped with nettles, he writhed weakly in his mother's arms, his small whimpers a heartbreaking counterpoint to her hysterical sobs. "What has happened, good woman?" a city guard asked, pushing his way through the crowd, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword, his expression grim. It's the soap," the woman wailed, her voice rising to a near scream, ensuring everyone in the square could hear. She held up the child's afflicted arm for all to see. "The new soap, the Lord's soap, the Aura soap." A new kind of silence fell over the square, not of curiosity, but of stunned, dawning horror. "My husband," the woman sobbed, her story tumbling out in a torrent of practiced, theatrical grief. "He is a stonemason, a good man. He spent a whole month's savings, a fortune, to buy one of those fancy bars for me. The silken bar, they call it at a gift. He wanted me to have something fine, something the highborn ladies have." Her voice caught, a perfect, heartbreaking performance of a simple woman overwhelmed by a rare, tragic luxury. "I used it this morning," she continued, her voice trembling. "Just once, and then I bathed my my sweet, innocent boy." She clutched the whimpering child tighter, her tears flowing freely now. And minutes later, this horror. His skin, it's on fire. The soap, it's poison. The Lord's fancy, expensive soap, it has poisoned my child. She collapsed to her knees, rocking the whimpering boy in her arms, her wails echoing off the cobblestones. "Justice, I want justice." The great house Ferrum, selling poison to the common folk. They must answer for this, for what they have done to my innocent babe. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. The whispers started immediately, spreading through the crowd like a virus. "Poison. The Aura soap? Did you hear? It burned the child." The two noble women in the litter, who moments before had been smugly discussing its virtues, now looked at each other with expressions of dawning alarm. The merchant who had so proudly washed his hands put his own soap away with a look of sudden, profound suspicion. The envy that had surrounded the Aura brand curdled, in an instant, into fear. The story spread through the city with the speed of a plague, from the market square to the guild halls, from the taverns to the very steps of the ducal palace. The whisper of Aura, once a testament to luxury, was now a harbinger of danger, the poison soap. The words were on everyone's lips. Chapter 304. By the time the sun began to set, the narrative had solidified into a damning, terrifying tale. The great house Ferrum, in its arrogance and greed, had rushed a new, untested product to market, and the common folk were paying the price. The silken bar, the ultimate symbol of status, was now a symbol of ducal negligence, of aristocratic carelessness. The carefully constructed image of refinement, of quality, of serene, effortless luxury had been shattered, replaced by the ugly, terrifying image of a small, whimpering boy covered in angry, weeping welts. The foundation of Lloyd's empire, built so carefully on a delicate architecture of desire and aspiration, was cracking, and it threatened to bring the entire, fragrant, profitable enterprise crashing down into a ruin of scandal and fear. The Aura brand was no longer just a success. It was a crisis, a full-blown, public, and potentially fatal crisis. Author note: hello readers, what you're about to witness is Roy's unexpected burst of rage. But don't jump to conclusions just yet. His fury isn't because he's been made a fool. There's something deeper at play. Keep reading, and the real reason behind his strange behavior will reveal itself. The summons arrived not by a gentle knock or a polite missive, but with the sharp, percussive force of a battering ram against the manufactory gates. The squad of the ducal guard, their armor gleaming with grim purpose, their faces set in stony masks, their captain bearing a sealed order from the Archduke himself. The message was simple, stark, and utterly non-negotiable. Lord Lloyd Ferrum was to present himself in his father's study. Immediately, the walk back to the main estate felt like a condemned man's final journey. The usual hum of the city's people who were present here seemed muted, replaced by a new, insidious undercurrent of whispers and fearful, sideways glances. Lloyd saw a woman hurry her child across the street to avoid his path. He heard a merchant mutter "poisoner" under his breath as he passed. The Aura brand, his brilliant creation, had become a mark of shame, a brand of a very different, very dangerous kind. He entered his father's study to find the atmosphere thick. With a tension so profound it was almost a physical presence. The air, usually smelling of beeswax and old paper, now seemed to carry the faint, acrid scent of impending doom. His father, Archduke Lloyd Ferrum, sat behind his massive mahogany desk, a figure carved from cold, unyielding granite. His face was not just stern, it was thunderous, his eyes dark pools of controlled, glacial fury. This was not the frustrated but ultimately proud father of the summit, nor the shrewd business partner of the deed signing. This was the Archduke in his purest, most terrifying form, the ruler whose house, whose name, had been publicly, humiliatingly tarnished. The accusing woman was there, seated in a chair before the desk, cradling her afflicted child. The boy whimpered pitifully, his small face a patchwork of angry red welts and swollen skin. The woman herself was a masterpiece of calculated despair, her eyes red-rimmed from weeping, her shoulders slumped in a posture of maternal anguish, standing near the hearth, his arms crossed, his face a mask of grim, traditionalist disapproval, was Lord Kyle Ferrum, the new head of the primary cadet branch. His presence was a silent but powerful statement. This was a matter that now concerned the core integrity, the very honor, of the entire Ferrum line. Master Elmsworth stood near the bookshelves, looking pale, distraught, wringing his hands. His usual economic fervor replaced by a kind of academic, second-hand horror. Grandmaster Grimaldi was there as well, his long silver beard practically bristling with a mixture of alchemical curiosity and professional indignation. He stroked his beard, his ancient eyes narrowed, fixed on the child, his expression one of deep, analytical thought. Lloyd Ferrum began, his voice utterly devoid of warmth, a low, dangerous rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards. Explain this. It wasn't a question to IT, was a command to demand for an answer that would either condemn or exonerate him in the space of a single breath. Before Lloyd could even open his mouth, the woman let out a fresh, heart-wrenching sob. "Your Grace," she wailed, turning her tear-streaked face to the Archduke. "My boy, my innocent babe, look what your son's creation has done to him." She held the child up, a living, whimpering piece of evidence. This aura, it is a blight, a poison sold for profit. We are simple folk, Your Grace, we trusted the Ferrum name, and this is our reward. She turned her gaze, now filled with a righteous, accusatory fury, on Lloyd. You and your fancy elixirs, you did this, you poisoned my son. I demand justice, my lord. Not just for the pain, for the fear, but for the scars he will carry for the rest of his life. Justice, and her voice hardened, a sharp, avaricious glint entering her tear-filled eyes. Compensation. My husband spent a fortune on your soap. Our lives are ruined. Our child afflicted. 1,000 gold coins. That is the price of my son's suffering. The price of our silence. It is the least you can do to atone for this crime. 1,000 gold coins. The sum was outrageous, audacious, clearly the true heart of the matter. Lloyd saw it instantly. This wasn't just a grieving mother. This was a well-rehearsed performance, a public shakedown disguised as a plea for justice. The pressure in the room was immense. Every eye was on him. His father's cold and furious. Lord Kyle's, filled with grim disapproval. Elmsworth's, wide with panicked disbelief. Grimaldi's, sharp, analytical, waiting. He felt the weight of their collective judgment, the crushing burden of a reputation, an empire, crumbling before it had even truly been built. He could deny it. He could argue. He could point to Alaric's meticulous tests, to the dozens of noble women who had used the product without issue. But what was logic against the visceral, undeniable image of a suffering child? What was a balanced pH level against a mother's tears? He knew, with a cold, hard certainty, that he was being framed. This was too perfect, too public, too theatrical. The timing, the location, the specific dramatic nature of the accusation. It was a carefully planned, flawlessly executed attack designed not just to demand compensation, but to destroy the aura brand utterly, to poison it in the court of public opinion forever. But who was behind it? Rubel, still smarting from his humiliation, lashing out from the shadows. It was possible, but this felt different, cruder. Less about political maneuvering and more about raw, commercial destruction. Someone else? Then, Someone whose own livelihood had been threatened by Aura's explosive success. His mind raced, sifting through possibilities, 100 different scenarios playing out in the space of a single, silent heartbeat. He felt the familiar, cold focus of the Major General, the strategist, taking over, pushing aside the initial surge of anger and defensive panic. This wasn't a battle to be fought with denials or accusations. This was a battle to be won with facts, with evidence, with a truth that was sharper, colder, and more undeniable than any tearful performance. He took a deep, calming breath, stilling the frantic hammering in his chest. He met his father's furious gaze, not with fear, not with excuses, but with a quiet, unwavering calm that seemed utterly out of place in the charged, accusatory atmosphere of the room. He knew that his next words, his next actions, would determine the fate of his entire enterprise. They had to be perfect. He turned his gaze from his father to the weeping woman and her afflicted child. He let the silence stretch for another beat, allowing the full weight of her accusation, of her demand, to hang in the air. Then he spoke, his voice quiet, respectful, yet carrying an undertone of unshakable, almost chilling authority. "Father," he began, his voice a calm island in the sea of tension. "May I have your permission to examine the child?" The request, so simple, so unexpected, momentarily short-circuited the thick, accusatory atmosphere in the study. Archduke Lloyd Ferrum, who had been expecting denials, excuses, perhaps even a panicked outburst, simply stared at his son, a flicker of surprise breaking through his cold fury. Examine the child? What could he possibly hope to see that wasn't already painfully, graphically, obvious? The accusing woman flinched, a barely perceptible tightening of her grip on the whimpering boy, her eyes darting nervously towards Roy, then back to Lloyd. A flicker of something. Fear? Apprehension? Crossed her tear-streaked face before being quickly masked by a fresh wave of indignant grief. "Examine him," she wailed, her voice rising again. "What more is there to see? My poor babe's skin is ruined. Do you wish to poke and prod at his wounds for your own morbid curiosity, my lord?" "I wish," Lloyd replied, his voice remaining unervingly calm, his gaze fixed not on the woman, but on the child, to ascertain the true nature of his affliction. Nothing more. He looked at his father again, a silent plea for trust, for a chance. "Please, father, allow me." Chapter 306. Roy studied his son for a long, silent moment. He saw not the panicked, cornered youth he had half expected, but a young man of strange, focused composure. There was a quiet confidence in Lloyd's eyes, an analytical stillness that was utterly at odds with the chaos of the situation. It was the same unsettling confidence he had displayed during the summit, during the tournament. Against his better judgment, against every instinct screaming at him to take control, to end this humiliating spectacle, Roy found himself intrigued. He wanted to see what Lloyd would do. "Very well," Roy conceded, his voice a low, grudging rumble. "Proceed, Lloyd, but be quick about it. This farce has gone on long enough." Lloyd inclined his head in thanks, then rose from his chair. He didn't approach the woman directly. Instead, he moved to the side, kneeling down on the expensive rug so that he was at eye level with the small, whimpering boy in her lap. The movement was slow, deliberate, non-threatening. He was no longer the imposing Archduke's heir, but a quiet, concerned figure. "Hello there, little one," Lloyd said softly, his voice gentle. Devoid of any hint of accusation or anger, he offered the boy a small, reassuring smile. "That looks very sore. I am sorry you are in pain." The boy, who had been hiding his face in his mother's dress, peeked out, his own tear-filled eyes, red and puffy. Meeting Lloyd's, he saw not a monster, not a threat, but a calm, kind face. His whimpering subsided slightly. The mother watched, her posture rigid, her expression a mixture of suspicion and a growing, palpable unease. What was he doing? Why wasn't he defending himself? Why was he talking to the child? Lloyd didn't look at the angry red welts that covered the boy's cheeks and arms that he knew, with an instinct born of a lifetime of scientific observation and a deep understanding of cause and effect, that the most obvious symptom was often not the most revealing one. He was looking for something else, something inconsistent. His gaze, sharp and analytical, swept over the child, and he found it. "May I see your hands, little one?" Lloyd asked gently. The boy, hesitant at first, slowly, reluctantly, held out his small, chubby hands. The welts were there, yes, angry and red across the backs of his hands, but his palms were relatively clear. Interesting. Then Lloyd did something that made everyone in the room frown in confusion. He leaned closer to the boy, not to look at his skin, but to smell. He gently took the boy's small hand and brought it close to his face, inhaling softly. There was the faint, clean scent of rosemary, yes, the signature of his soap, but it was weak, almost an afterthought, overlaid with the smells of childhood, of sweat, of dirt, of something faintly sweet like honey cake. And beneath it all, nothing and no hint of a chemical reactant. No smell of a corrosive agent. None of the sharp, medicinal odors one might associate with a severe chemical burn or a magical poison. His gaze then moved from the boy's hands to his face. The welts were angry, yes, but his eyes. Lloyd looked closely. The whites of the boy's eyes were bloodshot, irritated, and as the child sniffled, rubbing his nose with the back of his clear palm, Lloyd saw it. The inside of his nostrils was red, inflamed. The pieces clicked into place with the cold, satisfying certainty of mathematical proof. Topical skin reaction? Unlikely that a true corrosive agent, a poison in the soap, would have affected every part of the skin it touched equally. The palms, where the soap would have been most concentrated during washing, would have been the most severely affected, not the least. The weak scent suggested minimal exposure, not a full lathered bath. But the eyes, the nasal passages, they were the gateways for airborne particles, pollen, dust, allergens. This wasn't a contact reaction. This was an inhaled reaction. The welts on the skin were secondary, systemic response to a primary irritant that had entered the body through the respiratory system, that he knew what this was, that he'd seen it before. On Earth, a severe, acute allergic reaction. Not to his soap, to something else entirely. Something the boy had been deliberately, heavily exposed to just before being brought here. He let go of the boy's hand gently. He had all the information he needed. He straightened up, rising from his kneeling position, his face a mask of calm, quiet certainty. He looked first at the woman, whose unease had now morphed into a barely concealed panic. She saw the look in his eyes, the look of a man who has just solved a puzzle, and she knew, with a sudden, chilling certainty, that her carefully constructed lie was unraveling. Then, he turned to his father. He met the Archduke's questioning, still furious gaze without flinching. He didn't offer a complex explanation. He didn't present his evidence. He didn't even bother to accuse the woman directly. He simply made a statement, his voice calm, level, and imbued with an authority that was absolute. "Tell her," Lloyd said, his gaze flicking contemptuously towards the now trembling woman, "to return tomorrow at noon to the main hall. She will receive her compensation. Then I in full, and in public." The room fell silent. Roy stared at him, bewildered. What was this? Was he admitting guilt? Agreeing to this outrageous demand? Grimaldi frowned, stroking his beard, clearly confused. Elmsworth looked as if he might faint, but Lloyd just stood there, his expression unreadable, radiating a quiet, chilling confidence. He had seen the truth, and he had just set a trap, that a public, inescapable, beautifully simple trap. And tomorrow, at noon, he would spring it. The moment the study doors closed behind the woman and her whimpering child, the woman practically fleeing, dragging the boy behind her, her earlier righteous indignation replaced by a stark, almost feral, panic. The fragile dam of Archduke Roy Ferrum's control broke. "Are you mad, Lloyd?" Roy's voice was a low, dangerous roar, the sound of a gathering thunderstorm. He slammed his fist on the desk again, the impact making the inkwell jump, and the very foundations of the study seemed to tremble. "Compensation? Publicly. You have as good as admitted guilt. You have handed that grifter and whoever is behind her a victory on a silver platter. You have legitimized her claim in front of Kyle, in front of Grimaldi, in front of Elmsworth. You have poisoned our own brand with your own words. Have you taken complete leave of your senses?" Master Elmsworth wrung his hands, his face a mask of pure economic despair. 1,000 gold. Young lord, the potential damage to investor confidence, the implications for our projected 5-year growth model. It's catastrophic. Even Lord Kyle Ferrum, usually so stoic, looked profoundly, deeply disappointed. "Lloyd," he said, his voice grave, "if the product is flawed, it must be recalled. But to admit faults so publicly, to capitulate to such an outrageous demand, it shows a weakness that our enemies will not fail to exploit." Lloyd stood calmly amidst the storm of his father's fury and his advisor's panic. He waited, letting the initial wave of outrage wash over him, his expression unwavering. He had expected this reaction. It was logical, it was predictable, and it was wrong. Finally, when his father paused to draw a breath, his chest heaving with barely suppressed rage, Lloyd spoke. His voice was quiet, a stark contrast to the thunderous atmosphere in the room, but it cut through the chaos with the clean, sharp precision of a surgeon's scalpel. "The soap is not poisoned, father," he stated simply. Roy stared at him, momentarily speechless. Not, what did you say? The soap is not the cause of the boy's affliction. Lloyd repeated, his voice gaining a quiet, firm confidence. He began to lay out his observations, not as a panicked defense, but as a calm, logical diagnosis. The engineer, the scientist, the analyst took over. I examined the boy closely. The welts, the primary symptom, are inconsistent with a topical corrosive or allergen that if our soap were the cause, the reaction would be most severe on the hands, where it was most concentrated during washing. Yet his palms were relatively clear. The worst inflammation was on his face, his neck, his arms, areas of thinner, more sensitive skin, yes, but not the areas of primary contact. He looked at Grand Master Grimaldi, whose sharp, intelligent eyes were now fixed on him with a new, intense curiosity. Furthermore, Master Grimaldi, Lloyd continued, addressing the alchemist directly, I detected no unusual scent on the child, and no chemical reactant, no magical residue. The faint aroma of rosemary was present. Yes, but it was weak, almost an afterthought. It did not smell like a child who had just been bathed in a potent, concentrated elixir. It smelled like a child who had perhaps had his hands briefly rinsed with it, as a final, plausible touch to the deception. Grimaldi stroked his long silver beard, nodding slowly. Your observations are astute, young lord. Indeed, a true alchemical poison or a poorly balanced caustic agent would leave a distinct residual signature, an olfactory marker. The absence of one is significant. Chapter 308. But the key, Lloyd continued, his voice dropping, drawing them all in, was not on his skin that it was in his eyes and his nose. He looked back at his father. His sclera were bloodshot, his nasal passages visibly inflamed and swollen. These are not symptoms of contact dermatitis, father. They're the classic signs of severe, acute, airborne allergic reaction. The boy did not absorb a poison through his skin, he inhaled one. The room fell silent as they processed the implications. An airborne agent? Roy rumbled, his fury slowly being replaced by a dawning, sharp suspicion. What are you suggesting, Lloyd? I am suggesting, Lloyd stated, that the boy was deliberately and heavily exposed to a potent natural allergen, most likely the pollen from a specific highly irritant flower, just prior to being brought here. The welts, the rash, they're a secondary systemic histamine reaction to that primary irritant. The soap was merely the scapegoat. The entire performance, his gaze hardened to cold, dangerous light entering his eyes, was a fabrication to frame up a very clever, very vicious, and very public act of commercial sabotage. A profound, stunned silence descended upon the study. The pieces clicked into place with a horrifying, undeniable logic that it made sense. The timing, the public nature of the accusation, the outrageous demand for compensation. It wasn't a tragic accident. It was a calculated attack. By the ancestors, Lord Kyle breathed, his face paling as he grasped the full, insidious nature of the plot. To use a child in such a way. Master Elmsworth looked positively green. Sabotage, but who would dare? Who would risk the wrath of House Ferrum to such a degree? Someone, Roy Ferrum growled, his earlier fury now coalescing into a cold, black, terrifying rage directed not at Lloyd, but the unseen enemies who had dared to orchestrate this, who has a great deal to lose from Aura's success. Someone whose own livelihood is being threatened by our innovation. His mind, and Lloyd's, instantly went to the same place. The traditionalists, the ones whose businesses were being rendered obsolete by the new standard of cleanliness. The Washermen's Guild, Roy snarled. And the bathhouse owners, they have complained for weeks. Sent petitions protesting our unfair market advantage. I dismissed them as the usual grumblings of men unable to adapt. I did not think them capable of such viciousness. We must act, Your Grace, Elmsworth urged, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and righteous indignation. We must bring this woman back, force a confession. We must summon the royal healer to verify Lord Lloyd's diagnosis. No, Lloyd said, his voice sharp, decisive, cutting through the rising tide of anger. All eyes snapped back to him. No, his father questioned, his brow furrowed. Explain yourself, Lloyd. Why not act immediately? Because, father, Lloyd explained, the strategist now fully in command. They are expecting us to do just that. They are expecting us to panic, to react, to drag the woman back and beat a confession out of her, that a confession she would then publicly recant, claiming she was coerced by the great and powerful House Ferrum, further painting us as villains. They're expecting us to call in a royal healer, a move that would take time, that would allow them to muddy the waters, to spread more rumors, to Make it our word against a poor, terrified, abused commoner. He shook his head. We will not play their game by their rules. We will play it by mine. He looked at his father, his expression grim, determined. The trap is already set. Tomorrow at noon, in the Grand Hall, she will come expecting her gold. And we will be ready, but we do not need a royal healer, we need our own healer. Someone loyal, discreet, and whose authority within this household is absolute. He paused, a slow, predatory smile touching his lips. Summon the head healer of the Ferrum household. Father, summon Mistress Dorothy. Let her be the one to deliver the verdict, in public. And let us see how our accuser reacts when confronted not by a furious duke, but by the quiet, undeniable, and utterly irrefutable truth. The Grand Hall of the Ferrum estate, the very stage of Lloyd's recent tournament triumph and his father's political masterstroke, had been repurposed. It was no longer a hall of celebration or judgment, but a court of public opinion, the air thick with a nervous, almost voyeuristic tension. An audience had been assembled. Not the entire Ferrum clan, but a carefully selected group of influential witnesses. Lord Kyle Ferrum was there, his expression grim and resolute. Master Elmsworth and Grand Master Grimaldi stood together, their academic curiosity now replaced by a shared, tense anticipation. Mei Jing and Tisha were present, standing quietly to one side, their faces masks of calm professionalism that belied the frantic beating of their hearts. The reputation of the empire they were building hung in the balance, the center of the hall. Before the raised dais where Archduke Lloyd Ferrum sat like a stone idol, a single chair had been placed. It was currently occupied by the accusing woman, who was once again clutching her whimpering, red-welted son. Her expression, however, was different today. The raw, hysterical grief had been replaced by a kind of defiant, almost greedy, anticipation. She had been told she was here to collect her compensation, her 1,000 gold coins. She believed she had won. Her eyes darted towards a heavy, clinking purse that rested on a small table beside the Archduke's chair, a tangible symbol of her expected victory. Lloyd stood a few paces away, his face a mask of calm, patient observation. He had given his instructions, he had set the stage. Now, all he could do was watch the play unfold. You have come, Adam, Roy Ferrum's voice boomed, echoing slightly in the vast, silent hall, to claim the compensation you demanded for the alleged harm done to your son by a product of my house. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion, giving nothing away. The woman nodded eagerly, a fresh, crocodile tear tracing a path through the grime on her cheek. Yes, your grace, for justice, for my poor, suffering babe. Indeed, Roy murmured, his gaze unreadable. Justice is paramount. However, before any compensation is rendered, it is the standard protocol of House Ferrum, in all matters of physical affliction, to have our own head healer offer a final assessment, that a mere formality. You understand, ensure the record is complete. The woman's triumphant expression faltered for a fraction of a second, but a flicker of unease, of alarm, crossed her face before she could suppress it. The healer. This was not part of the plan. But the harm is plain to see, your grace, she protested, her voice gaining a slight, shrill edge. He needs no assessment. He needs bombs. He needs rest. Not to be poked and prodded by another stranger. As I said, Roy's voice became a degree colder, an edge of steel entering his tone. It is a formality. Point one, you will submit to that if you wish to receive your compensation. The unspoken threat was absolute. Before the woman could protest further, a side door opened, and Mistress Dorothy entered. She was not what one might expect of the head healer of a great ducal house. She was an elderly woman, small and stooped, her face a roadmap of wrinkles, her gray hair pulled back in a severe, no-nonsense bun. She walked with the aid of a simple, gnarled wooden staff, and her eyes, sharp and clear as winter ice, missed nothing. She radiated an aura not of gentle bedside sympathy, but of brisk, irrefutable, almost terrifying competence. She had served House Ferrum for over 60 years, had tended to 3 generations of scraped knees, battle wounds, and political poisonings. Her authority in matters of health and healing within the estate was absolute, her diagnostic skills legendary, and her tolerance for fools, malingerers, and liars famously non-existent. She walked directly to the woman and the child, her sharp eyes sweeping over the boy's afflicted skin, without a flicker of surprise or pity. Hold out your arm, child, she commanded, her voice a dry, reedy rasp that held the unshakable authority of decades of service. The boy, intimidated by this new, stern old woman, whimpered and tried to hide his face. The mother clutched him tighter. He is frightened. You will harm him further. Chapter 310 Dorothy's icy gaze settled on the woman. "Madam," she said, her voice dangerously quiet, "I have successfully set the broken bones of the Archduke himself after a rather unfortunate incident involving a wild boar and questionable judgment. I have diagnosed and cured a strain of red rot that baffled the Alchemist Guild for a month, did I assure you. I am perfectly capable of examining a simple skin rash without causing a 4-year-old to expire from terror. Now, present the child. Or this assessment is concluded, and you may take your leave, empty-handed." The woman paled, her defiant act crumbling in the face of Dorothy's unyielding authority. She knew she had no choice. With a trembling hand, she pushed her son's small arm forward. But just as the woman greedily reached for the purse of gold that Dorothy held out as a deliberate, tantalizing lure, Dorothy's other hand, surprisingly fast and strong for a woman of her age, darted out. She did not take the boy's arm gently. She grabbed it. Her gnarled fingers, strong as old roots, closed around the child's small wrist in an inescapable grip. The boy yelped in surprise. The mother cried out, trying to pull him back. "What are you doing?" Dorothy ignored her completely. Her full attention was on the child. Her other hand, which had been holding the purse, was now free, and a soft, gentle, golden green light, the unmistakable glow of potent, life-affirming healing magic, began to emanate from her palm. She didn't press her hand to the boy's welts. She simply held it close, her eyes closed in concentration, her will extending, probing, reading the boy's vital signs, his energy flows, the very story his body was telling. The diagnostic spell was swift, silent, and absolute. The green glow faded. Dorothy opened her eyes. She looked at the boy's arm, then at his red-rimmed eyes, then at his inflamed nostrils. She released his wrist gently. She turned to face the Archduke, her expression grim, certain. "As I suspected, Your Grace," she declared, her dry, reedy voice ringing with the finality of a judge's gavel. "There is no trace of alchemical poison. There is no sign of a topical curse. The boy's dermal layers show no evidence of caustic agent exposure." She paused, then delivered the damning verdict. "This is a severe, acute, allergic inflammation. The primary vectors of entry were respiratory. The cause is botanical." Specifically, her icy gaze settled on the now terrified mother. A recent, massive exposure to chrysanthemum pollen, a variety known for its highly allergenic properties, and one that conveniently is in full, glorious bloom in the public gardens just outside the city walls at this very moment. The woman's face, which had been pale, now went a stark, chalky white. She had been so careful to scrub the boy's skin, to remove any trace of the pollen itself. She had never imagined that a healer could diagnose the cause not by what was on the skin, but by what was in the blood, in the very air of the lungs. She was trapped, exposed, the lie was shattered. With a strangled cry of pure panic, she shoved her son into the arms of a nearby, startled guard, turned, and tried to flee. She didn't get to. Steps to a shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom near the main doors, a silent, imposing figure in dark livery, moving with a speed that was utterly, terrifyingly inhuman. Ken Park materialized in her path, a solid, immovable wall of stoic, implacable authority. His face was an unreadable mask, but his eyes, when they settled on the panicking woman, held a coldness that promised a very thorough, very unpleasant, and very, very truthful debriefing. The trap had been sprung, the verdict delivered, and the hunt for the true culprits, the ones who had paid this desperate woman to poison her own child with flowers, had just begun. The confession did not take long. Faced with the quiet, chilling finality of Ken Park blocking her only escape route, and the stern, unyielding gazes of the Archduke, Mistress Dorothy, and the assembled nobles, the woman's desperate, theatrical defiance had crumbled into a pathetic, sobbing heap on the Grand Hall's stone floor. Ken had not laid a hand on her. He had not uttered a single threat. He had simply stood there, an immovable object of quiet, overwhelming authority. And in the face of that silent, absolute power, the woman's will, already frayed by the public exposure of her lie, had simply shattered. She was escorted, not to the ducal dungeons, but to a small, secure, and surprisingly comfortable private chamber. There, in the presence of Ken and a ducal scribe, she had told them everything, her story punctuated by ragged, terrified sobs. A torrent of confession born not of torture, but of the bone-deep, soul-crushing fear of what might happen if she continued to lie. Hours later, Ken Park stood once more in Lloyd's private study at the elixir manufactory. The sun had set, and the office was lit by the warm, steady glow of oil lamps, the air thick with the scent of rosemary and old books. Lloyd sat behind his desk, a mug of, now thankfully palatable, tea in his hand. Mei Jing and Tisha seated opposite him, their expressions a mixture of tense anticipation and grim satisfaction. Ken's usual impassive demeanor was unchanged, but there was a new, cold edge to his voice as he delivered his report, a quiet, professional fury that was far more intimidating than any overt display of anger. The investigation is concluded, young lord, Ken began, his voice a flat, level baritone that filled the quiet room. The woman's name is Zora, a seamstress with significant gambling debts. Her son's affliction was indeed induced, as you correctly diagnosed. She confessed to collecting large quantities of chrysanthemum pollen and deliberately dusting the boy's pillow and clothing with it for several hours prior to her performance in the market square. The poison was a simple, if cruel, deception. Tisha let out a soft gasp of horror. To do that to her own child for money? Desperation makes monsters of us all, Mei Jing commented, her voice quiet but hard, her dark eyes cold with a merchant's cynical understanding of human nature. And who provided the money, Ken? Lloyd asked, his own voice low, his knuckles white where he gripped his tea mug. Who paid her to perform this theater? Ken consulted a small, neat scroll of notes. The initial contact was made by a man named Silas, a known enforcer for a low-level moneylender in the merchant's district, the same moneylender who, coincidentally, held Alara's gambling debts. Silas offered to clear her debts and provided a payment of 20 gold coins in exchange for her public testimony. 20 gold. Mei Jing scoffed. She sold her child's health and risked the wrath of a ducal house for 20 pieces of gold. The price of integrity is distressingly low in this city. Silas, under persuasive questioning, was remarkably forthcoming, Ken continued. A faint, almost imperceptible, chilling inflection on the word persuasive. He was merely a contractor. The gold and the instructions came from a higher source. His employer, the moneylender, was acting as a middleman, a firewall. And who was the moneylender's client? Lloyd pressed, leaning forward. This was it. The heart of the conspiracy. Ken's gaze met Lloyd's, his eyes like chips of cold, dark iron. The funds were provided, my lord, by a consortium, a hastily formed, but surprisingly well-organized, group of concerned local business owners. He paused, letting the words land. Specifically, the 5 most prominent bathhouse proprietors in the capital city and the 3 highest-ranking masters of the Washermen's Guild. The pieces slammed into place with a sickening, undeniable clarity. The bathhouses, the laundries, the very businesses, the very institutions that had been most directly, most catastrophically affected by the Aura Revolution. Lloyd remembered his father's initial, angry suspicion. He had been right that IT wasn't a complex political plot by Rubel, that IT wasn't a subtle attack by the Altamirs, that IT was simpler, cruder, that a desperate, almost primal act of commercial warfare from the bottom up. They were being ruined, Mei Jing murmured, her sharp, analytical mind instantly grasping the motive. Our product, it didn't just compete with them. It rendered their entire business model obsolete. Why pay for a public bath when you can experience a superior, more luxurious, cleansing in the privacy of your own home? Why pay the Washermen's Guild to scrub your linens with harsh lye, fading the colors, when a scoop of our future, Radiance powder promises a gentler, more effective result? Their revenues have plummeted by over 60% in the last month alone, according to my grandfather's market analysis, she continued, her voice cold with a strategist's detached assessment. They were facing bankruptcy, ruin. So they fought back. Tisha finished, her usual bright cheerfulness completely gone, replaced by a look of sad, weary understanding. Not with a better product, not with better service, but with lies, with poison, with the suffering of a child. She shook her head. I've seen a lot in the Gilded Flagon, my lords, but this is a new kind of low. Chapter 312, a desperate, foolish, and ultimately self-destructive act, Lloyd said, his voice quiet but hard as steel. He looked at Ken. They conspired to destroy a ducal-backed enterprise. They knowingly endangered a child to do so. They publicly defamed the Ferrum name. He took a slow, deliberate sip of his tea, the warmth doing nothing to thaw the ice in his veins. My father will not be pleased. The Archduke, Ken confirmed, his voice utterly devoid of emotion, has already been informed of my findings. He has reviewed the confessions. A faint, almost terrifying smile touched Ken's lips. He has already dispatched a squad of the Ducal Guard. The guild masters and the bathhouse proprietors are, at this very moment, being invited to the estate for a private audience. I believe the Archduke wishes to discuss the finer points of commercial ethics with them. Personally, the unspoken implication hung heavy in the room. The web had been unraveled, the culprits identified, and the full, terrifying, righteous wrath of the Archduke of Ferrum was about to descend upon them like a vengeful, aristocratic avalanche. Justice, Lloyd knew, would be swift, and it would be absolute. The Grand Hall, which had so recently been the stage for a tournament and a political coup, was once again repurposed. This time, it was not a court of public opinion, but a chamber of private, terrifying, ducal judgment. The mood was not one of excitement or tension, but of cold, heavy, inexorable dread. The 8 men, the 5 portly, sweating bathhouse owners, and the 3 grim-faced, self-important masters of the Washermen's Guild, stood huddled together in the center of the vast, empty hall. They looked small, insignificant, their usual air of commercial bluster and civic importance completely stripped away, leaving only the pale, clammy skin of fear. They were surrounded, at a respectful but inescapable distance, by a double ring of the Archduke's personal guard, silent, steel-helmed figures whose very stillness was more menacing than any overt threat on the dais. Archduke Lloyd Ferrum sat upon his throne-like chair, not as a father, not as a business partner, but as the embodiment of the law, of power, of the state itself. His face was a mask of cold, implacable fury. Lloyd stood a few paces behind him, and to his right, a silent, watchful witness. Ken Park stood in the shadows near the great doors, an unseen but deeply felt presence. The 8 men had, initially, tried to bluster. They had denied everything. They had protested their innocence, claimed to be respected pillars of the community, victims of a slanderous, hysterical woman. Lloyd Ferrum had listened to their denials in absolute silence, his expression unchanging, letting them spin their web of lies, letting them dig their own graves a little deeper with every desperate, self-serving word. When they had finally, breathlessly, finished their chorus of indignant denial, Roy had simply looked at them, a faint, almost pitying smile touching his lips. That it was a smile that promised not mercy, but annihilation. "You have spoken," Roy said, his voice quiet, yet echoing with a terrifying finality in the silent hall. "You have made your claims of innocence, and you have, with your own mouths, sealed your own fates." He gestured, and a ducal scribe, who had been waiting silently in a corner, stepped forward. The scribe unrolled a large, official-looking parchment, its surface covered in the elegant, sharp script of the royal court. A large, intimidating wax seal bearing the roaring lion of the Bethlehem monarchy dangling from its base. "Before we proceed to the presentation of evidence," Roy continued, his voice laced with a cold, almost playful irony, "I feel it is my duty, as your liege lord, to inform you of a recent development, that a new royal decree, issued by His Majesty King Liam Bethlehem, just this morning, that a decree pertaining to matters of economic stability and ducal enterprise." The 8 men exchanged nervous, confused glances. At a new decree. What did that have to do with them? The scribe began to read, his voice clear, formal, and utterly devoid of emotion. "By the grace of the ancestors and the will of the people, I, King Liam, do hereby decree the following. That any enterprise formally sanctioned and financially backed by the head of a ducal house shall be considered a venture of strategic importance to the stability and prosperity of the kingdom itself." The scribe paused, then continued. "Therefore, any act of conspiracy, sabotage, or malicious defamation directed against such a ducal-sanctioned enterprise shall henceforth be considered not merely a commercial dispute, but an act of high treason against the crown." A wave of cold, nauseating dread washed over the 8 men. Treason. Their petty commercial sabotage treason. The scribe's voice droned on, each word a hammer blow. "The punishment for such treason, if the accused are found guilty after maintaining a plea of innocence, shall be swift and absolute. All conspirators shall be subject to summary execution. Their personal assets, their businesses, their guild holdings, shall be seized and forfeited to the crown. Their families shall be stripped of all titles and status, and banished from the kingdom for a period of no less than 100 years. The scribe finished reading and rolled up the parchment with a neat, final snap. He bowed to the Archduke and retreated back into the shadows. The silence in the hall was absolute, broken only by the sound of ragged, panicked breathing. The 8 men stared at the Archduke, their faces ashen, their earlier bluster completely, comprehensively gone. They understood. They understood the terrifying, brilliant, inescapable nature of the trap that had just been sprung. Roy Ferrum leaned forward, his voice a low, almost conversational rumble. "So, gentlemen," he said, the cold, predatory smile returning to his face, We have your sworn testimony of innocence, that we have a confession from the woman you paid, detailing your instructions, your methods. We have a corroborating confession from the enforcer you hired. We have financial record from the moneylender detailing the transfer of funds." He steepled his fingers. "And we have a new royal decree, conveniently signed and sealed this very morning, defining your actions as high treason, with a rather permanent penalty for lying about it." He looked at them, his dark eyes holding no hint of mercy, only the cold, hard logic of absolute power. "I will ask you one last time, and I suggest you consider your answer very, very carefully, for the sake of your businesses, for the sake of your families, for the sake of your own necks." He paused, letting the full weight of the ultimatum, the choice between ruin and annihilation, settle upon them. "Did you, or did you not," Roy Ferrum asked, his voice a whisper of impending doom, "conspire to sabotage the Aura Enterprise?" It wasn't a choice at all. One by one, with choked sobs and trembling limbs, they fell to their knees. The blustering guild masters, the arrogant bathhouse owners, the pillars of the merchant community. They were just terrified men, begging for their lives. We confess, Your Grace," the lead bathhouse owner wailed, his face buried in his hands. "We did it. We were desperate. Your sons, his soap, it was ruining us. We were fools. Mercy, Your Grace, mercy," a bathhouse owner pleaded, his voice cracking, tears streaming down his face. "We will pay. We will make amends. Anything, just not treason, not execution." They confessed everything. The plot, the payment, the cruel manipulation of the woman and her child. Their defiance was shattered, replaced by a raw, pathetic, desperate plea for clemency. Lloyd watched the scene from behind his father's chair, a cold, grim satisfaction settling in his heart. He felt no pity. They had used a child as a weapon. They had threatened everything he was building. They deserved this. All of it. He glanced at his father. Roy's expression was unreadable, but Lloyd saw the subtle, almost imperceptible nod. The confessions were what he needed. Not for justice. He could have exacted that privately, brutally, but for public consumption. For the record, he knew what would happen now. They wouldn't be executed. The king's decree was a tool, a threat, a weapon of political theater, not a literal death sentence. Not for this. Their punishment will be financial, political, ruinous, yes. They will be stripped of their guild leadership, their businesses heavily fined, their influence shattered. They will be made into an example, a stark, public warning to any others who might consider challenging the will of House Ferrum. The Aura brand would emerge from this not just unscathed, but stronger. IT had faced its first trial by fire, its first attack, and had emerged victorious, backed now by the full, terrifying, public weight of both ducal and royal authority. The game had been played, and won. Absolutely. Roy Ferrum surveyed the 8 kneeling, sobbing figures on the floor of his grand hall, his expression as cold and unforgiving as a winter tombstone. The confessions, wrung from them by the terrifying, elegant leverage of a timely royal decree, were a symphony of desperation and greed. They had admitted everything. The conspiracy, the payment to the seamstress, the deliberate endangerment of the child, the malicious intent to destroy the Aura brand. It was all there, recorded by the silent ducal scribe, a formal testament to their folly. Chapter 314. Enough. Roy's voice cut through their pathetic, blubbering pleas for mercy like a shard of ice. The sobbing instantly ceased, replaced by a heavy, fearful silence. He rose from his throne-like chair, descending the dais with a slow, deliberate stride that made the kneeling men flinch as he approached. He stopped before the lead conspirator, the portly, tear-streaked master of the Washermen's Guild, a man who, just weeks ago, had arrogantly demanded a private audience to complain about Aura's unfair market practices. "You speak of desperation," Roy said, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "You speak of ruin." He looked down at the man with an expression of pure, unadulterated contempt. "You know nothing of ruin. Ruin is not a decrease in quarterly profits. Ruin is not the obsolescence of an outdated business model." His gaze flickered for a fraction of a second, a silent, almost imperceptible glance towards Lloyd, a look that held a universe of unspoken, shared history. "Ruin is the ashes of your home, the whispers of assassins in your own halls, the weight of a legacy threatened by forces both internal and external." He shook his head slowly, a gesture of profound, almost pitying disgust. "Your desperation was born of greed. Your fear was for your purses. And for that, for your own petty profit, you were willing to use a child as a weapon. You were willing to endanger an innocent to protect your own comfortable, stagnant way of life." He turned away from the man, his gaze sweeping over all 8 of them. "You asked for mercy, but you showed none. You asked for leniency, But your crime was not just commercial sabotage. It was an attack on the honor and stability of this house, an attack on my son and my heir. The weight of those words, my son, my heir, delivered with such cold, possessive finality, was a fresh wave of terror for the kneeling men. This wasn't just a business dispute anymore. This was personal. You will not be executed, Roy declared, the words offering a flicker of hope that he immediately, brutally, extinguished. Treason is a charge I reserve for those who threaten the very foundations of this duchy, not for pathetic, grasping merchants who have mistaken their own greed for a noble cause. The dismissal was absolute, contemptuous, but there will be a reckoning at a price, that a very, very steep price. He began to lay out their punishment, his voice calm, clinical, each word a nail in the coffin of their former lives. You will each of you pay a fine to the ducal treasury, that a fine equivalent to 90% of your declared personal and business asset from the previous fiscal year. M.Y. Bursar will be conducting a thorough, and I assure you, exceptionally unforgiving, audit to determine the precise sum. A collective, choked gasp went through the 8 men. 90%. It wasn't just a fine. It was financial annihilation. They would be left with nothing but the clothes on their backs and a mountain of debt. You will be stripped, permanently, of your positions within your respective guilds, Roy continued relentlessly. Your influence, your authority, your very names will be erased from the ledgers. You will be barred from conducting any form of commerce within the capital city for the remainder of your lives. And finally, he added, his voice dropping to a near whisper, a final, cruel twist of the knife. You will issue a public apology, a full, comprehensive, and deeply, humiliatingly contrite apology to the people of this city, to House Ferrum. And most especially, his gaze settled on the seamstress, Zora, who was being held in a separate antechamber. To the woman and the child you so callously used as pawns in your pathetic, failed scheme. You will publicly fund the boys' continued medical care, under the direct supervision of Mistress Dorothy, as atonement for your crime. The punishment was not death. It was worse. It was a living death. They would be ruined, disgraced, their names a byword for folly and dishonor for generations to come. They would live, but they would live as ghosts, haunting the city they had once held influence in, a constant, public reminder of the price of crossing House Ferrum. The guards will escort you to the bursar's office to begin the liquidation process. Roy concluded, turning his back on them, the matter, in his mind, finished. Do not let me see your faces in this hall again. As the guards began to haul the broken, weeping men from the hall, Lloyd felt a complex mixture of emotions, the cold, grim satisfaction at the justice, however brutal, being served, at a flicker of pity, quickly suppressed, for the sheer, self-inflicted totality of their ruin, and a profound, almost startling realization. He looked at his father, at the stern, unyielding ruler who had just dismantled the lives of 8 men with the cool, dispassionate efficiency of a master chess player removing pieces from a board. And he saw not just a father, not just a duke, but a teacher. This entire, elaborate public spectacle, it hadn't just been for the conspirators, it had been for him. For Lloyd, it was a lesson in power, in how to wield it, how to protect it, how to demonstrate it, a lesson in the ruthless, pragmatic, and often brutal necessities of rule that he had taught Lloyd, that innovation invites attack, that success breeds resentment, and that a threat, once identified, must be neutralized not just privately, but publicly, decisively, in a way that send a clear, unambiguous message to any others who might be watching from the shadows, that he had orchestrated this entire event, from the timing of the royal decree to the public confessions, not just to punish the guilty, but to educate the heir. To show him, in no uncertain terms, what truly meant to lead, to protect, to rule. Welcome to the great game, his father had said. This, Lloyd now understood, was his first, brutal, and incredibly effective lesson, and the tuition, it seemed, had been paid in full by the shattered lives and ruined fortunes of 8 very foolish, very desperate men. The grand hall was a chamber of judgment, the air thick with the metallic scent of fear and the cloying sweetness of spilled wine from the earlier, aborted celebration. The 8 conspirators, the 5 portly, self-important bathhouse owners, and the 3 grim-faced, now utterly terrified, masters of the Washermen's Guild, knelt on the cold stone floor, their earlier bluster and denials replaced by a shared, pathetic, and deeply primal terror. Archduke Roy Ferrum's verdict, delivered with the cold, dispassionate finality of a glacier carving its path through a mountain, had not just ruined them. It had erased them. 90% of their assets seized, their guild leadership stripped, their very right to conduct commerce within the capital revoked, and a lifetime of public shame, of being living cautionary tales, awaited them. It was a punishment more comprehensive, more soul-crushing than a simple execution. Lloyd watched the scene from behind his father's chair, the cold satisfaction he had felt moments before slowly, unexpectedly, giving way to something else. Something familiar, a memory, not from this life, but from his 80 years on Earth. A ghost from a different kind of history, a different kind of revolution that he remembered the history books, the old black and white photographs. The faces of the weavers in Manchester, their looms made obsolete by the thunderous, relentless power of the steam-driven textile mills. The faces of the proud, skilled artisans, the carriage makers, their hands, which could shape wood and leather into works of art, suddenly useless against the cold, efficient, unthinking power of the assembly line. He remembered the stories of their desperation, their fear, their angry, futile protests against a future that was arriving with the force of a freight train, a future that had no place for them. They had been called Luddites, resistors of progress, fools who had tried to smash the machines that were making them obsolete. But Lloyd, the engineer, the innovator, had always felt a flicker of sympathy for them. They weren't just fighting machines, they were fighting their own extinction. They were fighting for their dignity, for their families, for the only way of life they had ever known. Their methods had been wrong, yes, destructive, futile, but their fear had been real. He looked at the 8 kneeling men, at their ashen faces, their trembling shoulders, their tear-streaked cheeks, and he saw not just criminals, not just greedy merchants who had committed a monstrous act. He saw the weavers of Manchester. He saw the carriage makers of Detroit. That he saw the desperate, terrified faces of men staring into the abyss of their own obsolescence. Their crime was heinous. Using a child as a weapon was unforgivable. But their motive, he now understood with a sudden, profound clarity, was not born of pure, simple malice. It was born of fear. The primal, existential fear of being left behind. Chapter 316, and he, Lloyd Ferrum, with his otherworldly knowledge, his disruptive innovations, his revolutionary cleansing elixir, he was their steam engine, that he was their assembly line, he was the future that was threatening to erase them. The realization settled in his gut, a cold, heavy stone. Punishment was easy, justice in its brutal, ducal form had been served. But it didn't solve the underlying problem. It didn't address the fear. It simply crushed it, leaving behind a legacy of bitterness, of resentment that could fester in the dark corners of the city for generations. Punishing these 8 men wouldn't stop the next group of desperate artisans, the next guild of obsolete craftsmen, from fighting back when his next innovation threatened their livelihoods, because there would be a next innovation, and a next. This wasn't a problem to be solved with a sword, or a fine, or a royal decree. This was a problem that required a different kind of engineering, social engineering, economic engineering. That he looked at his father, at the stern, implacable ruler who saw the world in terms of threats and assets, of loyalty and treason. Roy had done what a duke does. He had eliminated a threat to the stability of his house. That it was logical, that it was efficient, that it was incomplete. A new idea, audacious, radical, and probably completely insane, began to form in Lloyd's mind. An idea born not of the major general, not of the vengeful heir, but of the 80-year-old man who had seen worlds rise and fall, who understood that true, lasting progress was not about crushing the old, but about finding a way to integrate it, to transform it into the new. These men, they weren't just his enemies. They weren't just criminals. They were his first, most desperate, most terrified customers. They were the key. He took a deep breath, the decision solidifying in his mind with a startling, almost terrifying clarity. He was about to do something incredibly foolish, that he was about to interrupt his father in the middle of a flawlessly executed political power play. He was about to defend the very men who had tried to ruin him. He stepped forward, a single step, from the shadows behind his father's throne into the harsh, judgmental light of the grand hall. The movement was quiet, yet it was a sonic boom in the tense silence. Every eye in the hall, including his father's, which narrowed instantly with a flicker of dangerous, questioning surprise, snapped to him. "Father," Lloyd began, his voice calm, steady, yet ringing with a new, strange authority. That was entirely his OWN. It wasn't the confidence of the tournament champion, nor the quiet focus of the factory owner. It was the voice of a leader about to propose a new, unexpected path. "A moment, if I may." Roy Ferrum's expression was thunderous. "What are you doing?" His eyes screamed. "The victory is won. The lesson is taught. Not interfere." Lloyd met his father's furious gaze. Without flinching, he turned his attention to the 8 kneeling men, who looked up at him with a mixture of terror and confusion. "You say you acted out of desperation," Lloyd said, his voice quiet but carrying to every corner of the hall. He addressed the lead bathhouse owner, a man named Marcus whose face was a puffy, tear-streaked ruin. "Tell me, Master Marcus, explain this desperation. What precisely did you fear?" Marcus stared bewildered. He looked at the Archduke, who seemed frozen in a state of controlled, simmering rage at his son's interruption. He looked back at Lloyd. He saw not a taunt, not a trick, but a genuine question in the young lord's eyes. With a ragged, shuddering sob, the man's carefully constructed defenses, even his fear of the Duke, crumbled under the weight of this unexpected, almost gentle, inquiry. The truth, the raw, pathetic, terrified truth, spilled out of him. We feared ruin. "My lord," he cried, his voice cracking, the words a torrent of long-suppressed panic. "We feared obsolescence. Your elixir, it has decimated us. The nobles, our primary clients, they no longer come to the bathhouses for a true, deep clean. They say they can achieve a better result in their own homes now with your product. Our attendance has dropped by more than half in a single month. Our profits, they're gone." He looked at the masters of the Washermen's Guild, who were nodding in miserable agreement. One of them, an older man with gnarled, work-worn hands, spoke up, his voice thick with despair. "And us, my lord. The fine linens, the silks from the noble houses, that was our most profitable work. But now, the ladies are washing them themselves. With your soap, they say it is gentler, that it does not fade the dyes like our harsh lye scrubbing does. Our contracts, they're being canceled every day. We have men, families, who have served the guild for generations, who now have no work." He looked up at Lloyd, his eyes filled not with malice, but with a profound, soul-deep weariness. "We did not act out of hatred for you, my lord. We acted out of terror. We saw our livelihoods, our traditions, our very way of life, turning to dust before our eyes. That we saw you, with your miracles, your innovations, creating a future that had no place for us. That we feared ruin. We feared starvation for our families. And in our fear, in our foolish, desperate fear, we lashed out. That we did a monstrous thing. But we did it because we were terrified." The confession, so raw, so human, so pathetic, hung heavy in the silent hall. That IT was not an excuse. That IT was an explanation. Lloyd listened, his expression somber, his heart heavy with the familiar, tragic echo of history. The steam engine incident, he had been right. This wasn't a problem to be solved with punishment. IT was a problem to be solved with a new, better, more inclusive idea. And the man who had created the problem was the only one who could provide the solution. He turned back to his father, whose face was a mask of stunned, profound confusion. Roy had seen a simple act of treason. Lloyd had just shown him the desperate, terrified heart of an economic revolution. The game was far more complex than even the Archduke had realized, and his son, it seemed, was the only one who understood the new rules. The Grand Hall was a study in suspended disbelief. The raw, desperate confession of the kneeling men hung in the air, a pathetic and surprisingly poignant counterpoint to the earlier drama of political maneuvering and ducal wrath. Archduke Roy Ferrum stood frozen, his mind clearly struggling to process this unexpected, almost incomprehensible shift in the narrative. He had prepared for a simple, brutal execution of political justice. He was now confronted with the messy, complex, and deeply inconvenient realities of economic displacement. His son, with a few quiet questions, had transformed a straightforward case of treason into a complex sociological problem. Lloyd, however, saw not a problem, but an opportunity, a magnificent, unprecedented opportunity. He looked at the 8 broken men kneeling before him, their faces a mixture of terror, shame, and a dawning, confused hope. They were not just his enemies. They were his future. He took another step forward, placing himself between the kneeling men and his stunned father, a deliberate, symbolic act. He was no longer just the catalyst for their ruin. He was positioning himself as their potential savior. "You feared obsolescence," Lloyd said, his voice quiet but ringing with a strange, new energy, a creator's passion. "You feared a future that had no place for you." He shook his head slowly. "You were wrong." The men looked up, their eyes wide with confusion. Roy frowned, a dangerous, questioning glint entering his gaze. What was Lloyd doing? "You see my creation, the aura elixir, as your competition," Lloyd continued, his voice gaining strength, confidence. "You see it as the enemy that will drive you into ruin. And if that were the end of the story, you would be right to fear it." He paused, letting the weight of their fears settle. Then, with a slow, deliberate smile, he offered them a lifeline. But what if aura is not your competition? He asked, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial tone that drew every person in the hall forward in their seats. What if it is your partner? A flicker of bewildered hope, so fragile it was almost painful, appeared on the face of Marcus, the lead bathhouse owner. Partner, my lord, he stammered. Precisely, Lloyd confirmed, his smile widening. He turned to the 5 bathhouse owners. Your establishments, they offer more than just a place to get clean. They offer relaxation, community to respite from the grime of the city. But your primary tool, the harsh lye soap, is now obsolete. Your clients, the nobles, have found a superior alternative. Chapter 318. He gestured expansively. So, do not fight the alternative. Embrace it. Offer it. Imagine Master Marcus did a new, exclusive service at your bathhouses, the Aura Royal Treatment. For a premium price, your clients do not just bathe. They experience the pinnacle of luxury. They're cleansed with the very same elixir used by the Duchess, by the king himself. You would not just be offering a bath. You would be selling an experience of unparalleled refinement. He leaned in, his eyes gleaming with the fire of a born salesman. And I, he declared, will make it possible. I will sell you the Aura elixir. Not at the exorbitant prices the nobles are clamoring to pay, but at a discounted, wholesale rate, at a partner's rate, allowing you to offer this luxury service, to attract more clients, to elevate the status of your own establishments, and still, he finished with a flourish, make a handsome profit on every single application. The 5 bathhouse owners stared at him, their minds reeling, from the brink of financial and social annihilation to a partnership, an exclusive contract to offer the most sought-after luxury product in the city. It was an offer so unexpected, so generous, it defied comprehension. Lloyd then turned his attention to the 3 masters of the Washermen's Guild, whose faces held a similar look of dazed, incredulous hope. And you, guild masters, he said, his tone equally serious, equally promising. Your craft is a vital one, the cleaning of fabrics, the maintenance of a household's linens. It is a noble and necessary trade. But your tools, like the bathhouses, are outdated. The harsh light damages the very fabrics you are paid to preserve. He paced before them, his mind already alive with the vision of his next product line. I told my father I was developing a solution, and I aimed out a new creation, powdered soap. Radiance, I'll call it, a powerful, concentrated cleansing agent, specifically formulated for laundry that IT will dissolve instantly, lift dirt with minimal scrubbing, and be far gentler on delicate dyes and fine silks than any lye block. He stopped, meeting their hopeful, terrified gazes. This product, when it is perfected, will revolutionize your trade. IT will allow you to offer a superior service, to clean fabrics more effectively, more safely than ever before. IT will save your workers time, save their hands from the harsh lye, and save your clients' expensive garments from damage. He offered them the same brilliant, audacious proposition. And you, the masters of the Washermen's Guild, will be my exclusive primary distributors for this new product. You will have first access at a preferential rate. You will be the ones to introduce this revolution to every noble household in the capital. You will not be the victims of my innovation. You will be its champions, its partners. The silence in the hall was absolute, broken only by the sound of a single, choked sob from the oldest guild master, a man whose face was a testament to a lifetime of hard, thankless labor, from ruin to revolution, from criminals to core distributors, from enemies to partners. The offer was so radical, so visionary, so utterly outside the bounds of their world's understanding of crime and punishment, of commerce and competition, that it left everyone, from the kneeling conspirators to the Archduke, on his throne, utterly, comprehensively speechless. Lloyd let the implications of his offer settle. He had not just offered them a lifeline. He had offered them a seat at the table of the very future they had so desperately feared. He was not just selling soap. He was building a new economic ecosystem, one where innovation did not just destroy the old, but offered a path to transform, to adapt, to thrive. He turned back to his father, whose face was a mask of profound, almost stunned contemplation. Roy had seen a simple problem of treason to be solved with a simple, brutal application of power. Lloyd had seen a complex problem of economic evolution and had just proposed a solution of breathtaking, almost insane ambition and generosity. Father, Lloyd said, his voice quiet but firm, a respectful challenge. This is my proposal. This is my vision for the future of this enterprise and for the future of those whose lives it impacts. He looked at the 8 kneeling men, who were now staring at him with an expression of such raw, tearful, incredulous gratitude it was almost painful to behold. Their crime was born of fear. Let their punishment, then, not be ruin, but an opportunity to become a part of the very progress they sought to destroy. He then delivered the final, crucial part of his proposal. I do not ask you to rescind their punishment entirely. Father, an act of such gravity cannot go unanswered. Their fine should stand, a steep price for their folly. Their leadership of the guild should be forfeit, a consequence of their failed judgment, but their business is their right to work, to trade, to provide for their families. Let that be their path to redemption, a path that now is inextricably linked to our own success. He paused, then addressed the 8 men directly, his voice ringing with the authority of a true captain of industry. I invite you all to a formal business summit out here at the manufactory. Tomorrow at noon, we will not meet as lord and criminals. We will meet as potential business partners, that we will discuss terms, that we will draft contracts, that we will build a new, cleaner, and far more profitable future together. He had taken their desperate, pathetic act of sabotage and transformed it into a new foundation for his empire. He hadn't just won the battle. He had just recruited the enemy's entire army. And in doing so, he had shown his father, his family, and a watching king a new kind of power. Not the power to crush, but the power to build. The heavy oak doors of the ducal bedroom closed with a soft, final click, shutting out the echoing grandeur of the estate and sealing Archduke Lloyd Ferrum within the quiet intimacy of his private chambers. The air here was different, free from the lingering sense of political tension and public judgment. It smelled of aged wood, leather-bound books, and the faint, familiar perfume of his wife, a scent of quiet strength and subtle power that was a constant, grounding force in his often chaotic world. He let out a slow, weary sigh, the sound of stark admission of the day's immense strain. The granite mask of the Archduke, the unyielding facade he presented to the world, finally, infinitesimally, began to soften. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the deep lines of fatigue etched around his eyes. It had been a long, trying, and utterly, comprehensively, bewildering day. He walked over to the large, mullioned window that overlooked the moon-drenched western gardens. He stood there for a long moment, staring out into the darkness, his mind replaying the events of the afternoon with a kind of detached, almost clinical wonder, the desperate confessions of the merchants, the cold, righteous fury he had felt, the calculated, brutal punishment he had been ready to dispense. And then, Lloyd, his son, stepping from the shadows with that strange, new, unnerving confidence and single-handedly hijacking the entire proceedings with a vision so audacious, so radical. It had left him, the Archduke, momentarily speechless, a partnership, an invitation to revolution. He had taken a simple matter of treason and transformed it into a complex, brilliant, and potentially incredibly profitable exercise in economic re-engineering. That a slow, almost invisible smile touched Roy's lips as he stood there in the darkness. That it was a private smile, one he would never allow the world, or even his son, to see. That a smile of pure, unadulterated, almost stunned paternal pride. He picked up a book from a nearby table, its leather cover worn smooth with age, and settled into a large, comfortable armchair by the unlit hearth. He didn't open the book, he just held it. Its familiar weight, a comforting anchor as he let his thoughts drift, a rare indulgence in quiet contemplation. But he was so lost in his thoughts, in the memory of his son's unexpected brilliance, that he didn't hear the soft rustle of silk behind him. You look like a cat that has not only just eaten the canary, but has also successfully negotiated a controlling interest in the entire global canary market. The voice, cool, melodic, and laced with a dry, familiar amusement, made him start. He turned to see his wife, Milady, standing in the doorway to her adjoining dressing room, a silken robe of deep indigo draped over her shoulders. Her silver blonde hair was unbound, cascading over her shoulders, and her face, free from the formal composure she wore in public, was soft in the moonlight, her intelligent eyes holding a spark of knowing, affectionate mockery. "Milady," he said, his own voice losing some of its ducal rumble, becoming simply the voice of a husband. "I did not hear you." Chapter 320 Clearly, she replied, gliding into the room with her usual effortless grace. She came to stand behind his chair, her hands resting lightly on his shoulders. "You were 1,000 miles away, contemplating your son's latest foray into whatever it is he does now. Is it soap-making or social revolution? I confess, I am beginning to lose track." Roy chuckled, a low, rare sound. "Perhaps both. The boy is a paradox." "He is your son," Milady said simply, as if that explained everything. She began to gently massage the tense muscles in his shoulders, her touch firm, knowing, a familiar comfort that eased some of the day's accumulated weight. Though I confess, she continued, her voice a low murmur near his ear, your performance in the Grand Hall today was almost as perplexing as his. Roy frowned slightly, turning his head to look up at her. My performance? Indeed, she confirmed, a teasing lilt in her voice. The righteous fury, the thunderous pronouncements, the cold, implacable judgment. She mimicked his earlier ducal tone with an accuracy that was both impressive and slightly infuriating. It was a masterful display of ducal wrath that I almost believed you were truly going to have those pathetic merchants drawn and quartered on the spot. She paused, then leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear. I almost thought to break your head. After all, she whispered, her voice a mixture of fond exasperation and genuine affection. You are not the man I fell in love with 21 years ago. That man would never have been so blind as to let the situation escalate to such a public, chaotic spectacle. That man was a strategist, not just a brute force ruler. Roy let out another, deeper chuckle, turning in his chair to take her hand, pulling her around to face him, but he looked up at her, his dark eyes holding a deep, abiding affection that few in the world ever saw. And you, my love, he said, his voice a low rumble, are still the only person in this entire duchy who can call me a blind fool and make it sound like a compliment. He sobered, his expression becoming more serious, the strategist re-emerging. You are right, of course, that I was not blind. Far from it. He squeezed her hand gently. The truth, my dear, which you and you alone will ever hear, is that I knew about their plot before the woman ever set foot in the market square. Milody's eyebrows arched in genuine surprise. You knew? How? Ken, Roy replied simply. His network is thorough. One of his informants, a man who owes a life debt to the Park Barony, works as a bouncer in a tavern frequented by the junior members of the Washermen's Guild. He overheard them, drunk and boastful, discussing a plan to teach the young lord a lesson he'll never forget. He heard whispers of a paid accuser, of a child, of a public scene. Roy's expression hardened. Ken brought the intelligence to me the morning of the incident. I could have had them all arrested before sunrise. I could have crushed the entire conspiracy in the dark, without a single whisper reaching the public ear. Then why? Milady asked, her eyes searching his, her sharp mind already beginning to see the shape of his deeper game. Why allow it to happen? Why allow our son, our house, to be subjected to such a public, humiliating accusation? Roy's gaze became distant again, a flicker of that same quiet, almost stunned pride in his eyes. Because, my love, he said softly, it was a test. Not for them, but for him, for Lloyd. He looked up at his wife, his voice filled with a profound, almost awed sincerity. For weeks, I have seen these changes in him, this newfound confidence, this strange, brilliant mind. But I did not know its depth. I did not know its resilience. I wanted to see what he would do. I wanted to see how he would react when faced with a true crisis, a public attack on everything he has built. Would he panic? Would he crumble? Would he come running to me, his father, to solve his problems for him? He shook his head slowly, a look of genuine wonder on his face. But he did none of those things. He was calm, that he was analytical, that he saw through the deception, diagnosed the truth, and then he did something I never would have conceived of. He did not just seek justice, that he sought a solution. He took his enemies, the very people who had tried to destroy him, and he turned them into his greatest assets, that he built a partnership from the ashes of conspiracy. He looked at Milady, his eyes shining with a pride that was fierce, undeniable. I was impressed by his soap, my loved. I was impressed by his victory in the tournament. But today, I was truly, profoundly impressed by his mind, to be wise character, to be wise vision, that he is not just a warrior, not just an innovator, he is a leader, that he thinks not just of punishment, but of progress. Not just of victory, but of growth. A slow, brilliant smile spread across Milody's own face as she finally, truly understood. So, the entire, terrifying, ducal inquisition, it was all just theater, a stage you set for him? It was, Roy confirmed, his own smile returning, the smile of a proud, cunning, and deeply satisfied father, a test of his maturity, and I must say, he concluded, a rare, genuine warmth filling his voice. He passed with honors I never would have dared to dream of. Our son, he is a true Ferrum. And perhaps, he added softly, almost to himself, something more besides. The weight of the day, the weight of the duchy, seemed to lift from his shoulders. The future, which had so often felt like a heavy, uncertain burden, now felt bright. And it was a future that was being forged unexpectedly, brilliantly, by the son he had once so profoundly, and so very wrongly, underestimated. The evening after the impromptu, and frankly revolutionary. Business summit of the desperate and terrified. Lloyd found himself seeking refuge in the cool, silent depths of the private indoor training hall. The day had been a whirlwind of frantic, almost manic activity. The 8 former conspirators, their faces a mixture of dazed gratitude and profound, almost fearful, respect, had arrived at the manufactory as instructed. The meeting, chaired by a visibly impressed, if slightly bewildered, Mei Jing, had been a masterclass in Lloyd's new philosophy of aggressive partnership. Terms were laid out, contracts were drafted, and a new distribution network for the Aura brand was born from the ashes of a failed sabotage plot. It was a triumph, that a brilliant, audacious, and strategically sound triumph. But it was also exhausting. Lloyd felt a deep, bone-deep weariness, a fatigue that had less to do with physical exertion and more to do with the immense, constant mental and emotional strain of his new life. That he was not just running a business. He was managing a political entity, navigating treacherous social currents, and constantly, relentlessly, planning 3 steps ahead in a game whose rules he was still largely inventing as he went along. That he needed to reconnect with the simpler, more direct aspects of his power. He needed to feel the hum of void energy, the satisfying weight of manifested steel, the raw, exhilarating challenge of pushing his own limits. He stood in the center of the training hall, the moonlight slanting through the high windows, illuminating the still visible spiderweb cracks in the stone floor from his mother's lesson. The air was cool, smelling of old stone and polished wood. Fong Fairy, her silver-gray form a shimmering, ethereal presence in the gloom, sat patiently in a corner, her golden eyes watchful, understanding her master's need for this quiet, focused solitude. Lloyd closed his eyes, his breathing slow, deep. He didn't focus on his Ferrum power. Not yet. He reached for the other, newer, more enigmatic part of his heritage. The black ring eyes. He thought of his mother's demonstration. The effortless creation of the shimmering, ephemeral war hammer. The power of the forge. He knew, with a certainty that was both frustrating and deeply motivating, that the key to his next great leap in power lay in mastering this ability, infusing it with his steel blood. He activated the power. The familiar, cool sensation washed over him as Isekai turned to pitch black. The luminous bluish-white rings blazing to life. He focused on the empty air before him, picturing the hammer his mother had created, trying to replicate the form, the substance, the sheer, creative will. The air shimmered, a vague, hammer-shaped distortion like heat haze appeared, pulsed weakly, then collapsed with a sad, silent fizzle. He grunted in frustration. It was still beyond him. The level of control, of raw, creative energy required, he wasn't there yet. Not even close. He tried something simpler. The cup, the small, perfect, silvery gray cup he had managed to create in his moment of desperate, exhausted breakthrough. He focused, remembering the feeling, the quiet invitation, the gentle merging of the 2 powers. Chapter 322. Slowly, hesitantly, a shimmering outline began to form in the It was a cup. Yes, but clumsy, lopsided, its surface flickering, unstable. It held its form for a few agonizing seconds. Then, with a soft, sighing sound, it dissolved back into nothingness. Damn it, he whispered, the single word a testament to his mounting frustration. He could do it. Yes, he had proven that. But it was inconsistent, unreliable. It required a state of mental exhaustion and zen-like emptiness he couldn't just summon on command. It was a fluke, not a skill. Not yet. He abandoned the creative forging for now, his head throbbing with the effort. He turned his attention to a different application, a more martial one. He pictured one of the heavy, sand-filled practice dummies in the corner of the hall. He focused his gaze, the right eye, the eye of the seal, flaring with a cold, hard light. A shimmering, bluish-white ring of energy snapped into existence around the dummy's thick, leather-bound torso. He willed it to constrict. The ring tightened, its edges biting into the leather. The dummy groaned, the sound of compressed sand and stressed stitching echoing in the quiet hall. The leather began to smoke, the seams straining, threatening to burst. This at least he could do. This was raw, direct power, lost in his concentration. In the satisfying feeling of imposing his will on the physical world, he didn't hear the soft, almost imperceptible footfalls approaching from the shadows at the edge of the hall. An interesting application of pressure. The voice, cool, crisp, and unervingly close, made Lloyd jump. He lost his focus instantly. The constricting ring around the dummy vanished. The pressure released. He spun around, his heart hammering, his black ring eyes still blazing, instinctively identifying the source of the sound as a potential threat. It was Rosa. She stood there, a few paces away, a silent shadow against the moonlit stones. She was dressed not in her usual elegant gowns, but in the same stark, practical black training leather she had worn the last time he'd encountered her here. Her face, unveiled, was a pale, exquisite oval in the dim light, her expression, as always, unreadable, but her obsidian eyes held a sharp, analytical curiosity as they flickered from the groaning, slightly misshapen practice dummy to Lloyd's still glowing, demonic-looking eyes, and then back again. "My apologies," she said, her voice a calm, level monotone that held no trace of apology whatsoever. "I did not mean to disturb your practice." Lloyd let out a slow, shaky breath, consciously willing the black ring eyes to recede, the transformation fading, leaving his own familiar dark eyes in their place. "Rosa," he managed, his voice slightly hoarse. "I didn't hear you approach." "Clearly," she replied, a statement of fact, not a judgment. She took a step closer, her gaze still fixed on the damaged practice dummy. "That ring, it was not Ferrum steel, it was pure energy. Your mother's power." "You recognized it," Lloyd stated, a slight surprise in his voice. "I am not blind, Lloyd," she retorted, her tone cool. "I witnessed her lesson the other day. It was informative." She looked at him then, her obsidian eyes probing, analytical. "The incident in the square, the allergy, the conspiracy that I heard the resolution from my handmaiden." She paused. "It was a clever trap, well executed." "Thank you," Lloyd said, a little taken aback by the unexpected, if clinical, compliment. "I had good advisors." "Indeed," Rosa murmured, though her eyes suggested she suspected the core strategy had been his. She fell silent for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the ruined floor of the training hall, then back to him. The silence stretched, not awkward this time, but thoughtful, charged with unspoken questions. Then she spoke again, her voice low, almost musing, as if thinking aloud. "The Washermen's Guild, the bathhouse owners, they're small fish." Lloyd, desperate, foolish, but ultimately insignificant. Her obsidian eyes met his in the gloom, and for the first time he saw not just icy indifference, not just analytical curiosity, but a flicker of something else, a shared understanding that a warrior's cold, hard, pragmatic logic. "No common guild master," she stated, her voice a quiet, chilling certainty, "no matter how desperate, would dare to move so openly, so publicly, against a venture backed by the Archduke, not without encouragement, not without the tacit approval, the hidden backing of someone far more powerful, someone who wished to see your enterprise fail, to see you humiliated, but who was clever enough to use these pathetic merchants as their disposable pawns." She looked at him, her gaze sharp, intelligent, utterly uncompromising. "Someone else is behind them, Lloyd. Someone is pulling the strings from the shadows." Lloyd stared at her, a profound, almost startling sense of connection flashing between them. She saw it. She saw the same thing he did. She had looked at the situation not with emotion, not with outrage, but with the cold, hard eyes of a strategist, and she had seen the deeper, hidden game at play. She understood that this wasn't just about a few disgruntled merchants. This was about their true enemies. The ones who lurked in the shadows. Rubel, the Altamira's, the ghost from his past. He didn't need to. Explained he didn't need to convince her. She had reached the same logical, terrifying conclusion on her own. "I know," he said finally, his voice a quiet, grim acknowledgement. And for a long moment, they simply stood there in the ruined, moonlit training hall, enveloped in a shared, unspoken understanding. The awkward heir and the ice princess, the soapmaker and the sword maiden, two strangers, bound by a contract, separated by a universe of silence and secrets. But in that moment, they were something else. They were two strategists, two warriors, acknowledging the presence of a hidden, common, and very, very dangerous enemy. The silence between them was no longer one of distance. It was one of shared, cold, calculating resolve. The next day, the air in the elixir manufactory's main office was thick with the scent of ambition and freshly brewed, surprisingly decent tea, a Tisha-mandated improvement. The 8 former conspirators, now the charter members of the Aura Distribution Partnership, sat on one side of a long oak table, their faces a mixture of anxious hope and profound, almost fearful, respect. They looked less like disgraced merchants and more like converts at their first sermon, waiting for a prophet to reveal the path to salvation. On the other side of the table sat the formidable board of Ferrum's cleansing elixirs. Lloyd, at the head, projected a quiet, confident authority that was a world away from the awkward youth they had conspired against. His right sat Mei Jing, her face a mask of cool, professional efficiency, a stack of freshly drafted partnership deeds before her. His left sat Tisha, her warm, empathetic smile a disarming counterpoint to Mei Jing's sharp intensity. And behind them, like silent, imposing pillars of expertise, stood Master Elmsworth and Grand Master Grimaldi, their presence lending an almost academic gravity to the proceedings. Jasmine, looking nervous but proud, stood by a side table, holding a slate board and a piece of charcoal, ready to take minutes. It was a setup unlike any they had ever encountered. This wasn't a noble's audience chamber, where one knelt and begged for favor. This felt different. It felt like a corporate board meeting, that a concept for which they had no name, but whose intimidating, professional atmosphere they understood instinctively. Lloyd let the silence stretch for a moment, allowing the weight of the new dynamic to settle. He surveyed the anxious faces before him. Marcus, the bathhouse owner, was practically wringing his hands. The old washerman's guild master looked as if he might faint. "Gentlemen," Lloyd began, his voice calm, level, devoid of any hint of triumph or recrimination. "Thank you for coming. Yesterday, we discussed the circumstances that led to our recent misunderstanding." The understatement was so profound it was almost comical, and a few of the men flinched. "Today, we put that behind us. Today, we discuss the future, our shared future." He gestured to Mei Jing, who began to speak, her voice crisp and clear. "As Lord Lloyd has so generously offered, you're to be our first, and for the time being, our only official service and distribution partners for the Aura brand within the capital. This is a position of immense potential profit, but it also comes with responsibilities." She slid one of the elegant oaken steel dispensers to the center of the table. It gleamed under the light, a symbol of the luxury they were all now chasing. "First, let us establish the baseline, the value." She looked at them, her dark eyes sharp, analytical. "The retail price for our Royal Rosemary Elixir, housed in this standard dispenser, has been set. It is a premium product, a symbol of status. As such, its price reflects its exclusivity." She paused, then delivered the number with a flat, unapologetic finality that made several of the men gasp. 5 gold coins. Chapter 324. A wave of despair washed over the 8 men. 5 gold coins. It was a staggering sum, a price far beyond the reach of any commoner, a significant indulgence even for a wealthy merchant. They had thought this was a lifeline. Now it felt like a cruel joke. How could they possibly build a business on a product so expensive? They could never afford to buy it in sufficient quantity to stock their establishments, let alone sell it at a profit. Marcus, the bathhouse owner, found his voice, a desperate, pleading squeak. "My lord, Lady Mei Jing, 5 gold coins? Per bottle? It is an impossible sum. We could never afford to purchase enough to make it a viable service. Our clients, they would scoff at such a price for a simple wash." The other men murmured in frantic agreement, their newfound hope crumbling into familiar, bitter despair. Lloyd listened to their panicked protests, a faint, almost pitying smile touching his lips. He let their despair build for a moment, then held up a hand, instantly commanding silence. "You misunderstand the model, Master Marcus," Lloyd said gently. "As I said yesterday, you are not our competition. You are our partners, and as such," his smile widened, "you will not be paying retail." The 8 merchants stared at Lloyd, a fragile, desperate hope flickering anew in their eyes. Not retail? What did that even mean? Commerce, in their experience, was a simple, brutal equation. You bought a product for one price, and you sold it for a slightly higher one. The idea of a partner's rate was a foreign, almost alien, concept. Lloyd leaned forward, adopting the patient, instructive tone of a professor explaining a new, revolutionary theory to a class of eager, if slightly slow, students. "You are correct, Master Marcus. Selling a 5 gold coin wash to your average client would be difficult. It is not a sustainable model for a service-based business like yours." He picked up the dispenser, turning it over in his hands. "But," he continued, his voice dropping, drawing them in, "you are not retailers. You are not simply selling a bottle of soap. You are selling an experience at a taste of luxury. And for that, the model must be different." He looked at Mei Jing, who took over seamlessly, her voice a sharp, clear counterpoint to Lloyd's more philosophical tone. "Let us discuss the terms of our partnership, gentlemen," she said, her dark eyes sweeping over their anxious faces. "The 5 gold coin price is the established retail value. The price a noble might pay if they were, by some miracle, able to purchase a dispenser directly. It establishes the brand value. It sets the anchor for its prestige. but it is not your price. She slid a piece of parchment across the table, a neatly written proposal penned in Alaric's meticulous script. As our exclusive service partners, you will be able to purchase the initial filled dispenser for your establishments at a preferential rate of 4 gold coins. A low murmur went through the men. 4 gold. Still a massive sum, but a discount nonetheless that a significant one. This initial purchase, Mei Jing continued, is your investment. It is the cost of entry into the Aura partnership. It allows you to display the iconic dispenser to signal to your clients that you are a purveyor of the highest quality. She paused, then delivered the true masterstroke of Lloyd's plan. But you will not be selling this dispenser. You will be selling what is inside it, and the cost for you to replenish that precious elixir will be significantly lower. She tapped another line on the parchment. Subsequent refills of the Royal Rosemary elixir, a volume equivalent to the full dispenser, will be available to you, our partners, for a cost of only 80 silver coins. The room fell silent as the 8 men processed the numbers, their minds, so accustomed to simple markups, struggling to grasp the new, revolutionary model being presented. 80 silver. Less than 1 gold coin. For a product with an established retail value of 5, the potential profit margin was promising. Tisha, who had been standing silently by the wall, stepped forward, her warm, empathetic smile putting the confused merchants at ease. "Perhaps I can illustrate, my lords," she said, her voice clear and practical. She addressed Marcus directly. "Master Marcus, how many clients visit your bathhouse on an average day?" "50, perhaps 60 on a good day," he stammered. "And what if," Tisha continued, her hazel eyes twinkling, "you could offer each of those 60 clients a new, exclusive service, the Aura Experience? A single, perfect, fragrant pump of the Royal Rosemary elixir to use at the end of their bath, at a taste of how the Duchess herself cleanses her skin." She did a quick calculation on the slate board Jasmine held up. "Your cost for a full refill is 80 silver coins. Ensure modest but fair profit. Let us say you aim to generate 100 silver coins in total revenue from that single refill." She wrote the numbers down, her charcoal stick scratching neatly. "If you charge your clients a mere 5 silver coins for this single, luxurious application, a small indulgence for a man of means, you would need to serve only 20 clients to reach your revenue target." She drew a circle around the number 20. This means from a single refill bottle, you can provide 20 generous applications of the elixir. She underlined the final calculation. "Your cost, 80 silver. Your revenue, 100 silver. Your net profit, Master Marcus, from a single refill bottle is a respectable 20 silver coins." She paused, letting the number sink in. "It is not a vast fortune on a single bottle, no. But consider the volume. You serve 60 clients a day. That is 3 bottles sold for a daily profit of 60 silver from this service alone. And what are the new clients who will come just to try the fabled elixir? Your foot traffic will increase, and with it, your profits from all your other services." The 8 men stared at the slate board, their eyes wide with dawning, avaricious comprehension. The model wasn't about making a killing on a single sale. It was about volume, about attracting customers, about using a luxury product as a loss leader to drive their core business. That it was a subtle, sophisticated model that promised steady, sustainable growth. They weren't just partners. They were being taught a new way to think about business. The old washerman's guild master looked up, a new, almost desperate hope in his eyes. And for us, my lady, the laundry powder, the radiance? A similar principle will apply. Master Theron, Mei Jing replied smoothly. "We will develop different grades than a standard powder, sold to you at a bulk discount, allowing you to improve your service and increase your profits, and a premium silk and fabric formulation, which you can offer as an exclusive, high-cost treatment for the most delicate and noble linens. The details will be finalized once the product is perfected, but rest assured, her eyes held a promise of immense, shared profit. The model will be mutually beneficial." The despair that had filled the room just moments before had evaporated, replaced by a feverish, almost giddy excitement. They were not being punished. They were being recruited into the most exciting, most profitable, most revolutionary enterprise the city had ever seen. The fear was gone, replaced by the pure, unadulterated, beautiful scent of gold. The office of the elixir manufactory buzzed with the energy of a gold rush. The 8 merchants, their faces flushed with a mixture of relief and avaricious glee, were practically vibrating in their seats. The business model Lloyd and Mei Jing had presented was not just a lifeline. It was a treasure map, and they had just been handed a shovel. 20 silver in profit per bottle. Marcus, the bathhouse owner, muttered to himself, his eyes wide with a kind of holy reverence. "If I serve 200 clients a day during the festival week, that's 10 bottles. 200 silver profit a day. I could. I could retile the entire main bath in marble from the Southern Isles. I could. Gentlemen, Lloyd's calm voice cut through their burgeoning fantasies of wealth, instantly recapturing their attention as he held up a single, slender hand. I am gratified by your enthusiasm. It confirms my belief that this partnership will indeed be, as Lady Mei Jing so elegantly put it, mutually beneficial. He offered a small, almost clinical smile. However, true partnership, is built not just on profit but on trust, and trust, his voice gained a subtle edge of steel, is maintained through clarity, through rules. The merchant's excited expressions sobered slightly. The initial, giddy rush of relief was being tempered by the cold, hard reality of a business negotiation. This wasn't a gift. It was a contract. Chapter 326. Jasmine, Lloyd said, nodding to his forewoman. Jasmine, her own nervousness now replaced by quiet, professional competence, stepped forward. She moved along the table, placing a thick, beautifully prepared vellum document before each of the 8 that it was the formal partnership deed, drafted by Master Elmsworth, refined by Mei Jing, and reviewed by Lloyd himself. The Aura logo, the elegant swirl, was embossed at the top, a silent reminder of the brand they were all now a part of. This, Lloyd stated, gesturing to the documents, is the foundation of our partnership. The terms of our clean future together. I suggest you read it carefully, but allow me to outline the 4 core, non-negotiable pillars upon which this entire enterprise will be built. He began to pace slowly before them, his hands clasped behind his back, adopting the mien of a commander laying out the rules of engagement to his new officers. Pillar the first, brand integrity. He stopped, his gaze sweeping over them. You are now the public face of Aura. Your establishments will be the primary, exclusive venues where the public can experience our elixir. As such, your presentation must be flawless. Each of you will be provided with, he nodded to Mei Jing, promotional materials, small, elegant placards of polished wood and bronze, bearing the Aura logo and a simple, tasteful description of the product. These are to be displayed prominently, respectfully, near the point of service. The Aura brand must be associated with quality, cleanliness, and refinement at all times. There will be no hand-scrawled signs advertising Lloyd Ferrum's miracle soap, 5 silver a squirt. Is that understood? The men nodded eagerly, a few of them looking slightly abashed at the thought of the very signs they had probably been mentally composing. Pillar the second, financial responsibility. Lloyd's voice became sharper, more businesslike. Our terms of payment are simple, and they are absolute. You will pay for all goods, be they initial dispensers or subsequent refills, on a 30-day cycle from the date of delivery. Not 31 days. Not 35.30. Master Elmsworth will be overseeing the accounts with an eye for detail that is, I assure you, both legendary and utterly unforgiving. Timely payment builds trust. Late payment erodes it, and we have very little tolerance for erosion. Pillar the third, exclusivity and price control. He paused, letting the weight of this next point sink in. The Aura elixir you purchase from us is for service provision within your establishments only. You're not retailers. You will not, under any circumstances, resell sealed refill bottles or filled dispensers to your clients, no matter how much gold they offer you. The moment our product leaves your establishment in a sealed container, our brand control is lost. Its value, which is built on carefully managed scarcity and a controlled experience, is diluted. His eyes narrowed. This condition is absolute. Any partner found to be engaging in unauthorized resale will have their contract terminated. Immediately and permanently. That we control the supply, that we control the brand. You control the service. The lines are cleared. Do not cross them. The men shifted uncomfortably, the easy profits from a potential black market vanishing before their eyes. They understood the threat that it was absolute. In pillar the fourth, Lloyd concluded, his tone softening slightly, quality assurance, that we are building a reputation for unparalleled quality. That reputation is our most valuable asset. Protect it. You will agree to monthly, unannounced quality control audits. My team. He gestured to Lyra and Alaric, who observed from a corner, looking deeply intimidating in their serious alchemist robes. Will visit your establishments. They will test the elixir you're serving to ensure it has not been diluted or adulterated. They will inspect the cleanliness of your dispensers. This is not about a lack of trust in you. Gentlemen. It is about an absolute commitment to our customer. Every single person who experiences Aura must experience the perfect, authentic product. Anything less is unacceptable. The 4 pillars hung in the air: presentation, punctuality, exclusivity, and quality. They were strict, uncompromising, But they were also fair. They were the rules of a serious professional enterprise. The old Washerman's Guild master, Theron, looked up, his face etched with a new kind of worry. "My lord," he began, his voice hesitant. "These terms, they're strict, but they are just that we will abide by them. But the initial investment, the first shipment of dispensers for the bathhouses, the first sacks of radiance for us, when it is ready to IT, is a significant outlay of capital. Many of us, after the recent fines," he trailed off, a flush of shame on his face, "our coffers are not what they once were." He swallowed hard, then asked a question that was clearly on every man's mind. "Is it possible, my lord, could we receive the first shipment, on credit, to be paid for from our initial profits? It is an unorthodox request. I know. The standard is always payment up front." The room fell silent. That IT was indeed an audacious request in the hard-nosed world of Riverian commerce. Credit was a privilege extended only to the most trusted, long-standing partners. TO asked for it at the very inception of a new, high-risk partnership, especially from a group who had so recently proven themselves untrustworthy. It was almost unthinkable. Mei Jing's expression tightened fractionally. Her merchant's instinct screamed against the risk. Elmsworth began to frown, already calculating the potential impact on their cash flow. But Lloyd didn't hesitate. That he looked at the 8 anxious, hopeful, terrified faces that he saw, not the conspirators of yesterday, but the partners of tomorrow. That he remembered his own pitch to them, the promise of a new future. And he remembered his father's words: trust, assurance, that a shield. "Yes," Lloyd said, the single word cutting through the tense silence with the force of a royal decree. The 8 men stared at him, stunned. "Yes," Lloyd repeated, a slow, confident smile spreading across his face. "Trust, gentlemen, is the foundation of this partnership. You have placed your trust in my vision, and I," he declared, his gaze sweeping over them, "will place my trust in you." He looked at Mei Jing, whose eyes were wide with a flicker of surprise, almost reluctant, admiration at his bold, unorthodox move. "The first shipment, for all founding partners, will be extended on a 30-day line of credit, and payment up front." He let the implications sink in that he wasn't just offering them a deal. He was offering them faith, that a clean slate, a true partnership. He had cemented their loyalty not with threats, not with contracts, but with a simple, powerful, and in their world, almost unheard of act of trust. The foundation of his empire was no longer just soap and gold. At IT was now forged in the even stronger, more resilient alloy of mutual, vested interest. The Aura distribution network was born, the signing of the partnership. Deeds was less a legal formality and more a sacred, almost tearful, ritual. The 8 merchants, their faces a mixture of profound relief and fervent, almost worshipful, gratitude, affixed their signatures to the vellum with hands that trembled slightly. They were no longer disgraced conspirators awaiting ruin. They were the founding distributors of the most exciting commercial enterprise in a generation. Their loyalty to Lloyd Ferrum, bought not just with the promise of profit, but with an unprecedented act of trust, was now absolute, unshakable. In the days that followed, the transformation at the factory gate was nothing short of miraculous. The chaotic, angry mob was gone. In its place was an orderly, 3-tiered system managed with the cheerful, indomitable efficiency of Tisha. A discreet side entrance was established for the patrons' list appointments, where liveried servants from noble houses could collect their orders in quiet, dignified privacy. The main gate was now the domain of the Merchants Guild list, a long but remarkably polite queue of traders and artisans, their patience bolstered by the regular appearance of Tisha with trays of honeycakes and warm, friendly reassurances. Chapter 328, but it was the citizens' lottery that became a true stroke of genius. Each midday, Tisha would stand on a small platform, a large wooden lottery drum beside her, and the crowd of commoners gathered outside the gate would fall into a hushed, expectant silence. The drawing of the 10 lucky names was a daily spectacle, filled with gasps of disappointment and shrieks of pure, unadulterated joy. The winners were treated like royalty for an hour, escorted into a special reception area, their hands cleansed with the fabled elixir, and then presented with the opportunity to purchase their single, precious dispenser. They would emerge, clutching their prize, often weeping with joy, their success a tangible, powerful symbol to the waiting crowd. It could be you. Next, the Aura brand wasn't just a luxury. It was a dream, a lottery ticket to a better, cleaner, more fragrant life. The gold poured in. The ledgers filled, the manufactory hummed, and Lloyd's system coin balance, the true, secret engine of his ambition, climbed steadily to IT was in the midst of this whirlwind of success as he stood alone in his quiet study late one night, reviewing the latest, almost unbelievable sales projections from Mei Jing that the system chose to reward his efforts today. Familiar, satisfying chime echoed in his mind. System notification, business initiative, or a distribution partnership assessed. Analysis, user successfully transformed a hostile commercial threat into a loyal, multi-tiered distribution network. User demonstrated advanced understanding of economic leverage, psychological marketing, and strategic trust building. The Citizens Lottery initiative is noted as a particularly effective tool for public sentiment management. Conclusion: a masterful display of turning crisis into opportunity. The foundation of the commercial empire is now secure and expanding rapidly. Bonus reward issued: 100 system coins SC. Current system coins: 1410, previous, plus 100 reward, equals 1,510 SC. 1,510, the number was a beautiful, solid, reassuring fortress. He had done it. He had built his engine, fueled it, and now it was running under its own powerful steam, generating the very resources he needed to face the other, darker challenges that awaited him. That he felt a profound sense of peace settle over him. A quiet satisfaction that was deeper than any adrenaline rush from the tournament or the shock of his power awakenings. This was real. This was he had built it. He leaned back in his chair, the weight of the world feeling, for the first time in a long while, manageable, that he had resources, that he had a loyal team, that he had a powerful, ascended spirit partner in Fong Fairy. And he had a growing arsenal of his own unique, potent abilities, that he now faced a choice, that a wonderful, powerful, almost overwhelming choice. What to do with the coins. He focused on the system interface, the options glowing before him in the quiet darkness of his study. Option 1. Spirit Ascension, Fong Fairy. Cost: 1,000 SC to transcend stage. This was the most direct path to a massive power boost. A transcended spirit was an order of magnitude more powerful than an ascended one. IT would grant Fong Fairy the ability to speak, to think with even greater complexity, and would likely unlock even more devastating lightning abilities. That IT would also, in turn, significantly enhance his own energy reserves, and his ability to channel her power to IT was a safe, powerful, logical choice. Option 2. Unlock Bloodline Skill Tree. Cost: 50 SC, initial access. This was the path of mystery, of potential. His black ring eyes were a potent, terrifying weapon, but he knew he had barely scratched the surface of their true capabilities. The system had hinted at spatial manipulation, at energy redirection. What other secrets did the Austin lineage hold? Unlocking the skill tree would give him a roadmap, a path to true mastery of this strange, new-powered IT. Was cheaper, but the rewards were unknown, the path longer. Option 3. Purchase a new spirit. Cost: 100 SC, base spirit, plus customization fees. This was the path of diversification. Fong Fairy was a powerhouse of lightning and speed. But what about other elements? A fire spirit for raw destructive power, an earth spirit for defense, a water spirit for healing and control. A second spirit would make him more versatile, less predictable. But it would be another mouth to feed, another power to train and ascend. Dividing his resources and his focus, he sat there for a long time, the three options shimmering in his mind, each one a branching path leading to a different kind of future, a different kind of power. He weighed the pros and cons, the strategist, the engineer, the soldier, all debating within him. Finally, a decision began to form, that a decision born not just of logic, but of a quiet, nagging feeling that had been at the back of his mind since Gala Forest, a feeling that he was missing a piece of the puzzle, that a feeling that his current arsenal, however powerful, was incomplete. That he thought of Faria Krutz, of her desperate quest, of the complex alchemical properties of the dark vein flower. He thought of his own burgeoning interest in alchemy, of Grimaldi's lab, of the fine art of distillation and infusion. That he thought of the battlefield, not just of overwhelming force, but of strategy, of support, of the subtle arts that turn the tide of a war. That he needed more than just a hammer, that he needed a scalpel, that he needed more than just a soldier. He needed a scientist, that a partner who could analyze, who could create, who could understand the very building blocks of this new world in a way he, with his earth-based knowledge, could not. A slow smile spread across his face. The choice was made. IT was a gamble, an unorthodox one. But it felt right that he was about to access the system. To make his purchase when there was a soft, polite knock on his study door. "My lord," a maid's voice called out, hesitant, almost fearful of disturbing him at this late hour. "Apologies for the intrusion, but a visitor has arrived at the main gate. She insists on seeing you. Urgently. Lloyd frowned at a visitor. At this hour? Who is it? She gave her name as Lady Faria Crutz, my lord. The maid replied, her voice filled with awed disbelief. Lloyd's expression shifted, a slow, knowing smile replacing the frown. Ah, he murmured, a sense of perfect, almost cosmic, timing settling over him. Finally, she has arrived. He turned to the maid, his voice calm and clear. I've been expecting her. I sent her an invitation a few days ago. Show her to my study at the manufactory at once. His quiet, contemplative evening had just been, as was becoming increasingly common in his life, productively, strategically, interrupted. He stood up, a sense of grim purpose settling over him. It was time to call in a favor, and to recruit a new, very different kind of ally. The manufactory study, usually a place of quiet industry, felt charged with a new, potent energy. The scent of rosemary and almond was overlaid with the fainter, more exotic perfume of southern silks and the faint, lingering aroma of road dust. Lady Faria Crutz sat in the chair opposite Lloyd's desk, her weariness from the journey evident but overshadowed by a fierce, focused intensity. She had come as he had requested, her arrival a testament to the weight of the life debt she now owed him. Lord Ferrum, she began, her voice low but firm, having dispensed with the initial pleasantries. Your message was cryptic. IT spoke of a commission of unparalleled importance and a debt of honor. I am here. As I said I would be. Now, explain yourself. What is this urgent matter that required me to travel 2 days with all haste? Lady Faria, Lloyd greeted her, gesturing for Jasmine to pour her a glass of chilled fruit nectar, which Faria accepted with a grateful nod. Thank you for coming so promptly. And again, my condolences and best wishes for your brother's swift recovery. I trust the dark vein flower is proving effective. A flicker of raw emotion, a mixture of hope and pain, crossed Faria's face. The alchemists are working, she said, her voice tight. They have begun the distillation process. IT is as potent as the legends claimed. They are optimistic for the first time in years. She looked at him, her gaze direct, unwavering, and filled with a gratitude so profound it was almost a physical force. And that, Lord Ferrum, is a debt I can never truly repay, which is why I am here. House Crutz honors its debts. Name your reward. Gold. Land at a favorable trade agreement. Within the bounds of our power, it is yours. It was a tempting offer. More gold meant more system coins, a faster path to power. But Lloyd, the 80-year-old strategist, saw a different kind of opportunity. Gold was a finite resource, that a favor from a powerful southern marquis, a debt of honor. That was an asset of incalculable, enduring value. This was his moment. Chapter 330. He leaned forward, a slow, conspiratorial smile spreading across his face. Lady Faria, he began, his voice dropping, taking on the tone of a visionary proposing a radical new venture. I have no need of your gold or your land, but you do possess something I required, a skill and a talent that is, in its own way, as rare and potent as the flower you sought. Faria's eyebrow arched in surprise. My talent, my lord? You speak of my painting? I speak of your art, Lloyd corrected gently. And I have a proposal for you, an unorthodox one. I grant you a commission of sorts, but not a standard portrait, not a landscape. That I wish to create a new kind of art, that a piece not for private appreciation, but for public persuasion. He saw the confusion in her amethyst eyes and pressed on, his own excitement for the audacious idea building. I am launching a brand, Lady Faria, Aura. You have seen its first product. He gestured vaguely, as if the dispenser were there. But a product is just an object, that a brand is a story, an idea. And I need a way to tell that story to everyone instantly without a single word, and I need an advertisement. Advertisement? Faria repeated the word, foreign and strange on her tongue. A form of mass communication, Lloyd explained, his mind drawing on a lifetime of being bombarded by commercials, billboards, print ads. A piece of public art with a single, clear, persuasive purpose. Create desire. Tell a story so compelling that anyone who sees it immediately understands the value, the promise of the product. He began to paint a picture for her with his words, his voice filled with the passion of a creator. I envision a painting, Lady Faria, a large canvas, to be displayed in the most prominent locations in the capital. The Merchants Guild Hall, the entrance to the royal court, perhaps even commissioned as a mural on a public square, that a painting that tells the story of Aura's transformative power. He leaned closer, his eyes gleaming. Imagine it, a single canvas, divided on one side a woman. Her skin is dull, rough, chafed from the harsh light soaps of our world. Her expression is one of weary resignation. The background is dim, gray, lifeless. IT is a world of mundane, painful necessity. And on the other side, he continued, his voice rising with enthusiasm. The same woman, but transformed. She is using our aura elixir. And her skin, it is luminous, radiant, smooth as polished silk. Her expression is one of serene, confident joy. The background is filled with light, with vibrant color, with life. That IT is a world of effortless, fragrant, luxurious refinement. He looked at her, his vision sharp and clear. It is a before and after, a visual testament that IT requires no words, that IT requires no explanation. Any person, from a duchess to a dustman, who looks upon it will understand the message instantly. This product, it will transform you. To IT will elevate you. To IT will take you from the gray world of necessity to the vibrant world of luxury. That IT is not just a painting. Lady Faria, IT is a promise, a silent, irresistible, incredibly persuasive advertisement. Faria stared at him, her earlier weariness completely gone, replaced by a look of stunned, almost rapt, fascination. The artist in her, the woman who understood the power of color, of composition, of emotion conveyed through a brushstroke, was grappling with this radical, almost profane, new concept. Art, not for beauty's sake, not for the glory of the ancestors or the capturing of a fleeting moment, but as a tool, that a tool of commerce, that a tool of mass communication. That IT was audacious, that IT was unorthodox, that IT was brilliant. You want me to paint an advertisement? She breathed, the words still feeling strange. I want you to help me create a new art form. Lloyd corrected, his smile widening. To be a pioneer, use your immense talent, not just to capture beauty, but to create desire on a massive scale. IT is a challenge. I know that IT is unconventional. IT may even be seen as crass by the traditional art academies. He paused, then played his final card, a challenge to her own fierce, competitive spirit. But it is also new, groundbreaking. A way to touch the lives, the aspirations of thousands of people in a way no portrait hanging in a dusty noble's hall ever could. IT is a chance to be a part of a revolution. Faria, a very clean, very fragrant, and very, very profitable revolution. He leaned back, his proposal laid bare. He was asking her to lend her name, her reputation, her very real talent, to his bizarre commercial enterprise. He was asking her to paint soap. Faria was silent for a long, long moment. She looked at him, at the fire in his eyes, the absolute conviction in his voice. She thought of the life he had saved, the hope he had given her family, and she thought of the sheer, insane, wonderful audacity of the idea itself. Blend high art with common commerce, to create a masterpiece with a purpose so nakedly persuasive. It was a challenge that was both terrifying and utterly, completely, irresistible to her competitive, artistic soul. That a slow, brilliant smile spread across her face, chasing away the last of the shadows from her eyes. Lord Ferrum, she said, her voice filled with a new, vibrant energy, a shared spark of audacious creation. Even if I did not owe you a debt that could never be repaid, even if you hadn't saved my life and the hope of my family, I would do this. By the ancestors, I would do this purely for the magnificent, unprecedented, wonderfully vulgar, artistic challenge of it all. She stood up, her weariness forgotten, her eyes blazing with a familiar, creative fire. Where do we begin? And what is our color palette? I'm thinking a lot of luminous pearlescent white. The artist had been enlisted. The revolutionary advertisement was about to be born. The very next morning, a secluded garden pavilion on the eastern edge of the Ferrum estate, a place usually reserved for the Duchess's quiet embroidery sessions or the occasional, discreet romantic tryst between visiting nobles, was requisitioned and transformed. The delicate silk cushions and low tea tables were whisked away, replaced by sturdy wooden easels, stacks of large, pristine canvases, and a chaotic, colorful array of artist materials. The air, usually fragrant with jasmine and polite conversation, was now thick with the sharp, earthy scents of linseed oil, turpentine, and freshly ground pigments. IT had become a studio, a laboratory of art, a war room for their audacious new campaign. The dynamic that formed between Lloyd and Faria was a fascinating, almost alchemical fusion of their two disparate worlds. That IT was not the tentative dance of courtship, nor the stiff formality of two high-born nobles. That IT was the focused, energetic, and occasionally argumentative rapport of two professionals, two creators, utterly absorbed in a shared, groundbreaking project. Faria was in her element. She moved through the makeshift studio with a fluid, confident grace, her practical traveling leathers replaced by a simple, paint-smeared linen smock thrown over her tunic. The fiery, competitive noblewoman of the tournament, the haunted sister from Gala Forest. Both were gone, replaced by the artist. Her amethyst eyes shone with a focused, almost obsessive, intensity as she directed the servants Ken had discreetly provided, instructing them on the precise grinding of pigments. Lapis lazuli for the deepest blues, malachite for vibrant greens, cinnabar for the richest reds. She was a master of the classical tradition, her knowledge encyclopedic. "The underpainting must be done in earth tones, Lloyd," she would declare, her hands a blur as she mixed a perfect shade of raw umber. "It provides depth, a foundation for the light. It is the method of the great masters of the Southern Realist School. It gives the final work a weight, a verisimilitude, that cannot be achieved by simply applying color to a white ground." Lloyd, whose own artistic training consisted of teenage sketching and decades of drafting mechanical blueprints, listened, absorbed, fascinated. He was out of his depth in this world of color theory and classical technique, but he was a quick study, his engineer's mind instantly grasping the logic, the physics behind her artistic principles. "Of course," he would reply, peering at her palette. "The earth tone underpainting creates a mid-tone value from which to build both the highlights and the shadows. That it establishes a more efficient value range than a logical starting point." Faria would blink at his strangely technical, almost clinical assessment of a centuries-old artistic tradition, then laugh, a bright, genuine sound that echoed in the sun-dappled pavilion. "A more efficient value range," she would repeat, shaking her head in amusement. "You speak of beauty as if it were a problem in logistics, Ferrum. But you are not wrong." Their collaboration was a constant, stimulating dialogue between art and science, between emotion and engineering. Faria brought the soul, the tradition, the mastery of the brush. Lloyd brought the perspective, the innovation, the deep, almost subconscious understanding of how to guide a viewer's eye, how to construct a narrative, how to sell an idea. Chapter 332, he would watch her sketch the initial composition, a woman at her bath, as he had envisioned. Faria's initial rendering was beautiful, allegorical, filled with soft light and classical grace. The woman looked like a goddess, the act of bathing a sacred ritual. "It's beautiful, Faria," Lloyd would concede, studying the charcoal sketch. "Truly, but it is not persuasive." He would then take his own piece of graphite, a tool she initially scoffed at as being too hard, too precise for true artistry, and begin to adjust the composition, his movements sharp, clean, economical. "The light source," he would explain, his voice taking on the patient tone of a professor explaining a complex principle. "It should not be diffuse, ethereal. It should be specific. Coming from here." He would sketch a sharp, angled light source to create a high contrast that we need to clearly define. The two halves of the image, the before and the after. He would adjust the woman's posture. She should not be serene in the before section. She should look uncomfortable, her shoulders slightly hunched at a subtle frown that we need to visually communicate the unpleasantness, the harshness of her current reality. He would then focus on the after side. And here, where she is using the aura elixir, her posture should be open, relaxed at a subtle, almost unconscious smile of pure, sensory pleasure. The light should catch the water droplets on her skin, making them glisten like diamonds. The lather should not be just a vague whiteness. It needs texture, volume. The IT should look decadent. Faria, initially resistant to his stark, almost brutally direct storytelling, found herself increasingly swayed by the undeniable logic of his approach. He was thinking not like an artist, but like a storyteller, a propagandist, using the visual language of art to implant a single, powerful idea into the viewer's mind. Their days fell into a comfortable, productive rhythm. They would work for hours in the sunny pavilion, their debates over composition and color palettes lively, passionate, yet always underpinned by a growing, mutual respect. They would break for a simple lunch, brought by a discreet servant, and find themselves talking not just of art, but of other things. Faria, her reserve slowly melting in the face of Lloyd's easy, often self-deprecating humor and his surprisingly vast, if eccentric, knowledge of the world, would speak of her home in the southern reaches, of her frustration with the stifling confines of courtly life, of her deep, abiding love for her ailing brother. Lloyd, in turn, found himself opening up in ways he hadn't with anyone else in this new life. That he couldn't speak of Earth, of course, or of the system, or of the ghost that haunted him. But he could speak of his own feelings of being an outsider, of his fascination with how things worked, of his vision for building something new, something better. He spoke of the elixir manufactory not as a business, but as a grand experiment, a place of innovation and camaraderie. Faria listened, her amethyst eyes thoughtful, her perception of him shifting with every conversation. The drab duckling, the awkward air, the lucky tournament winner. That image was fading, replaced by a portrait of a man of profound intelligence, of hidden depths, of a strange, unconventional, but undeniably brilliant mind. "You are a paradox, Lloyd Ferrum," she said one afternoon, as they cleaned their brushes, her hands stained with a rainbow of pigments. "You possess the power of a warrior, the mind of an engineer, and," she offered a small, wry smile, "the soul of a rather ruthless soap merchant. It is a most perplexing combination." "I contain multitudes, Lady Faria," Lloyd replied with a grin, "and most of them are currently worried about achieving the correct level of pearlescent sheen on a lather bubble." Their easy rapport, their shared laughter, the quiet, intellectual intimacy of their collaboration did not go unnoticed. The garden pavilion, while secluded, was not invisible, and from a high window in the main wing of the estate, a pair of cold, obsidian eyes watched and waited and analyzed. From the tall, arched window of her silent, sun-drenched suite, Rosa Siddick observed the scene in the garden pavilion below. Her vantage point was perfect, offering a clear, unobstructed, and entirely discreet view of the makeshift studio. She stood partially concealed by the heavy velvet drapes, a silent, motionless figure, the thick, ancient tome she had been reading resting, forgotten, on a nearby table. Her veiled face betrayed no emotion, but her obsidian eyes, sharp and analytical, missed nothing. She saw him. Her husband, Lloyd, that he was not the awkward, brooding figure who paced their suite at night, nor the surprisingly ruthless combatant from the tournament, nor the focused, almost manic industrialist she had glimpsed at the manufactory. This was another Lloyd entirely. Relaxed, engaged, laughing, he was leaning over a large canvas, a stick of graphite in his hand, his head bent close to that of the fiery, crimson-violet-haired Southern Marquis's daughter, Faria Crutz. The proximity was easy, familiar, the comfortable closeness of two people utterly absorbed in a shared task. The sunlight slanted through the pavilion, illuminating the dust motes dancing around them, catching the vibrant strands of Faria's hair. The intense, focused expression on Lloyd's face that he would point to something on the canvas, his voice, though inaudible from this distance, clearly animated, enthusiastic. Faria would listen, her amethyst eyes fixed on his, then nod, or shake her head, and launch into an equally passionate, gestured response. Then she saw them laugh, a shared, spontaneous burst of amusement at some private joke, some shared understanding. Faria threw her head back, a soundless peal of delight, and Lloyd grinned, a wide, genuine, unrestrained grin, a flash of white teeth in his handsome face, an expression of such easy, unburdened joy that it was utterly, completely alien to Rosa. She had never seen him smile like that. Not at her. Not at anyone. A new, strange, and deeply unwelcome sensation began to prickle at the edges of Rosa's carefully controlled consciousness. It was an unfamiliar emotion, one her logical mind struggled to categorize, to process. It felt sharp, acidic, a cold, tight knot, forming in the pit of her stomach. "My lady," the quiet, deferential voice of her personal attendant, Layla, broke the silence. The older woman, who had served the Siddick family for decades and whose loyalty to Rosa was absolute, had entered the room silently. Bearing a tray with a pot of chilled herbal tea, Layla's own gaze followed her mistress's, down to the sunlit pavilion, and her usually impassive features tightened with a flicker of distinct, matronly disapproval. "It is unseemly, my lady," Layla murmured, her voice a low, concerned hum. She set the tray down with a soft, almost soundless click. The Archduke's heir, spending his days in such open, familiar proximity with another high-ranking noblewoman, and a woman known for her spirited temperament. People will talk. The servants are already whispering. It could fuel damaging gossip. Layla was right, of course. From a purely political, strategic perspective, Lloyd's behavior was reckless. That it invited speculation. It could be spun by their enemies. The still fuming remnants of Rubel's faction, perhaps, as a sign of instability in the new heir's marriage. A potential crack in the Ferrum-Siddick alliance that it was, by the rigid, unforgiving standards of their society, improper. Rosa should have felt a flicker of annoyance at Lloyd for his carelessness. She should have processed Layla's warning with cool, detached logic, calculating the potential political fallout. She should have, perhaps, even felt a certain grim satisfaction at the prospect of gossip that might further highlight the sham nature of their marriage, reinforcing her own detached position. Instead, the cold, tight knot in her stomach twisted, harder now, sharper. The acidic sensation intensified. She remained silent. Her veiled face betrayed nothing. Her posture was as serene, as motionless, as ever. But her hand, which had been resting on the windowsill, slowly, almost unconsciously, clenched into a fist, her knuckles white, her nails biting in her own palm. She continued to watch the two figures in the pavilion below, her analytical gaze missing nothing. She saw the way Faria's hand brushed against Lloyd's as they both reached for the same pot of pigment. She saw the way he leaned in to murmur something in Faria's ear, the easy intimacy of the gesture. She saw the way Faria's amethyst eyes seemed to sparkle when she looked at him. Her internal monologue, usually a calm, logical stream of data analysis, was now a chaotic, unfamiliar jumble of conflicting, highly illogical observations. Subject Lloyd Ferrum exhibiting previously unobserved levels of social ease and positive emotional expression. Stimulus. Proximity to Lady Faria Crutz. Contrast with behavior. My presence is significant. Lady Faria's demeanor is similarly altered. The aggressive, competitive fire displayed at the summit is replaced by collaborative enthusiasm, shared amusement, frequent, close proximity, physical interaction. Hypothesis. The shared artistic project is acting as a catalyst for a personal bond, a bond that exceeds the parameters of standard noble collaboration. And then, a new, intrusive, and utterly irrational data point, a feeling, not a fact, inserted itself with the force of a physical blow. This is unacceptable. Chapter 334. Why? Her logical mind demanded. Why is this unacceptable? It has no direct bearing on my own objectives. Why cultivation is unaffected. Why political position, while nominally tied to his, is secure. His personal associations are strategically irrelevant to my long-term goals. Why this visceral, negative, physiological, and emotional response? She couldn't answer. The cold, tight knot twisted again, a feeling akin to something she had read about in poetry, in tales of tragic heroines and spurned queens, that a feeling her own mother had tried to describe her once a long time ago, before the illness, a feeling Rosa had dismissed then as illogical, inefficient, a weakness of the spirit. Jealousy? The word itself felt alien, absurd. She, Rosa Siddick, jealous? Of him? The awkward, sofa-dwelling lout who had blundered into her life, who smelled faintly of soap, who asked monumentally stupid questions about babies. It was impossible to defied all logic, and yet the feeling was there, cold, sharp, undeniable, that a proprietary anger, that a sense of something, hers being appreciated, enjoyed by someone else, the feeling she had never experienced before and did not, in any way, understand or welcome. She continued to watch, her grip on her own composure tightening as she felt the unfamiliar, unwelcome emotion churning within her. Her silence was no longer serene. It was a fortress, desperately holding back a confusing, chaotic, and deeply, profoundly unsettling new siege from within. She was the Ice Princess, and her own personal glacier, for the first time in her life, was showing the faintest, most terrifying signs of a thought. The garden pavilion had become a crucible of creativity, the air thick with the scent of linseed oil and the fervent, often clashing, energies of its two occupants. The initial, easy collaboration between Lloyd and Faria had evolved into a spirited, passionate, and occasionally quite loud debate. Their shared project had become a battlefield of artistic philosophies, a clash between the classical traditions of Riverio and the stark, persuasive pragmatism of a world Faria couldn't even imagine. No, Lloyd, absolutely not, Faria declared, her voice ringing with the passion of a true believer defending her faith. She stood before the large canvas, a dab of crimson paint on her cheek like a warrior's mark, her amethyst eyes blazing with artistic indignation. She gestured with her paintbrush at the charcoal sketch they had been arguing over for the better part of the morning. It is vulgar. It is artifice without artistry. You cannot simply draw a line down the middle of a woman and declare one half sad and the other half happy. It lacks subtlety. It lacks grace. It is the work of a sign painter, not an artist. Lloyd, leaning against a stack of empty canvases, his own hand stained with charcoal, sighed a long, weary, but not entirely unamused Saiti felt like he was back on Earth, trying to explain the principles of modern advertising to a particularly stubborn and very talented Renaissance master. Faria, he began, his voice patient, reasonable. I am not suggesting it lacks artistry. Your skill will provide the artistry. I am suggesting it possesses something far more important for our purpose. Clarity. The message must be instant, undeniable, understood by everyone from a duchess to a dustman in the space of a single glance. Art should not be a message to be understood like a public notice. Faria retorted, her paintbrush jabbing at the air for emphasis. Art should be an experience. It should evoke emotion, inspire contemplation, hint at deeper truths. It should not be a diagram for soap. She turned back to the canvas, her own vision clear in her mind. I still maintain that a more allegorical approach is superior. Imagine it, Lloyd, a beautiful, goddess-like figure, perhaps a nymph of the streams, rising from a pool of murky, stagnant water on one side of her. The water is dark, filled with grime. But where she has passed, where she has cleansed herself, the water becomes pure, crystalline, sparkling with light, that it's elegant, it's beautiful. It tells the story through metaphor, through beauty. It's also, Lloyd countered dryly, completely ambiguous. A common farmer looking at your beautiful painting will see a pretty wet lady in a dirty pond. They will admire the artistry, yes, but will they feel a sudden, desperate, undeniable urge to go out and buy our soap? Unlikely. They will be too busy wondering if the nymph is going to catch a chill. Faria shot him a look that could have curdled milk. You have the soul of a merchant, Ferrum, a cold, calculating, soulless merchant. Thank you, Lloyd replied with a cheerful grin. I consider that a compliment of the highest ordered. My goal here is not to hang in a museum for future generations of art critics. To ponder. My goal is to sell an obscene amount of soap to the current generation of people with dirty hands and disposable income. And to do that, he pushed himself off the canvases and walked towards her, taking a fresh stick of charcoal. We need to show the benefit, clearly, directly, unambiguously. He stood beside her, his presence close, focused, their earlier easy camaraderie momentarily forgotten in the heat of their creative clash. Look, he said, his voice softening, becoming more persuasive. He began to sketch on a fresh sheet of parchment, his lines sharp, clean, the movements of an engineer, not an artist. You are thinking about the what? A beautiful woman. I am thinking about the why. Why is she beautiful? Why is she happy? He quickly sketched the two figures that on the left. The before woman, he drew her hunched slightly, her hair dull, her skin, rendered in a few clever cross-hatched lines, looking rough, irritated. He drew a subtle, almost invisible frown on her face, a weariness in her eyes. Beside her, on a rough wooden stool, sat a lumpy, unattractive block of lye soap. This is her reality, Lloyd explained quietly. The daily grind, the harshness, the discomfort. The viewer, especially a female viewer, will recognize this, the chapped hands, the dull skin. They will feel a flicker of sympathy, of recognition. Then, he moved to the right side of the parchment. He sketched the afterwoman. Her posture was open, relaxed, her head tilted back slightly in a silent expression of pure, sensory pleasure. He drew her skin not just clean, but glowing. He used subtle shading to suggest a luminous, healthy radiance. He drew her hair with a soft, vibrant sheen, and her hands were surrounded by a cloud of rich, creamy, impossibly luxurious lather, the texture almost palpable even in the simple charcoal sketch, and on her face a small, serene, secret smile. Beside her, on an elegant marble stand, sat the aura dispenser, its oaken steel form a symbol of the refinement she had achieved. And this, Lloyd murmured, his voice a low, compelling hum, is the promise. This is the why. She is not just clean. She is transformed. She is not just washing. She is indulging in a moment of private, luxurious self-care. The viewer doesn't just see a result. They see an aspiration. They see the feeling they want to feel, the person they want to be. He set the charcoal down. It is not a diagram. Faria.it is a story, a very simple, very powerful, and very, very persuasive human story, from discomfort to pleasure, from mundane to magnificent, all facilitated by a single, revolutionary product. Faria was silent for a long time, her gaze fixed on his rough, but undeniably effective sketch. The artist in her, the purist, still recoiled slightly from the stark, commercial directness of it. It felt manipulative. But the strategist in her, the sharp, intelligent woman who had braved a cursed forest for a desperate cause, could not deny its power. It was simple, that it was direct. And it was. She had to admit, with a grudging, almost infuriated, respect, utterly, undeniably, brilliant. The message was inescapable that IT transcended language. It transcended class, that IT spoke directly to a universal human desire. The desire to feel better, to be better. She looked from the sketch to Lloyd's face, at the quiet, confident conviction in his eyes that he wasn't just a merchant, he was a psychologist and a propagandist. He understood not just how to make things, but how to make people want them. A slow, wry smile, a smile of concession, of defeat, of a new, grudging understanding, touched her lips. "You are a devil, Lloyd Ferrum," she said, her voice a soft, almost admiring whisper. "A clever, persuasive, soap-selling devil." She picked up her own piece of charcoal. "Very well, we will paint your persuasive human story, but," she added, her own artistic pride reasserting itself, "I will make it so beautiful, so filled with light and texture and genuine human emotion, that even the stuffiest old masters at the Academy will be forced to weep at its sheer, vulgar, commercial brilliance." Lloyd grinned, a wide, triumphant grin. The debate was over. The partnership was forged anew in the crucible of a shared revolutionary, artistic vision. "I would expect nothing less, Lady Faria," he said. "Now let's talk about the exact pearlescent quality of that lather." Chapter 336. The creative fire in the garden pavilion burned bright and hot. The days were a blur of intense collaboration, a whirlwind of charcoal dust, vibrant pigments, and spirited, passionate debate. The large canvas, now resting on the central easel, was slowly, painstakingly coming to life under Faria's masterful hand, guided by Lloyd's strategic, almost clinical, vision. The before woman was emerging from the canvas, her skin subtly chafed, her expression a masterpiece of weary resignation. The IT was a partnership that was as productive as it was unexpected, an easy, intellectual camaraderie that felt a world away from the usual, stifling formalities of their class. The IT was during a break in one of these intense sessions that Lloyd found himself needing a specific pigment, a rare cobalt blue that he knew was stored in the estate's main art supply repository, a small, dusty chamber adjoining the grand library. He excused himself from the pavilion, leaving Faria contemplating the precise shade of mundane despair for the background of the before panel, and made his way back towards the main estate building. He was striding through the cavernous, echoing expanse of the main hall, his mind still half occupied with the physics of light refraction on a soap bubble, when a figure stepped from the shadows of a massive stone pillar directly into his path. That IT was Rosa. Lloyd froze mid-stride, his pleasant, art-induced reverie shattering into 1,000 pieces. She stood there, a vision of icy, sapphire-silk perfection, her face, as always, concealed by the delicate, silver-threaded veil. She was a silent, beautiful, and deeply intimidating roadblock. The air around her, Lloyd could have sworn, was several degrees colder than the rest of the hall. The cheerful sunlight slanting through the high windows seemed to dim slightly as it touched her, as if reluctant to intrude upon her personal, portable glacier. "Rosa," he managed, his voice a little too loud in the sudden, heavy silence. He offered a smile that felt strained, unnatural. I was just on my way to the art stores. Faria and we needed more blue." He was babbling. Why was he babbling? Rosa did not respond immediately. Her obsidian eyes, the only part of her face truly visible, swept over him. IT wasn't a casual glance. It was a comprehensive, analytical scan. He felt as if she were taking his inventory, cataloging the charcoal dust on his tunic, the smudge of ultramarine on his cheek, the lingering scent of linseed oil that probably clung to him. "Your art project seems to be progressing," she stated finally. Her voice was the usual flat, cool monotone, yet each word felt like a perfectly polished, perfectly chilled stone dropped into the quiet hall. IT wasn't a question. IT wasn't a pleasantry. IT was an observation to a data point, logged and filed. "It is," Lloyd confirmed, feeling a strange need to defend the project, to justify the time he was spending on it. "Faria is a remarkable talent. Her mastery of color is astounding. That we're making excellent progress on the commission." He was still babbling. "Stop babbling," his internal voice screamed. Rosa tilted her head, a minute, almost imperceptible gesture. "Indeed, Lady Faria's presence at the estate has been noted. She spends a great deal of her time in your company, Lloyd, in the garden pavilion alone." The statement was delivered with the same cool, factual precision she might use to observe that the sun had risen in the east. But beneath the surface, Lloyd felt an undercurrent, a quiet, almost subliminal charge. This wasn't just an observation. It was an accusation, veiled in the thinnest possible veneer of political propriety. The nature of our collaboration requires close proximity, Lloyd explained, his own voice becoming slightly defensive. Art is not created via formal correspondence, and we are hardly alone. There are servants, guards, but the perception, Lloyd, she cut in, her voice still perfectly level, yet somehow sharper. The perception is one of familiarity. The Archduke's heir, recently married, spending his days in a secluded pavilion with a beautiful, unmarried, and notably high-spirited Southern Marquis's daughter. Such things, they fuel gossip. They create political vulnerabilities that it is unseemly, the potential embarrassment to the main line. And to our, she paused, the word hanging in the air, cold and heavy, alliance. She had framed it perfectly, a logical, political concern that a wife reminding her husband of his duty, of the need to maintain appearances for the sake of their houses, that it was unassailable, reasonable, utterly, completely devoid of any personal emotion. But Lloyd, his senses honed by 80 years of observing human nature, by a lifetime of deciphering the unspoken words beneath the spoken ones, heard something else. He saw something else, that in the fractional tightening of her posture, in the way her veiled gaze refused to meet his directly, focusing instead on a point just past his shoulder, in the almost imperceptible clenching of her hands at her sides. This wasn't just about political propriety. This wasn't just about avoiding gossip. This was something else, something personal, something she herself probably didn't even recognize or understand. And in that moment, a reckless, almost suicidal impulse seized him, an urge to push, to prod, to test the boundaries of her icy composure, to see what lay beneath the glacier. He was tired of the silence, of the distance, of the cold, polite fiction of their marriage. He wanted a reaction, a real reaction. He took a step closer, deliberately, calculatedly, breaching the unspoken perimeter she always maintained around herself. The air between them crackled. He could feel the chill emanating from her, a faint, almost invisible shimmer of spirit pressure, a subconscious warning to keep his distance, that he ignored it, that he leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial, almost intimate whisper, that he met her obsidian eyes, which widened almost imperceptibly at his sudden, shocking proximity, and with a slow, deliberate, incredibly reckless smile, he asked the question, "Are you perhaps jealous, my lady wife?" The world stopped. The air in the grand hall, already thick with the weight of her question, seemed to solidify. Time itself seemed to stretch, to bend around the single, impossible, audacious word he had just spoken. Jealous of it was a word from a different language, a different universe, a word that had no place in the cool, logical, carefully constructed world of Rosa Siddick. It was a word of messy, inconvenient, human emotion, and he had just thrown it at her like a lit torch into a room filled with dry ice. Her reaction was not what he expected. He had braced himself for a surge of overwhelming spirit pressure, for a blast of icy fury that would send him flying across the hall. He had prepared for a cold, withering retort, a verbal evisceration that would leave his ego in tatters. Instead, he was met with silence, that a profound, absolute, and utterly, comprehensively stunned silence. The obsidian eyes, visible above her veil, which had widened in surprise at his proximity, now seemed to lock, to freeze. Her entire body, which had been rigid with a kind of defensive tension, went completely, utterly still. She looked for a long, terrifying moment, like a beautiful, perfect statue that had just been told a joke it did not, in any way, comprehend. Then he saw it, that a flicker, that a tiny, almost invisible tremor that ran through her, that a crack in the ice. Her breath hitched, a small, sharp, involuntary intake of air. The veil, which had been perfectly still, trembled almost imperceptibly, and her hands, which had been clenched at her sides, tightened further, her knuckles turning a stark, bone white beneath her pale skin. She didn't speak. She couldn't speak. He had rendered her speechless. He had bypassed her logical defenses, her political arguments, her icy composure, and struck directly at something deeper, something she herself had not yet acknowledged, something her mind was still frantically, desperately, trying to categorize and dismiss as illogical, irrelevant data. He had asked her if she was jealous, and in her profound, absolute, uncharacteristic silence, she had, in a way, answered him, but a slow, triumphant, and probably very foolish grin spread across Lloyd's face. He had done it. He had found a crack in the glacier. It was a tiny crack. Yes, almost invisible. But it was there that he held her gaze for another heart-stopping moment, enjoying the silent, chaotic spectacle of her internal logic circuits trying to reboot. Then, knowing he had pushed his luck to its absolute, almost certainly fatal, limit, he took a slow, deliberate step back, re-establishing the safe, familiar distance between them. "My apologies, my lady wife," he said, his voice a low, infuriatingly gentle murmur, his grin still firmly in place. "Clearly, I have misspoken to a foolish jest. Please, pay it no mind." He offered a small, infuriatingly polite bow. "Now, if you'll excuse me, that cobalt blue pigment isn't going to fetch itself." Chapter 338, and with that, before she could recover, before she could formulate a response, before she could unleash the full, terrifying, probably quite destructive, force of her delayed reaction fury, he turned and, with a newfound, almost jaunty, spring in his step, strode away, leaving Rosa Siddick standing alone in the echoing grand hall, silent, motionless, and wrestling with a strange, new, and deeply, profoundly, unsettling emotion that smelled, much to her chagrin, faintly, infuriatingly, of rosemary. The Ice Princess, it seemed, was beginning to feel the heat. The garden pavilion, once a place of spirited debate and clashing artistic philosophies, had transformed into a sanctuary of quiet, focused creation. The earlier arguments over composition and commercialism had faded, resolved in a shared, audacious vision. Now, there was only the soft rasp of charcoal on vellum, the gentle whisper of a loaded brush against canvas, and the low, companionable murmur of two minds, working in a rare, almost preternatural harmony. Faria Krutz stood before the massive canvas, a figure transformed. The fiery, competitive noblewoman was gone, as was the haunted, grieving sister. In her place was the artist, her entire being consumed by the act of creation. A smudge of cobalt blue adorned her cheek like a badge of honor. Her crimson-violet hair was a chaotic but beautiful storm held back by a single, determinately optimistic ribbon, and her amethyst eyes, usually so sharp and challenging, were now soft, distant, focused on a world only she could see, a world she was painstakingly, beautifully, bringing into being. Lloyd watched her work, his own role having shifted from strategic director to quiet, awestruck observer. He had provided the blueprint, the cold, hard, earth-inspired logic of the advertisement. He had sketched the stark before and after concept, the persuasive narrative of transformation. But Faria was breathing a soul into IT. IT was a masterpiece of their combined vision, a fusion of his pragmatic storytelling and her classical, emotional artistry. She had embraced his concept, the stark division of the canvas, with a surprising, almost rebellious enthusiasm, seeing it not as a limitation, but as a fascinating new artistic problem to solve. The challenge of conveying such a direct, commercial message through the medium of high art had ignited a fire in her that Lloyd found both impressive and slightly intimidating. On the left side of the canvas, the before world was a study in subtle, soul-crushing despair. Faria used a palette of muted, earthy tones, ochres, umbers, dull, muddy grays that seemed to absorb the light. The atmosphere she painted was heavy, stagnant. IT was the world of chores, of endless, repetitive labor, of a beauty slowly being ground down by the harsh realities of life. The woman at her wash basin was rendered with a breathtaking, almost painful realism. Her skin, as Lloyd had suggested, was not overtly scarred or diseased, but rendered with a masterful, almost imperceptible roughness. Faria used a dry brush technique, scumbling the paint to create a texture that was visibly, tangibly chafed and dull, the kind of skin that resulted from years of scrubbing with harsh lye soap in cold water. Her posture was a triumph of understated misery. The curve of her spine was not just a line, but a testament to years of leaning over a wash tub, her shoulders hunched slightly, a subtle gesture of self-protection against a world that was perpetually uncomfortable. Her hair was not messy, but simply lifeless, its dark strands rendered with a flat, matte finish that suggested it was clean, but stripped of all its natural oils, its vitality. But it was the woman's expression that was Faria's true masterstroke. There was no overt sadness, no theatrical weeping. There was just a blank, resigned weariness in her downcast eyes. A profound, bone-deep exhaustion. A subtle, almost invisible tension in her jaw. She was a woman who had simply accepted her reality of harsh lye and rough skin as an unchangeable fact of life, another small burden to be borne in a life filled with them. Beside her on the rough, splintered wood of the basin's edge, sat a lumpy, unattractive block of grayish lye soap, its presence almost malevolent, the source of her quiet, daily torment. And then, there was the afterside of the canvas that it was as if a divine light had broken through the gloom, a stark, breathtaking transition from purgatory to paradise. Here, the world was luminous. Faria abandoned her earthy palette, embracing instead a range of colors that seemed to be spun from light itself. She used a technique Lloyd had never seen, layering thin, almost translucent glazes of pearlescent white, rose madder, and the palest cerulean blue to create a skin tone that didn't just look smooth. It seemed to glow with a soft, internal light that it was the skin of a goddess, yes, but a real, tangible, achievable goddess. The woman's posture was a mirror image of her former self, a study in liberated, sensual grace. Her shoulders were relaxed, her spine curved not in weariness, but in a gentle, languid arch of pleasure. Her head was tilted back slightly, her eyes closed, her lips parted in a small, secret smile of pure, unadulterated, sensory bliss. It was an expression of such intimate, quiet joy that it felt almost voyeuristic to look at. A private moment of self-care and renewal made public. Her hair, now, was a cascade of vibrant, living darkness, each strand rendered with individual, meticulous care, catching the light with a soft, healthy sheen. And the lather. The lather was a masterpiece in itself. That it was not just white paint. It was a sculpture of light and texture. Faria had mixed a small amount of finely ground alabaster dust, and, Lloyd suspected, a trace of some proprietary alchemical binder from her own stores, into her white pigment, giving the lather a subtle, captivating shimmer. She had built it up in thick, impasto strokes, creating a rich, creamy, three-dimensional texture that looked so real, so decadent, you could almost feel its silken softness, almost smell the clean, sharp scent of rosemary that it promised. The light on the afterside was a living, breathing character in the painting. It was warm, golden, slanting down from an unseen window, catching the highlights on the woman's radiant skin, sparkling on the individual droplets of water that clung to her shoulders like tiny, perfect diamonds. That it glinted off the polished oak and gleaming bronze of the aura dispenser that sat, like a sacred object, a symbol of this new, enlightened reality, on the edge of a smooth, marble basin. It was more than just a painting. It was a narrative, that a powerful, emotional, deeply human story of transformation, told without a single word. It was the shift from a world of gray necessity to a world of vibrant, luxurious possibility. It was the promise that this small, simple act of cleansing could be an act of renewal, of self-care, of magic. As she worked, Faria found herself pouring an unexpected, almost unnerving, depth of her own feeling into the canvas. She thought of her mother, of the long, weary years of her illness, of the hope for renewal, for restoration, that was now tied to the strange, dark flower Lloyd had retrieved. She channeled that desperate, fragile hope into the radiant skin of the afterwoman, into the serene joy on her face. It was the health, the vitality she so desperately wished to see restored in her own mother. She thought of her brother, Elian, of his vibrant spirit trapped in a body slowly being consumed by a cruel, unjust curse. She poured her fierce, protective love for him, her rage at the Altamiras, into the subtle strength of the woman's posture, into the quiet, confident set of her shoulders. It was a silent act of defiance against the dark forces that had tried to break her family. And she thought of Lloyd, the paradox, the drab duckling who had revealed himself to be a strange, terrifying, brilliant eagle. She thought of his quiet confidence, his unexpected humor, his mind that seemed to see the world in a different, sharper, more logical light. She poured her own confusion, her grudging admiration, her burgeoning and deeply perplexing respect for him into the very light of the painting, into the subtle complexities of the woman's expression, the hint of a secret, knowing smile that was both serene and deeply intelligent. Lloyd watched, mesmerized as she painted. He saw the story they had designed taking shape, but it was being imbued with a depth, a soul he had never anticipated. This wasn't just a clever marketing tool anymore. It wasn't just a persuasive diagram. Faria was transforming it, elevating it into something more, something that resonated on a deeper, more emotional level. That he realized with a jolt that he had been wrong. Art wasn't just about conveying a message. It was about evoking a feeling. And the feeling Faria was painting, the feeling of hope, of renewal, of quiet, personal triumph. It was more powerful, more persuasive than any logical argument he could ever have constructed. Chapter 340 When She finally, set down her brush, her face flushed, her eyes shining with a mixture of profound exhaustion and triumphant, creative fire. The painting was complete. They stood before it in silence for a long moment. The air in the pavilion thick with the scent of oil paint and the almost palpable aura of the artwork itself. It was breathtaking. The contrast was not just visual. It was emotional. That it was the difference between a life endured and a life embraced. That it was the visual embodiment of the aura promised. That it was, Lloyd thought with a sense of profound, almost reverent awe, a masterpiece. Not just a masterpiece of their combined vision, but a true work of art, powerful, moving, and beautiful in its own right. Well, Ferrum, Faria said finally, her voice a low, tired but deeply satisfied whisper. She looked at the canvas, then back at him, a small, weary, but genuine smile on her face. There is your advertisement. She paused, her amethyst eyes holding a new, shared light. Do you think it will be persuasive enough? Lloyd could only nod, for a moment, speechless. He had asked for a tool, and she had given him a soul. The elixir manufactory was silent. The usual rhythmic groan of the water wheel, the clanking of Boren's stirring mechanism, the cheerful chatter of Martha and Pia, all had been stilled. The entire team, the strange, eclectic family that had been forged in the fires of saponification and rosemary distillation, was gathered on the main floor, their faces a mixture of nervous anticipation and profound curiosity. Lloyd had summoned them all, from Mei Jing and the alchemist down to the laborers who had cleared the mill race, telling them only that he and Lady Faria had something of great importance to show them, something that represented the very heart of their enterprise. He and Faria stood before them, on either side of a large, sturdy easel that had been brought from the garden pavilion. Draped over the easel, concealing their creation from view, was a large, simple sheet of deep blue velvet. The air in the cavernous mill was thick with a tension that had nothing to do with light concentrations or curing times. It was the electric, almost sacred silence of an unveiling. Thank you all for coming, Lloyd began, his voice calm, but resonating with an undercurrent of deep, personal pride. He looked at the faces before him. At Jasmine, her usual forewoman's seriousness softened by a look of wide-eyed wonder. At Tisha, her bright, charismatic smile tinged with professional curiosity. At Mei Jing, her arms crossed, her dark eyes sharp, analytical, waiting to assess this new, unorthodox marketing tool. He saw Alaric, nervously polishing his spectacles. Boren, practically vibrating with an energy that suggested he was hoping the painting might explode. And Lyra, her expression one of cool, pragmatic skepticism, ready to judge the work on its practical merits alone. Over the past few weeks, Lloyd continued, Lady Faria and I have been engaged in a special project, a new way to tell the story of what we have all built here together, a way to communicate the promise of aura, not with words, but with something more. He glanced at Faria, a silent acknowledgement of their shared creation, of the strange, intense journey they had just completed. She met his gaze and gave a small, almost imperceptible, nod, her own face pale with a mixture of artistic anxiety and quiet, confident pride. We believe we have created not just a tool for our business, Lloyd said, his voice dropping slightly, imbued with a genuine sincerity, but a true work of art, a testament to the power of transformation, which is, at its heart, the very soul of our enterprise. He took a deep breath. And we wanted you, our core team, our partners, our family, to be the first to see it. He nodded to Faria. Together, they each took a corner of the velvet cloth. The silence in the mill was now absolute, broken only by the faint, distant cooing of the pigeons in the rafters. With a smooth, synchronized motion, they pulled the cloth away. The painting was revealed. For a long, profound moment, there was only silence, the deep, stunned, comprehensive silence. The team stared, their individual expressions a frozen tableau of shock and dawning, almost disbelieving, awe. The painting seemed to glow in the dim, dusty light of the manufactory, a vibrant beacon of color and emotion. The stark, brilliant contrast between the two halves of the canvas was even more powerful here, in this rustic, industrial setting, than it had been in the sun-drenched pavilion. The before woman, with her dull skin and weary, resigned expression, seemed to emerge from the very shadows of the old mill, a figure they all recognized, a representation of the harsh, drab reality they were working to change. And the after woman, she was a revelation, a promise. Her luminous skin, the serene, secret joy on her face, the rich, silken lather in her hands. She was not just a woman bathing. She was an icon of a better, brighter, more beautiful world. She was the very soul of aura, made visible, tangible, undeniable. Mei Jing was the first to break the silence. Her sharp, analytical mind, which processed the world in terms of profit margins and market penetration, was for once completely, utterly silenced by the sheer, raw, emotional power of the image. She took a step forward, her dark eyes wide, her usual cool, professional composure completely gone, replaced by a look of profound, almost reverent astonishment. By the ancestors, she breathed, the words a soft, stunned whisper. She walked closer, her gaze sweeping over the canvas, taking in every detail. The masterful rendering of the skin textures, the brilliant use of light and shadow, the powerful, unspoken narrative. It's a story, she said, more to herself than to anyone else. A story that needs no words, that it is desire, aspiration, and fulfillment, all on a single canvas. That it doesn't just show the product, it shows the feeling, the promise. She turned to Lloyd, her dark eyes shining with a new, even deeper respect. My lord, this is not an advertisement. This is a weapon, the most powerful marketing weapon I have ever seen. Tisha, her own hazel eyes wide and misty, nodded in fervent agreement. She saw it not through the eyes of a strategist, but through the eyes of the people she served every day. They will understand this, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Everyone will understand this. The scullery maid who dreams of having soft hands. The merchant's wife who longs for the refinement of the nobility. The old soldier who just wants a moment of clean, simple peace. They will see themselves in her. She gestured to the weary before woman, and they will see their dreams in her. She looked at the radiant after woman. It's not just for nobles, my lord. This is for everyone. That it speaks a universal language. Even the pragmatic Lyra was moved. She walked forward, peering at the canvas with her sharp, critical eye, assessing it not for its emotional impact, but for its functional clarity. The visual communication is highly effective, she conceded, which for Lyra was the equivalent of a gushing, tearful paean of praise. The before and after paradigm is unambiguous. The product benefit is clearly and persuasively demonstrated as a tool for visual communication. She paused, then offered a rare, thin smile. It is without flaw. Alaric, the quiet perfectionist, simply stared, his spectacles slightly askew, his mouth slightly open. He was muttering to himself about the pearlescent qualities of the layered glazes and the chemically accurate representation of stable, colloidal foam. He was, in his own deeply nerdy way, completely captivated. It was Boren who, true to form, finally shattered the reverent atmosphere. He had been staring at the painting with a look of intense, almost frantic concentration, his brow furrowed. Then his face lit up with a sudden, brilliant, and deeply alarming flash of inspiration. It's magnificent, my lord. A triumph, he boomed, clapping his hands together with a loud crack. But I have an idea to make it even better. Everyone turned to look at him, a collective, weary sigh passing through the team. What if, Boren declared, his eyes gleaming with the manic fire of pure, unadulterated genius, we infused the pigments with a small amount of powdered glow moss, just a trace, so that at night, the afterside, it would glow in the dark. Imagine it, a beacon of cleanliness and refinement, shining through the very gloom of night. It would be revolutionary. A beat of silence. Then Lyra calmly, deliberately, picked up a nearby fire extinguisher bucket. Lloyd just laughed, a deep, genuine, unrestrained laugh of pure joy. The painting was a success. The team, his strange, brilliant, wonderful team, understood. They saw the vision. They believed in it. Their unanimous, enthusiastic approval was the final, crucial validation of the strange, beautiful thing he and Faria had created. Chapter 342. He looked at the masterpiece on the easel, then at the proud, excited faces of his people. The foundation was laid. The product was perfected. And now they had their banner, their standard of a work of art that would carry the promise of aura to every corner of the city. The next phase, the public unveiling, was about to begin, and Lloyd had a feeling it was going to be even more explosive than anything Boren could ever have conceived. The next phase of the aura revolution began not with a proclamation or a grand event, but with the quiet, methodical work of artisans and the silent, efficient movements of Ken Park's network. Lloyd, armed with a portion of his now considerable personal funds, did not risk sending the original masterpiece Faria had painted out into the world. That, he decided, was a treasure to be kept, a symbol of their strange and fruitful collaboration. It was carefully wrapped in velvet and stored in a secure, climate-controlled chamber adjacent to his study at the manufactory. Instead, he initiated a new, equally ambitious project: replication. Ken Park, with his usual unnerving efficiency, had identified the three most skilled and, more importantly, most discreet art copyists in the entire capital. They were masters of their craft, capable of replicating a painting with such fidelity that even a connoisseur might be fooled. They were summoned to the manufactory under a strict oath of secrecy. Their workshops temporarily relocated to a secure, private wing of the old mill, working from the original, under the unforgiving, perfectionist eye of Faria herself, who had agreed to stay on for a few more days to oversee the process, her artistic pride demanding that any copy of her work be absolutely flawless. The three artisans began the painstaking process of creating high-quality replicas. It was a slow, meticulous process, but within a week they had produced 5 perfect copies, each one capturing the light, the texture, the raw, emotional power of the original. Simultaneously, Lloyd commissioned the city's finest woodworkers to craft massive, ornate frames of dark, polished ironwood, each one subtly carved with a swirling aura logo. The paintings were not to be simply nailed to a wall. They were to be presented as works of art, as public treasures. Then, in the dead of night, the first deployment began. A team of Ken's most trusted, silent operatives, moving like ghosts through the sleeping city, erected a large, sturdy art board in the most prominent, most high-traffic location imaginable. The very center of the capital's main market square, it was a spot no one could miss, a crossroads where nobles in their litters, merchants in their wagons, and commoners on their daily errands would all pass. Just before dawn, the first of the massive, framed replicas was hoisted into place and unveiled, and then the operatives simply vanished, leaving the painting to be discovered by the waking city. The effect was immediate and profound as the first rays of morning sun touched the cobblestones, as the first merchants began to set up their stalls, as the city slowly began to stir to life. They saw it. This huge, stunning, and utterly baffling work of art that had appeared overnight. As if by magic, a crowd gathered at tea first. It was just a few curious onlookers, then a dozen, then 100. The market square, usually a place of boisterous commerce, became a silent, open-air art gallery. They stared, their faces a mixture of confusion, fascination, and dawning comprehension. They saw the story, the stark, undeniable narrative of the before and after. They saw the weary resignation of the woman on the left, her skin dull, her world gray, and they saw the serene, radiant joy of the woman on the right, her skin glowing, her world filled with light and the promise of a silken, fragrant lather. They didn't know what aura meant. They didn't know what the elegant dispenser was, but they understood the message. They understood the promise. The whispers began immediately, spreading through the square like a contagion. What is it? A painting from the Duke's own collection. Look at the woman on the right. Her skin, it glows. And the one on the left, she looks like my poor mother after a long day at the washtub. Aura, what is this aura? Then, someone in the crowd, a well-to-do merchant's wife who had been lucky enough to be on the premier waiting list, recognized the dispenser, a sharp, excited gasp. It's the soap, she hissed to her companion, her voice a mixture of smug pride and conspiratorial excitement. The Ferrum elixir, the one I told you about. See? The bottle. That is what it does. The whisper became a roar. The connection was made. This wasn't just a random piece of art. This was a public declaration, a testament to the power of the legendary, almost unobtainable aura. The painting was no longer just a beautiful image. It was a symbol of the city's greatest, most exclusive obsession. It was proof. The story of the mysterious, overnight appearance of the aura painting spread through the city even faster than the initial rumors of the soap itself. It became the single biggest topic of gossip and speculation. People made special trips to the market square just to stand and stare at it, to marvel at its artistry, to whisper about its meaning. It became a social divider. Those who owned aura would stand before it with a knowing, proprietary smile, explaining its significance to their less fortunate companions. Those who were on the waiting list would look at it with a kind of desperate, hopeful longing. And those who had no hope of ever acquiring it, they simply stared. A new, powerful seed of aspiration planted deep within their hearts. Lloyd and Mei Jing watched the phenomenon unfold from a discreet vantage point on a second-story balcony overlooking the square. It's working, Mei Jing breathed, her dark eyes shining, her usual professional composure forgotten in the face of their overwhelming success. They're not just looking at it, my lord. They are absorbing it. It's becoming a part of the city's consciousness. The public canvas had been claimed, the story had been told, and the revolution, fueled by art, by desire, and by the undeniable promise of a better, cleaner, more beautiful life, was just beginning. The single, magnificent painting in the Central Market Square was not just an advertisement. It was a declaration of war on the old way of doing things. It was a shot across the bow of every harshlight block, every crude washing tub, every accepted notion of mundane, uncomfortable cleanliness. But a single shot, no matter how powerful, does not win a war. Lloyd and Mei Jing knew. They needed more. They needed an army, an army of art. The next phase of their audacious marketing campaign was rolled out with the swift, precise efficiency of a well-oiled military operation. The partnership deeds that the terrified and now deeply grateful Bathhouse and Washermen's Guild owners had signed were not just commercial contracts. They were instruments of enlistment. Clause 4, subsection B. The partner agrees to prominently and respectfully display all official aura promotional materials as provided by House Ferrum within their establishment, in a location deemed suitable for maximum client visibility. At the time of signing, the clause had seemed innocuous, a minor, almost trivial condition. Now, its true, brilliant purpose was revealed one by one. The 8 former conspirators, now the charter members of the Aura Distribution Network, were summoned to the manufactory. They arrived, not with the arrogance of guild masters, but with the humble, almost fearful, deference of men who had stared into the abyss of their own ruin and been granted an unexpected, almost miraculous, reprieve. They were met not by Lloyd, but by Tisha, whose bright, disarming smile and unshakable calm had become the official, welcoming face of the Aura enterprise. She greeted them not as former criminals, but as valued partners. Master Marcus, a pleasure to see you again. I trust your new shipment of elixir is proving popular. Master Theron, welcome. I have the latest production schedule for the Radiance laundry powder prototypes you requested. The results are promising. She led them into a newly prepared reception area, a space of clean lines, polished wood, and comfortable chairs, where they were served chilled nectar and honey cakes. The message was clear. You are no longer supplicants at the gate. You are insiders, partners in this exciting new venture. Their loyalty, already secured by trust and the promise of profit, deepened into a fierce, almost zealous devotion. Then, Mei Jing would enter, her expression one of crisp, professional purpose, and she would present them with their promotional materials. They were smaller versions of the massive artboard from the square, but no less impressive. Beautifully crafted replicas of Faria's painting, set in sturdy, dark ironwood frames, their surfaces protected by a thin, clear layer of alchemical varnish that made them resistant to the steam of a bathhouse or the dampness of a laundry. As per our agreement, gentlemen, Mei Jing would state, her voice leaving no room for negotiation. This is to be displayed in your primary place of business, in the main bathing hall. Master Marcus, in the central receiving area of your guild hall. Master Theron, at a place where every client, every member, cannot fail to see it. Chapter 344. The merchants, far from seeing it as a burden, were ecstatic to have a copy of the most talked-about work of art in the entire city, a symbol of their new, exclusive partnership with the powerful and impossibly popular Aura brand. It was a mark of immense prestige. It was a way for them to publicly, proudly, announce their inclusion in this new economic order. Suddenly, the Aura girl, as she was now being called in the city's streets, was everywhere. Her image appeared in the steamy, marble-tiled halls of the city's most exclusive bathhouses. Her serene, radiant smile a silent promise to the wealthy merchants and off-duty city guards who soaked in the hot pools. She was there in the bustling, linen-scented headquarters of the Washermen's Guilds, her glowing skin a stark, damning contrast to the red, chapped hands of the laundry maids who scurried past. The network of distributors had become an unwitting army of advertisers, each one a strategic outpost in the campaign to conquer the city's consciousness. They were spreading the visual gospel of Aura to every corner of the capital, from the most opulent noble districts to the most hard-working artisan quarters. The effect on sales was exponential. The demand, already a frenzy, became a tidal wave. The waiting lists grew longer, the gold poured in, and Lloyd's system coin balance, the true, secret measure of his success, ticked ever upwards. That IT was during this period of explosive, almost chaotic growth that the system, in its own inscrutable way, offered its own verdict on his marketing strategy. He was in his study late one night, reviewing the staggering sales figures Mei Jing had prepared, a sense of profound, almost disbelieving satisfaction settling over him, when the familiar, smug chime echoed in his mind. System notification, strategic initiative assessed, or a visual persuasion campaign. Analysis. User has successfully implemented a multi-layered, psychologically sophisticated marketing strategy. The creation of central, high-visibility art piece, public canvas, successfully established brand mythology and public intrigue. The subsequent deployment of replicated art through a contractually obligated distribution network, Army of Art, has achieved near total market saturation of the brand's core visual message. This is noted as a highly effective, if unorthodox, application of partnership leverage for marketing purposes. Conclusion: the target populace has been successfully and comprehensively persuaded. Desire has been weaponized. Well played, Major General. Well played. Bonus reward issued. 100 system coins SC. Current system coins. 1590, previous, plus 100 reward, equals 1,690 SC. Lloyd stared at the notification, a slow, wolfish grin spreading across his face. 100 coins for a marketing campaign. The system wasn't just rewarding him for fighting monsters or completing quests anymore. That IT was rewarding him for being a brilliant, ruthless capitalist. This changed everything. The great game wasn't just about swords and sorcery. It was about supply chains and brand identity. And in that game, Major General Cam Evan, the man from a world of global corporations and billion-dollar advertising budgets, had an advantage that was perhaps even more potent than his steel blood or his black ring eyes. That he looked out the window at the sleeping city, at the thousands of homes where people were now dreaming of silken lathers and fragrant refinement. He had sold them a story, that a beautiful, compelling, and incredibly profitable story. And the system, it seemed, was a very big fan of a good story. A few days later, a fragile, almost hesitant, peace had settled over Lloyd's chaotic life. The Aura marketing campaign was a self-perpetuating engine of desire, managed with ruthless efficiency by Maid Jing and Tisha. The factory, under the steady hand of Jasmine and the watchful eyes of the alchemists, was a model of productive harmony. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Lloyd found himself with a moment to simply breathe. That he sought the familiar, quiet solace of the estate gardens, needing to escape the lingering scent of rosemary and the endless, exciting chatter about profit margins and distribution logistics. He walked the gravel paths, the late afternoon sun warm on his face. Fong Fairy, in her less conspicuous wolf form, a silent, contented shadow at his heels. His mind, for once, was not churning with strategic calculations or existential dread. That IT was quiet. He was passing a secluded section of the rose garden, a place his mother favored, when he saw her. Rosa. She stood before a single, magnificent rose bush, its blooms a deep, velvety crimson, the color of spilled wine. She was not training, not reading, not engaged in any discernible activity. She was simply standing. Her back was to him, her veiled form a still, sapphire silhouette against the vibrant green of the garden. She was lost in thought, her head tilted slightly, as if contemplating the perfect, silent beauty of a single, flawless rose. His first instinct was to retreat, to melt back into the shadows of the path, to leave her to her private, inscrutable thoughts, their interactions. Even the recent, less frosty ones were still fraught with a kind of delicate, high-stakes tension. He had no desire to shatter the fragile peace of the afternoon with another clumsy, ill-advised attempt at conversation. He began to turn. But then, she spoke. Her voice was a low, quiet murmur, almost a part of the garden's own gentle sounds, yet it carried to him with a startling clarity. "The painting," she said, without turning, without acknowledging that she had even known he was there. "I saw I in the city square. I was returning from visiting my mother." Lloyd froze, his retreat aborted. He turned back, his gaze fixed on her still, elegant form. She had seen it, the Aura girl, their masterpiece of persuasive art. He wondered what she thought, what her cold, analytical mind made of their blatant, emotional storytelling. Had she seen it as a work of art, or as a crude piece of commercial manipulation? Her judgment, he found, mattered to him more than he was comfortable admitting. That he waited, but she said nothing more. The silence stretched, filled only by the buzzing of a bee among the roses and the soft sigh of the wind. "And," he prompted finally, his voice quiet, hesitant, strangely reluctant to break the strange, peaceful intimacy of the moment. "What did you think?" She remained silent for another long moment, her back still to him. He could see the faint rise and fall of her shoulders as she breathed. He wondered what she was thinking, what calculations were running behind those unreadable obsidian eyes. Was she analyzing its commercial effectiveness, critiquing its artistic merit, dismissing it as a crude, vulgar piece of public manipulation? When she finally spoke again, her voice was still a low, quiet murmur, a statement of fact delivered with her usual cool, almost clinical precision. It is effective. The two words, so simple, so understated, landed with the force of a physical blow. Not a blow of anger or pain, but of profound, startling, unexpected validation. Effective. Coming from Rosa Siddick, the queen of icy indifference, the master of the non-committal glare, the woman whose emotional range seemed to extend from mild disdain to profound disapproval. The word was a symphony of praise. It was an acknowledgement, a concession, a quiet, almost reluctant admission that his vision, his strange, unconventional, soap-fueled strategy had worked, that the story he and Faria had so passionately, so painstakingly crafted on that canvas was a powerful one. It wasn't a compliment on the artistry. It wasn't an expression of personal feeling. That it was a verdict, a cold, logical, undeniable verdict from the most ruthless, most analytical critic he knew. And it meant more to him in that quiet, sun-drenched moment than all of Master Elmsworth's fervent praise, all of Mei Jing's triumphant prophet projections, even the king's royal endorsement. Because she understood, she had looked at the painting not just as an image, but as a tool, a weapon in a different kind of war, and she had, in her own quiet, analytical way, approved that a slow, genuine smile, free of irony, free of swagger, touched Lloyd's lips. He didn't say anything more. There was nothing more to say. That he simply stood there, a few paces behind her, sharing the quiet space, the warm afternoon sun, the scent of roses. That he thought about her own secret burdens, the mother she had mentioned, her long, mysterious illness, the visit to her bedside. He thought of her veiled face, the secrets it hid, the emotions it so ruthlessly suppressed, and he realized, with a sudden, startling clarity, that the silent, icy fortress she had built around herself might not be a castle of arrogance or disdain. Perhaps it was just a shield, a defense against a world that had, perhaps, been as cruel and unkind to her as it had been to him. For the first time, he felt not just a grudging respect, not just a perplexed curiosity, but a flicker of something else, something warmer, a quiet, tentative, and deeply, profoundly, unexpected empathy. He stood there for another long moment, watching the woman who was his wife, the stranger who shared his name, his home, his life. The distance between them was still vast, a chasm of secrets and silence. But in that shared, quiet moment in the rose garden, with the unspoken verdict of the painting hanging in the air between them, it felt for the first time not quite so emptied. A single, fragile, almost invisible thread of understanding had been woven. And it was, he thought, a start. His daily system coin conversion had been steadily accumulating in the background, pushing his total to a respectable 1770 SC. The slow, patient grind, fueled by his commercial success, was paying dividends, building a war chest for the battles, both seen and unseen, that he knew were yet to come. Chapter 346. Lloyd Ferrum stood in the quiet solitude of his manufactory's office, the scent of rosemary and almond a comforting, tangible reality against the swirling, formless dread that had taken root in his soul. The Aura brand was a roaring success, a self-perpetuating engine of commerce and desire that was steadily filling his coffers with gold and his system account with the precious, life-altering coins he so desperately needed. He had achieved the goal he set for himself. He had built a foundation, but the foundation felt fragile, built on a fault line he hadn't known existed. Ben Ferrum's revelation that the ghosts of his past life on Earth were not just memories, but active, powerful, and vengeful presences in this new world had changed everything. The game wasn't about outsmarting his uncle or dazzling a disguised king with innovative soap. That it was about survival, that a race for power against enemies who had been running for decades while he had been standing still. He closed his eyes, accessing the cool, clinical interface of the system, his gaze drawn to the glowing balance. Current system coins, 1770 SC. The number was a testament to his success, a small mountain of potential. Just weeks ago, a sum like this would have felt like an impossible dream, a treasure hoard capable of solving all his problems. Now, it felt like a soldier's meager rations before a long and brutal war. The choice before him was stark, a fork in the road of his own power progression, and he knew, with the cold certainty of a strategist weighing the lives of divisions, that this decision could determine his very survival. Point two paths, point two philosophies, point two futures. On one side was the path of sustainability, of long-term growth. The promise of the farming function, a reward he had earned through the very success that now felt so hollow. System function, farming, description, allows the user to establish and manage passive or active generation systems for system coins and other valuable resources. Access cost: 1,000 system coins to unlock the farming interface. 1,000 coins. The price was steep, a huge portion of his current capital. But the potential reward, it was the dream of every general, every emperor, every CEO, a self-sustaining resource engine, a way to generate the currency of power without constant risk, without the endless, dangerous grind of quests and bounties. That IT was a promise of infinite growth, of a future where his power would no longer be limited by his ability to scrounge for gold. That IT was the smart move, the pragmatic move, the one. The 80-year-old engineer, the man who had built empires of technology, would have made without hesitation. Long-term stability always trumps short-term gains. But then there was the other path, the path of immediate, overwhelming, desperate power. The path dictated not by the cool logic of an engineer, but by the raw, survivalist instinct of a soldier who has just been told the enemy is already at the gates. Spirit: Fong Fairy, lightning affinity. Current stage: ascension, peak, upgrade. To transcend stage: cost: 1,000 system coins. Transcendence: the final, almost mythical stage of spirit power. The stage where spirit and master became one, a merged entity of devastating potential. He remembered the feeling of Fong Fairy's ascension. The explosive power, the transformation into a being of lightning and grace. Transcendence, the system promised, was a leap of another order of magnitude. IT would grant Fong Fairy a new, humanoid form, true sentience, the ability to speak. To IT would grant them access to shared abilities, a synergy of power that was almost incomprehensible. That IT would make them a force to be reckoned with. Not in the future, but now. Right now. The warnings of Ben Ferrum, his crippled, steel-limbed nemesis, echoed in his mind, cold and sharp as a shard of glass. They are here. They remember you. They're stronger than you. What good was a long-term plan for a sustainable system coin farm if he was killed next week by a reborn terrorist with a transcended spirit and a generations-old grudge? What good was an empire of soap against an enemy who could erase him from existence before he could even summon a single steel wire? The 80-year-old pragmatist screamed for the farming function, for the slow, steady, inexorable path to ultimate power. That IT was the right choice, the logical choice, the winning choice in any war of attrition. But the major general, the soldier who had faced down ambushes in the dark, who knew that sometimes the only way to survive the night was to unleash every single bullet you had in a blaze of desperate, overwhelming firepower, knew better. You couldn't plan for a future you didn't live to see. The internal debate, fierce and brief, was over before it had truly begun. The soldier had won. Survival trumped strategy. Immediate power trumped future potential. He took a deep, steadying breath. The scent of rosemary and almond from his bustling factory, a strange, almost poignant counterpoint to the grim, deadly decision he was about to make. The soap empire would continue to run, to generate the gold that would fuel his daily conversions. But the war chest, this precious, hard-won treasure of 1,000 coins, it had to be spent now. IT had to be forged into a weapon. He focused his will, his gaze fixed on the system interface, on the pulsating icon that represented his loyal, powerful, and about to be reborn partner. System, he commanded, his voice a quiet, resolute whisper in the silent office. Initiate the upgrade. Transcend Fong Fairy now. The choice was made. The die was cast. The path of caution had been abandoned for the path of immediate, terrifying power. The long game would have to wait. The war for survival had just begun, and Lloyd Ferrum was cashing in all his chips for a single, desperate, and hopefully world-shattering, opening move. The air in the private training hall didn't just still. It became a vacuum. The moment Lloyd confirmed the command to transcend Fong Fairy, the world seemed to hold its breath, the familiar laws of physics taking a nervous step back. This was not like the ascension, which had felt like a contained explosion of energy. This was a rewriting of reality itself, a tearing of the veil between the physical and the spiritual, and Lloyd was at its violent, glorious epicenter. He felt the connection to Fong Fairy, their bond, a white-hot river of energy, suddenly transformed. IT became a vortex, a maelstrom, pulling not just on his own meager spirit core, but on his very soul, his life force. The essence of the 80-year-old Major General and the 19-year-old Lord Ferrum combined, a guttural cry ripped from his throat, a sound of agony and ecstasy as the 1,000 system coins were consumed, converted into a torrent of pure, unrefined, cosmic data that flooded their bond. He didn't need to summon her. The process dragged her into being. The space before him didn't just shimmer. It fractured. Cracks of pure, white-hot energy, Like lightning frozen in time, spiderwebbed across the air. From these cracks, a light poured forth, not the blinding, simple white of her ascension, but a complex, multi-hued incandescence that pulsed with the colors of a birthing star. Deep violets, brilliant azures, stark, impossible whites. The light was so intense it felt solid, a physical pressure that forced Lloyd back, his boots scraping against the cracked stone floor, his hands thrown up to shield his eyes. The very stone beneath his feet began to hum, vibrating in sympathy with the cosmic frequency being unleashed. The air became thick, heavy, tasting of ozone, of storms, of the strange, clean scent of the space between worlds. The light pulsed once, a silent, concussive boom that made the dust on the high rafters dance. That IT pulsed twice, and the scarred walls of the training hall groaned. New, hairline fractures appearing in the ancient stone. That IT pulsed a third time. And at the heart of the incandescent storm, a form began to coalesce. The light did not fade. It was drawn inward, consumed, folded into the being it was creating. The maelstrom contracted, the violent energies tamed, shaped, given purpose. And when the last of the blinding light had been absorbed, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the faint, almost subliminal hum of immense, contained power, she stood before him. She was the same, yet utterly, fundamentally different. Her form was still that of the tall, ethereal woman, but where her ascension form had possessed a certain otherworldly smoothness, this form had a new, breathtaking definition. She was still clad in the swirling, twilight storm cloud bodysuit of solidified energy, but it now seemed to flow with a deeper, more complex light, subtle patterns of silver lightning tracing paths across the deep indigo, like constellations on a living night sky. Chapter 348. Her silver-gray hair, which had before crackled with a faint static, now seemed to be woven from pure, liquid moonlight, each strand a filament of captured energy, moving with a slow, deliberate grace. Even in the still air of the hall, IT was longer, fuller, a cascading river of light and shadow that pooled around her feet. But it was her face, her expression, that marked the true, profound transformation, the beautiful, blank perfection of her ascended form. The impassive gaze of a powerful but unsentient being was gone. In its place was personality, awareness, that a profound, piercing intelligence that was no longer just instinct, but true consciousness. Her golden eyes, which had always held a deep loyalty, now held a universe of thought, of understanding, of a wisdom that felt both ancient and newly born. Her features, while still impossibly, ethereally beautiful, were no longer a mask. There was a subtle curve to her lips, a hint of curiosity in the arch of her brow, a calm, self-possessed awareness that was utterly captivating and slightly terrifying. She was no longer just a spirit, a weapon, a partner. She was a person. She took a single, silent step forward, the movement a symphony of fluid, predatory grace. She looked at Lloyd, her golden eyes holding his, a thousand unspoken conversations passing between them in a single, shared glance. Then she spoke. Her voice was not human. It was not the simple vibration of air in a larynx. It was a sound that seemed to emanate not just from her, but from the very air around them. It was a low, melodic hum, layered with the distant, gentle rumble of a coming thunderstorm and the faint, clear resonance of a struck crystal bell. It was a sound you felt in your bones as much as you heard with your ears. Master, she said, the single word, a perfect, harmonious chord. The connection is complete. I see now. I understand. Lloyd could only stare, his heart hammering in his chest, his mind struggling to comprehend the sheer, overwhelming reality of her. She could speak. She was sentient. The bond between them was no longer just a conduit for power. It was a bridge between two minds, two souls. You can talk, he managed, his voice a hoarse, incredulous whisper. A small, serene smile touched her lips, a smile that held a universe of ancient, quiet amusement. The potential was always there. Master, the energy you provided, the catalyst from the system, it simply unlocked the final gate. My consciousness, which was a scattered collection of instincts and impressions, has now coalesced. Her golden eyes, so full of a new, profound awareness, seemed to look right through him, seeing not just the man, but the intricate, glowing interface of the system that was visible only to him. I can feel it now, she murmured, her voice a low, resonant hum. The shopping tree, the source of the power you wield, the currency of coins, the pathways of potential. She tilted her head, a gesture of pure, analytical curiosity. It is a strange, powerful, and wonderfully illogical force that IT does not obey the known laws of this world of magic. IT imposes its own. And you, Master, are its nexus, its chosen user. Lloyd's mind reeled. She knew. She could see it. The transcendence hadn't just given her a voice. It had deepened their bond to a level he had never imagined, giving her access to his own unique, secret reality. She could see the system. This changes everything, he breathed, the words a statement of the obvious, yet feeling utterly inadequate. Indeed, Master, Fong Fairy replied, her smile widening slightly. She took another step closer, the air around her crackling faintly with a gentle, contained power. Our potential is now shared. Your will, my power. My senses. Your strategy. Her golden eyes held his, a silent, unshakable promise passing between them. The ghosts from your other life, the enemies who hunt you in this one, let them come. They will find that we are no longer just a boy and his wolf. She raised a single, slender hand, and a single, brilliant spear of pure, white-hot lightning coalesced in her grip, its light casting their two shadows, long and sharp, against the scarred walls of the training hall. They will find a storm, she declared, her voice a low, beautiful, and utterly terrifying clap of thunder. And we are its heart. The private training hall, scarred and silent, had become their sanctuary, their laboratory, in the days following Fong Fairy's transcendence. It was a space sealed off from the rest of the estate, a world unto itself where the normal rules of Riverio were suspended, replaced by the crackling, vibrant potential of their new, shared power. The Aura Empire could run itself for a few days under Mei Jing's capable command. Lloyd's priority now was not commerce, but calibration. He needed to understand the true extent of what they had become. All right, Lloyd began, pacing before the newly sentient and still frankly quite distracting Fong Fairy. She stood with a serene, watchful stillness, her silver-gray hair stirring in an unfelt breeze, her golden eyes tracking his every movement with an unnerving, analytical intelligence. Let's start with the basics, the spear of justice. He couldn't help the wry smirk as he said the name he'd mentally assigned IT. IT sounded like something out of a child's heroic tale, a far cry from the cold, clinical lethality he intended to wield. Aptly named Master, Fong Fairy commented, her voice the familiar, melodic rumble of a distant storm. Its purpose is to deliver a singular, definitive judgment. IT is an instrument of consequence. Right, consequence. Lloyd stopped his pacing, focusing his mind. Let's break it down. You felt it before when you manifested it. I felt it too, through the bond. But it was your creation. Now, the system and my own instincts tell me a transcendent ability is a code-creation.m. Why will your power.so? How does it work precisely? Fong Fairy tilted her head, her golden eyes seeming to look inward for a moment, analyzing the flow of their shared energy. It is a focused resonance, Master. You provide the template, the intent, the shape, the target, the desired velocity, and impact force. You are the architect, drawing the blueprint with your will. She extended a single, slender hand, palm up. The air above it began to shimmer, to crackle with nascent, azure energy. I am the forge that I provide the raw material, the lightning that I draw upon the ambient spirit energy and upon our shared core, and pour it into the mold you have created. The more precise your blueprint, the more focused your will, the sharper, the faster, the more devastating the resulting spear. Lloyd nodded, the engineer in him instantly grasping the concept that IT was a two-part system, that a guidance system and a power source. His mind was the fire control, her power was the ammunition. The synergy was perfect. And the drain? He asked, the pragmatist always concerned with logistics. The energy cost? On you on me? Significant. Master, she confirmed, the crackling energy in her palm dissipating as she lowered her hand. To create a spear of the intensity one manifested upon my arrival, it would consume perhaps a third of our combined current energy reserves in a single casting. We could manage 3 such strikes in rapid succession before requiring a significant period of recovery. However, she added, a subtle, intelligent gleam in her eyes, the intensity is variable. You can will a smaller, faster projectile, a javelin, perhaps, at a much lower cost, or a massive, slower lance designed to shatter fortifications, at a much greater one that the form is malleable, dictated by your intent, that I merely provide the storm. The tactical possibilities were immense. Not just a single, all-or-nothing supermove, but a variable yield weapon system, adaptable to the needs of the moment. IT was more than he could have hoped for. Let's test it, Lloyd said, his voice tight with anticipation. He looked around the ruined training hall. The floor was already a mess of cracks and craters from his mother's lesson. What was one more? He turned his attention to the far end of the hall, where a single, massive practice dummy still stood miraculously unscathed. It wasn't the standard straw and leather model. This was a warlord-class dummy, a relic from his father's own training days, constructed from solid ironwood, bound with thick steel bands, and weighing close to a ton. It was designed to withstand the full-force blows of an ascended spirit. It was the perfect target. There, Lloyd said, pointing. The big, ugly one in the corner. Let's start with a medium yield strike. Fast, penetrating. Aim for center mass. Fong Fairy nodded, her expression becoming serious, focused. She fell into a low, graceful stance, her hands held loosely at her sides, her silver-gray hair beginning to lift and stir as she drew upon her power. Lloyd closed his eyes, mirroring her focus, turning his own will inward. Chapter 350. He reached for their bond. No longer just a river of energy, but a vast shared space in his mind. And there, he began to build the blueprint. He pictured the spear, not as a simple pointed stick, but as an engineer would design a projectile. He envisioned its length, its diameter, its aerodynamic profile, that he willed it to be dense, to be focused, its tip honed to a monomolecular point for maximum penetration. That he visualized its trajectory, a straight, unwavering line from their position to the heart of the ironwood dummy. He poured his intent, his will to strike, to pierce, to obliterate, into the mental mold. He felt Fong Fairy respond instantly. The moment his mental blueprint was complete, he felt the raging torrent of her power surge through their bond, a flood of pure, untamed lightning, pouring into the shape he had created. The air between them crackled, split, with a sound not of 1,000 birds this time, but of the very fabric of space being torn. The spear of justice manifested. It hovered in the air for a fraction of a second. A breathtaking, terrifying thing of beauty. It was a shaft of pure, solidified lightning, about 6 feet long, its surface a churning, incandescent vortex of blue and white energy, its tip a point of such brilliant, painful intensity it was hard to look at directly. It hummed with a low, resonant oral thrum, a sound that vibrated deep in Lloyd's bones, the sound of a contained thunderstorm begging for release. Now, Lloyd breathed, opening his eyes and fixing his gaze on the target, his will a focused, unwavering line. Fire. With a single shared thought, the spear launched. It did not fly. It did not air seed. It simply ceased to be where it was and appeared where it was going. It crossed the length of the training hall in an instant, a silent, blinding streak of azure light, leaving a shimmering, superheated trail in the air behind it. The impact was not an explosion. It was an erasure. There was a sound, a single, sharp crack boom that was less a noise and more a physical blow, a concussive shockwave that slammed into Lloyd, making his teeth rattle and the air rush from his lungs. The warlord-class training dummy, the ton of steel-banded ironwood designed to withstand siege weaponry, did not splinter. It did not break. It simply vanished, vaporized, obliterated from existence. In its place, a new, even larger, crater smoked in the stone floor, its edges glowing with a molten, cherry-red heat. The stone wall behind it was scorched black, a deep, circular impact pattern burned into its surface, cracks spiderwebbing outwards, reaching almost to the ceiling. The air was thick with the scent of vaporized wood, molten steel, and the sharp, clean, terrifying smell of lightning. Lloyd stared at the smoking crater, his ears ringing, his heart hammering in his chest. He felt the drain, the sudden, dizzying emptiness in his spirit core, a testament to the immense power they had just unleashed. Fong Fairy, beside him, was panting softly, the ethereal light of her form dimmed slightly, but her golden eyes were blazing with a fierce, triumphant satisfaction. The silence that followed was profound, absolute. The spear of justice wasn't just a weapon. It was a statement, an argument a problem solver of the highest, most definitive order. Well, Lloyd said finally, his voice slightly hoarse, a slow, slightly manic grin spreading across his face. That was adequate. He looked at Fong Fairy, who met his grin with a small, serene, and utterly terrifying smile of her own. The ghost from his past, the enemies lurking in the shadows, they had no idea what was coming for them. The drab duckling had just acquired a lightning cannon, and he was just learning how to aim. The smoking crater in the training hall served as a stark, satisfying reminder of his new capabilities. The spear of justice was a definitive, if resource-intensive, solution to a certain class of problem, but Lloyd knew, with the weary pragmatism of a man who had fought wars on multiple fronts, that not all problems could be solved with a lightning cannon. Some required a more subtle approach. Some required art. The Aura advertising campaign had been a resounding success, transforming his soap from a mere product into a cultural phenomenon. The first painting, The Aura Girl, was now a landmark in the capital, a pilgrimage site for the hopeful and the envious. But a single victory did not. When award TO maintained momentum, to solidify their market dominance, to expand into new territories, they needed a second wave, a new story. He sent a message, not by formal courier, but via a trusted servant from his mother's retinue. A woman known for her discretion. It was a simple, handwritten note on fine vellum. Lady Faria, the first masterpiece requires a second movement. I have a new commission, one of even greater artistic challenge. Your presence is requested at the manufactory at your earliest convenience. The fate of clean hands across the duchy depends on it. Alefi knew she would come. The debt she felt she owed him was a powerful hook, but the true lure, he suspected, was the challenge itself, the audacious, almost profane thrill of using her classical, high art talents for his ruthlessly effective commercial propaganda. It was an irresistible paradox, and Faria Krutz was not a woman who could resist a fascinating paradox. She arrived 3 days later, her carriage practical, her attire a stylish but functional ensemble of southern riding leathers. The weariness that had haunted her eyes after her brother's cursing was gone, replaced by the familiar, bright, competitive fire he remembered from the tournament. The news she brought, delivered with a quiet, almost tearful gratitude before they spoke of anything else, was good. The alchemist had successfully distilled the essence of the dark vein flower. The counter-curse was being prepared. Her brother, Elian, was stable, his decline arrested. There was hope, real hope. And for that, Lloyd, she had said, her voice thick with an emotion she didn't try to hide, my family, my house, is eternally in your debt. Name your price. It is paid. I have no need of your gold, Faria, he had replied, his own voice gentle. I need your genius. He led her not to the stuffy formality of the main estate, but to his study at the manufactory. The air was thick with the scent of rosemary, almond, and productive, profitable industry. He had a tray of chilled nectar and honey cakes brought in, and as the late afternoon sun slanted through the dusty windows, he laid out his new vision. The first painting was a triumph, he began, pacing before her as she sat, observing him with a sharp, intelligent curiosity. It told the story of personal transformation. It sold the promise of aura, but it was focused on the individual. The next phase must be about the family, about the household. He stopped, turning to face her, his eyes gleaming with the fire of his new idea. I envision a new series, smaller paintings this time, triptychs, perhaps, designed not for the public square, but for the home. Be hung in the drawing rooms of our most valued clients. A new kind of status symbol. He began to sketch on a slate board, his movements quick, confident. Picture it, Faria. The first panel, a mother, her face etched with worry, tending to her child, who is covered in a rash, his skin irritated, raw. The scene is dim, the mood one of helpless concern, the old way, the age of harsh, unknown cleansers. The second panel, he continued, sketching furiously, the aura dispenser appears at a gift, perhaps at a discovery. The mother is applying the elixir to her child's skin. The light in the painting begins to shift, to warm. The mood changes from worry to tentative hope. In the final panel, he declared, his voice ringing with theatrical finality, the resolution. The child is laughing, his skin clear, healthy, radiant. The mother looks on, her face a mask of pure, serene relief and maternal love. The aura dispenser sits on the washstand behind them. Not just a product, but a hero, the guardian of the family's health and well-being. The light is warm, golden, a domestic paradise. He set the charcoal down, his vision laid bare. We are selling the story that aura is not just good for you, but good for your children. That it is safe, that it is pure, that it is the choice of a caring, responsible, and of course very refined matriarch. Faria stared at the rough sketches, her artist's mind instantly seeing beyond the crude lines to the powerful, emotional narrative he was crafting. It was even more manipulative, more psychologically astute than the first painting. It didn't just target ego and aspiration. It targeted the most powerful human emotion of all, a mother's love, a parent's fear for their child. It was brilliant. And it was, from a purely artistic perspective, utterly, wonderfully diabolical. You are a monster, Lloyd Ferrum, she breathed, a slow, almost admiring smile spreading across her face. You wish to use the sacred bond of mother and child to sell soap. Chapter 352. I wish to use the sacred bond of mother and child to sell the promise of a healthier, happier child, he corrected with a grin. The soap is merely the delivery mechanism for that promise. Their discussion deepened, extending long past sunset. They argued over composition, over the precise shade of maternal relief, over the most effective way to render luminous, healthy baby skin. The professional collaboration was intense, exhilarating, a meeting of two sharp, creative minds as the sky outside darkened to a deep, velvety indigo, and the manufactory fell silent around them. A servant entered hesitantly. "My lord, Lady Faria, the hour is late. Shall I have a carriage prepared for the—" Ladies returned to her city residence. Lloyd looked at Faria, at the smudge of charcoal on her cheek, at the way her amethyst eyes glowed with creative fire in the lamplight. He saw the piles of sketches, the scattered notes. They were in the middle of a breakthrough. The thought of ending the conversation, of sending her away, felt wrong, abrupt, unfinished. "No," Lloyd said, a decision forming impulsively, a quiet rebellion against the stiff formalities of their world. He turned to the servant. "Tell the kitchens to prepare a simple late supper for two to hear I in the study." He looked at Faria, a silent question, a hopeful invitation. "The creative process," he added, a wry smile touching his lips, "requires fuel, and the hour is indeed late. Tea would be my honor if you would join me. Lady Faria, continue our vital work." Faria hesitated for only a fraction of a second. She looked at the chaotic, productive mess of their shared creation, at the comfortable, almost intimate focus of their conversation. The thought of returning to the cold, lonely formality of her rented city townhouse, of leaving this vibrant bubble of creation, felt deeply unappealing. I would be delighted, my lord," she replied, a faint, almost shy smile touching her lips, a stark contrast to her usual fiery confidence. "The work is indeed vital." The servant, trying very hard not to look surprised at this highly unorthodox arrangement, bowed and scurried away an hour later. They sat opposite each other at the large oak table, the sketches and notes pushed to one side, replaced by a simple but delicious meal of roasted fowl, fresh bread, and a bottle of surprisingly good white wine Ken had procured. There were no candelabras, no formal service, just the two of them, the warm glow of the oil lamps, the lingering scent of rosemary, and the easy, comfortable silence of two people who had, unexpectedly, become friends. They spoke, their voices low in the quiet room. They spoke of art, of business, of the strange, twisting paths their lives had taken. Faria spoke of her brother's curse, not with despair, but with a fierce, hopeful anger. Lloyd, careful not to reveal his secrets, spoke of his own sense of being an outsider, of his desire to build something that would last, something that was truly his. They shared stories, they shared wine. They shared laughter, of genuine, easy laughter that felt more real, more nourishing than any of the polite, strained pleasantries of the court. In the warm, candlelit intimacy of the small study, surrounded by the quiet hum of his nascent empire, Lloyd Ferrum felt a sense of peace, of connection he had not felt in a very, very long time. That it was a dangerous feeling, a complicated feeling. But for tonight, at least, it was a welcome one. The main suite of the Ferrum estate was a tomb of opulent silence. The air was cool, still, the scent of lavender and citrus potpourri hanging heavy, almost suffocating. The only light came from a single, tall candelabra on a side table, its flames burning with a steady, unwavering light, casting long, stark shadows that seemed to writhe and crawl up the tapestried walls. Rosa Siddick sat perfectly still in the large, velvet armchair by the unlit hearth. She was a statue carved from ice and shadow, her form shrouded in a simple nightgown of pale, almost white, silk. Her dark hair was unbound, a silken river cascading over her shoulders, a stark contrast to the paleness of her skin in the flickering candlelight. Her face, unveiled and unguarded in the privacy of her chambers, was a masterpiece of serene, unreadable beauty. But her obsidian eyes, fixed on the dancing flames of the candelabra, were not serene. They were cold, deep, and utterly, terrifyingly still. The door to the suite opened and closed with a barely audible click. Her personal handmaiden, Layla, entered, moving with the silent, unobtrusive grace of a ghost. The older woman's face, usually a mask of stoic, professional deference, was tight with a barely concealed disapproval. She approached Rosa, bowing deeply. "My lady," Layla began, her voice a low, respectful murmur. "I have returned." Rosa did not turn her head. She did not look at her handmaiden. Her gaze remained fixed on the dancing flames. "Report," she commanded, the single word a whisper of ice in the silent room. Layla hesitated for a fraction of a second, her lips thinning. "As you instructed, my lady, I maintained observation of Lord Lloyd and Lady Faria." The name of the southern marquis's daughter was spoken with a subtle, almost imperceptible edge of distaste. Their collaboration in the garden pavilion continued until well after sunset. Rosa remained silent, a silent, demanding vessel waiting to be filled with information. They were in close conference for many hours, Layla continued, choosing her words with the care of a diplomat navigating a minefield. Their demeanor was animated, familiar. She paused. At the hour of the evening meal, Lord Lloyd dismissed the Lady Faria's carriage. He had a private supper for 2 cents from the main kitchens to his study at the manufactory. The silence in the room deepened, became heavier, colder. Rosa's posture did not change by a single, infinitesimal degree. But Layla, who had served her and her mother before her for decades, who knew the subtle signs of her mistress's moods better than anyone, felt a drop in the room's ambient temperature that had nothing to do with the cool night air, that a subtle, almost invisible tightening of the aura of spirit pressure that always, unconsciously, surrounded the powerful ice princess. "They remained in the study, my lady," Layla concluded, her voice now barely above a whisper. "For a further 3 hours, alone." The servants who cleared the meal reported hearing laughter. Laughter. The word hung in the air, a bright, discordant, and deeply, profoundly offensive sound. For a long, long moment, Rosa said nothing. The only sound was the faint, soft hiss of the burning candle wicks. She continued to stare into the flames, her obsidian eyes reflecting the tiny, dancing points of light, but seeing something else entirely. She was seeing a sun-drenched pavilion, that a smudge of cobalt blue on a beautiful, laughing face, the easy, familiar proximity of her husband and another woman. She was hearing a sound, a shared, joyful, unrestrained sound that he had never, not once, directed at her, the cold, tight, acidic knot in her stomach, the one she had felt before, the one she had tried to analyze, to dismiss as illogical, irrelevant, now returned. But it was no longer just a confusing prickle of emotion. It was a physical, twisting pain, a cold, sharp shard of ice, lodging itself deep within her. This feeling, her logical mind raced, desperately trying to categorize it, to process it, to neutralize it. It is an irrational, possessive response to the transfer of the subject's positive emotional attention to a third party. It is a weakness, a flaw in the system, an emotional variable that serves no logical or strategic purpose. It is inefficient. It must be suppressed. But she could not suppress it. The more she tried to apply cold logic to it, the sharper the pain became, the tighter the knot twisted. It was a foreign, invasive, and utterly, humiliatingly powerful emotion. It was a fire, not of warmth, but of ice, burning through her carefully constructed defenses. "My lady," Layla ventured, her voice filled with a quiet, genuine concern, seeing the rigid stillness of her mistress, feeling the almost palpable cold emanating from her. "Are you unwell?" Rosa finally turned her head, her movements slow, deliberate, as if moving through thick, viscous water. Her face, in the flickering candlelight, was a mask of perfect, terrifying alabaster calm. But her eyes were no longer just cold. They were abysses, black, empty, and burning with a distant, frozen starlight. "No, Layla," she said, her voice a whisper of pure, polished ice. "I am not unwell." She looked past her handmaiden, her gaze once more fixed on some distant, unseen point. She was no longer just observing a perplexing anomaly. She was confronting a threat not to her political position, not to her physical safety, but to something deeper, something she had not known she possessed, something she did not want, but could not, it seemed, relinquish. Chapter 354. "Continue your observations," Rosa commanded, her voice utterly devoid of any emotion, a flat, chilling directive. "Report everything, every word, every gesture, every laugh." She paused, then added a new, single, chillingly calm instruction. "And Layla, find out everything there is to know about the curse that afflicts the Lady Faria's brother. The nature of its magic, its weaknesses," and her obsidian eyes narrowed, a flicker of something cold and calculating, a strategist's grim purpose, replacing the earlier emotional turmoil. "Most importantly, every possible component required for its cure, every herb, every reagent, every alchemical process that I want to complete. Comprehensive analysis, immediately." Layla blinked, surprised by the sudden, unexpected shift in focus. The brother's curse? Why? But she did not question. She simply bowed her head. As you command, my lady. With a final, deferential bow, Layla slipped from the room, leaving Rosa once more alone in the silent, candlelit darkness. The Ice Princess was not just feeling the heat anymore. She was learning to fight fire with ice. And the game, she knew, had just become infinitely more dangerous. The power simmered under his skin, a constant, low-level thrum of contained lightning. The Spear of Justice. The devastating new weapon he and Fong Fairy had forged in the crucible of transcendence was a constant presence in his mind, a beautiful, terrifying blueprint of annihilation waiting for the command to be unleashed. But a weapon untested was just a theory, a blueprint unrealized was just a dream. And Lloyd Ferrum, the Major General, was a man who dealt in the hard, brutal reality of applied force. He knew, with an absolute certainty, that he could not test the spear's true potential within the confines of the Ferrum estate. The last trial, the one that had vaporized the Warlord-class dummy and left a smoking crater in the training hall floor, had already stretched the limits of plausible deniability. The guards had whispered for days about the freak lightning strike inside the building. Another such incident would not be dismissed so easily that IT would draw attention. Questions, the kind of deep, probing scrutiny from his father that he could not afford. Roy Ferrum knew his son was powerful now, yes, but he did not yet know the full, terrifying extent of that power. And Lloyd intended to keep it that way for as long as possible. An ace in the hole was only an ace as long as the other players didn't know you were holding it. He needed a place far from prying eyes, at a place of desolation, of ruin, where the thunderous clap of a manifested lightning spear would be swallowed by the silence of empty space, that he needed a real-world firing range. The plan formed in his mind, simple, direct, and cloaked in the plausible deniability of his newfound ducal responsibilities. His burgeoning soap empire and the subsequent, almost comical, success of the Radiance laundry powder concept provided the perfect cover. Master Elmsworth had been pestering him for weeks about expanding their sourcing for raw materials, particularly the high-quality wood ash required for their lie. But he made his request to his father one evening, his tone one of dutiful, diligent enterprise. Father, the demand for our products continues to exceed our production capacity, and we need to secure new sources of hardwood ash. The logging camps in the Whispering Hills are a potential source, but the terrain is difficult. The transport routes unreliable, that I wish to conduct a personal survey of the region to assess the feasibility of establishing a new, more efficient collection and processing outpost. IT will require a few days. Roy Ferrum had listened, his expression the usual unreadable granite, but Lloyd saw the flicker of approval in his eyes. This was the kind of proactive, resource management thinking he had been trying to instill in his son for years. A sound proposal, Lloyd, Roy had conceded. Prudent, take Ken with you, and a small retinue of guards. The Whispering Hills can be unpredictable. Of course, father, Lloyd had agreed easily, knowing full well that Ken's retinue would be dismissed the moment they were out of sight of the capital. The true preparations took place late that night, in the quiet solitude of his study at the manufactory. He didn't need armor. Not for this, he needed anonymity. He took a block of soft, workable pine and a sharp whittling knife. His hands, guided by the memory of 1,000 different battlefield improvisations, moved with a speed and precision that was a world away from the awkward fumbling of a 19-year-old. He carved a mask, simple, unadorned, smooth, featureless, covering the upper half of his face. With 2 clean, dark eye holes, he painted it with a single, star coat of matte white paint he'd had Aller prepare, a pigment that would absorb the light, rendering him faceless, a ghost in the moonlight. The white mask that IT wasn't a symbol of a hero or a villain. IT was a tool of pure, practical anonymity, that a way to separate the actions of the night from the identity of the day. The next morning, he set out from the estate, not in a grand ducal carriage, but on a sturdy, unremarkable horse, with Ken and a small, token squad of 4 household guards trailing behind. He was dressed in dark, practical traveling clothes, the white mask tucked securely into a saddlebag. They rode west, towards the rolling, wind-swept emptiness of the Whispering Hills. Once they were several hours out from the capital, far from any prying eyes, Lloyd reined in his horse. Ken, he said, his voice quiet but firm. You and your men will establish a base camp here. You will survey the local logging operations as per the official mission profile. Gather the data my father expects. He met the bodyguard's steady, knowing gaze. I am going on ahead, alone, to the personal reconnaissance of the more remote areas. Ken Park did not question, he did not argue, he had seen the look in his young lord's eyes. He had felt the simmering, restless power. This was not a business trip. This was something else. Understood, young lord, he replied, his voice a flat, unwavering baritone. We will await your return here. Maintain communication protocols if necessary. The unspoken message was clear. We will provide your cover story to go do what you must. With a final, sharp nod, Lloyd urged his horse forward. Leaving the guards and their mundane tasks behind, he rode for hours, pushing deeper into the desolate, empty heart of the hills, the wind his only companion. The landscape grew wilder, more rugged, the cheerful grasslands giving way to rocky outcrops and stands of gnarled, ancient trees. He was searching for a specific kind of place, a memory from his first life, a half-forgotten landmark from a long-ago hunting trip with his father, at a place of ruin and isolation. He finally found it as the sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long, stark shadows across the land. It was an old, ruined watchtower, perched on a high, rocky crag overlooking a dense, dark forest. It was a relic from forgotten war, its stone walls crumbling, its wooden beams rotted away. A silent, skeletal finger pointing at the sky. That it was perfect, that remote, that desolate. And no one would come here, and no one would see or hear what was about to happen. He dismounted. Tethering his horse in a small, hidden copse of trees, he retrieved the simple white mask from his saddlebag. The smooth, cool, with a familiar, comforting weight in his hands, he tied it securely over his face, the world narrowing to the two dark eye holes. In that moment, Lord Lloyd Ferrum, the soap tycoon, the awkward air, vanished. In his place stood the white mask, a faceless, nameless agent of consequence. That he began to climb up the rocky crag towards the ruined watchtower, the wind whipping at his dark tunic, a sense of grim, exhilarating purpose settling over him. He needed to know the limits of his new power. He needed to feel the thunder. As he reached the summit, the crumbling ruins of the watchtower stark against the bruised twilight sky, he heard it. Not the wind, not the call of the lone night bird, at a sound that did not belong in this desolate place, that a woman's scream, sharp, terrified, cut off abruptly, followed by the rough, cruel laughter of men. Lloyd froze, every sense on high alert. He moved silently, a shadow among the ruins. Creeping to the edge of the crag, he peered down into the darkening woods at the base of the watchtower. And what he saw made his blood run cold. A small clearing, a flickering campfire, a single, overturned merchant's wagon, its contents, bolts of cloth, small crates, spilled across the ground. And people. A man, clearly the merchant, lay on the ground, a dark, spreading stain on his tunic, his face pale and still. His wife was on her knees, sobbing, held fast by a burly, bearded man with a jagged scar across his face. Their two small children, a boy and a girl, huddled together near the wagon wheels, their faces streaked with tears, their eyes wide with a terror that was absolute. Chapter 356, and standing over them, laughing, wiping a bloody knife on his leather breeches, was a man whose cruel, sneering face was illuminated by the firelight. He was surrounded by four others, all armed, all radiating an aura of casual, brutal violence. Bandits, not common highwaymen, but hardened, professional-looking crew. They had already killed the father, and a look in their leader's eyes as he stared down at the weeping mother, a look of cold, predatory avarice, made it chillingly clear what they intended to do next. The perfect, morally unambiguous justification. Lloyd's hand, resting on the hilt of a knife he hadn't intended to use, tightened. The desolate ruin he had sought for. A power test had just become a stage for a very different kind of demonstration. The spear of justice had found its first and most deserving targets. The clearing below was a tableau of brutal, casual cruelty. The flickering campfire cast dancing, grotesque shadows on the faces of the five bandits, illuminating their sneering triumph and the stark terror of their victims. The merchant lay still, a discarded object, his life's blood soaking into the greedy earth. His wife, her sobs now reduced to a choked, hopeless whimpering, was being dragged by her hair towards the leader by the burly, scar-faced brute. The two small children huddled by the wagon wheel, a single, silent, shaking entity of pure, unadulterated fear. The leader, a tall, wiry man with cold, dead eyes and a cruel twist to his lips, laughed again, a harsh, grating sound that scraped at the twilight stillness. He sheathed his bloody knife and reached out, grabbing the woman's chin, forcing her to look at him. "There now, pretty thing," he sneered, his breath a foul cloud of cheap ale and rot. "No need for tears. Your man was a fool that should have paid the toll, but you can still be useful." His gaze raked over her, possessive, predatory. "And after we're done with you, the brats will fetch a decent price at the slave markets in the border towns, a tidy night's work, all in all." His men chuckled in agreement, their own eyes, hungry and cruel, fixed on the weeping woman. There was no mercy here, and oh humanity. Only greed, violence, and the casual, soul-crushing indifference of predators to their prey. From his vantage point on the high, rocky crag, concealed by the crumbling ruins of the old watchtower, Lloyd observed the scene. The simple white mask felt cool against his skin, a stark, emotionless barrier between him and the horror below. He felt no surge of righteous anger, no hot flash of indignation. The Major General, the cold, pragmatic soldier, had taken over completely to assess the situation with a chilling, detached clarity. .5 hostiles. Armed with a mix of short swords, axes, and long knives, professional-looking, but likely lacking any formal military training. Their formation was loose, sloppy, their attention focused entirely on their victims, their situational awareness non-existent. They felt secure, isolated, confident in their power over the helpless. A fatal mistake. The terrain offered him a perfect, elevated firing position. The dying light provided concealment. The wind, sighing through the ruins, would mask any sound he made. The tactical advantages were all his. He felt Fong Fairy stir within their shared consciousness. Her silent presence, a coiled spring of contained lightning, awaiting his command. "Master," her thought was a whisper of a storm. "The prey is marked. The judgment is yours. Stand by, Fong Fairy." Lloyd replied silently. "This requires a demonstration, a lesson in overwhelming force. They will not even know what killed them." He rose from his crouched position. A tall, faceless white silhouette against the bruised purple of the twilight sky. He stepped to the very edge of the crag, looking down upon the scene of casual brutality below. He did not shout a warning. He did not offer a chance for surrender. These men were not soldiers. They were vermin. And you do not negotiate with vermin. You exterminate them. He extended a single, pale hand, palm open towards the sky. He closed his eyes behind the mask, reaching into the deep, thrumming well of his bond with Fong Fairy. He envisioned the blueprint. Not the massive, crater-forming lance he had tested in the training hall. Something smaller, faster, more personal. A javelin of pure, solidified lightning, honed to a razor's edge, its purpose not obliteration, but swift, silent, surgical execution. He felt her power, the raging storm, answer his call, pouring into the mold of his will. The air around his outstretched hand began to crackle, to hum with a rising, terrifying crescendo. But a single, brilliant point of azure light appeared above his palm, then elongated, solidified, coalescing with a sound like tearing silk into a shimmering, 6-foot spear of pure, white-hot energy. It did not radiate heat. It seemed to consume it, the air around it growing unnaturally cold. It hummed with a low, deadly, oral thrum, a contained thunderclap waiting to be unleashed down in the clearing. One of the bandits, perhaps sensing a subtle shift in the air, a sudden drop in temperature, glanced up nervously. His eyes widened. He saw the figure on the crag. The white, featureless mask, the impossible, shimmering spear of pure lightning held aloft. His mouth opened to shout a warning, a choked, terrified sound. It was the last sound he ever made. The world, for the bandits in the clearing, did not end with a roar, but with a silent, blinding flash. Lloyd, the white mask, a faceless arbiter of consequence standing silhouetted against the dying sky, brought his hand down. It was not a throw, not a launch. It was a simple, downward flick of his wrist, a conductor's final, decisive gesture of the command. The spear of justice did not fly. It did not arc. It simply struck, with a sound that was less a thunderclap and more the sharp, final crack of reality itself breaking. The spear vanished from his hand and reappeared in the center of the clearing in the same infinitesimal fraction of a second. But it was not one spear anymore. It had become 5.5 silent, lethal, impossibly fast streaks of azure lightning, each one seeking its target with a horrifying, unerring precision. The bandit who had looked up, his warning a choked gargle in his throat, was the first. The spear materialized an inch before his chest. There was no time to scream, no time to move, no time to even register the incandescent point of light before it punched through his leather jerkin, through his ribs, through his heart, with the casual, irresistible force of a falling star. He was dead before his body even began to slump to the ground, a look of pure, uncomprehending terror frozen on his face. The burly, scar-faced man who was still holding the merchant's wife by the hair grunted. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. He looked down, a shimmering, 6-foot shaft of pure, Solidified lightning was now protruding from the center of his chest, its light casting an eerie blue glow on the woman's tear-streaked face. He stared at it, a look of profound, almost comical, surprise on his face. He opened his mouth, perhaps to comment on this unexpected and deeply inconvenient development, but only a gurgle of blood emerged. His grip on the woman's hair slackened, and he pitched forward, collapsing into a lifeless heap. The third and fourth bandits, who had been laughing as they rifled through the contents of the overturned wagon, died without ever knowing they were under attack. One moment, they were pulling a bolt of silk from a crate. The next, their world dissolved into a silent, white-hot flash. The spears pierced them from behind, one through the neck, one through the spine, their lethal energy vaporizing vital organs instantly, their bodies collapsing amidst the scattered silks and spices like discarded puppets whose strings had been cut. The leader, the wiry, cruel-eyed man who had been savoring his power over the weeping woman, was the last that he had seen. The first flash had spun around, his hand instinctively going for his sword. But he was far, far too slow. The final spear manifested directly before him. It did not strike his chest. It struck him square in the face. His sneering triumph, his casual cruelty, his very existence was erased in a single, silent, brilliant burst of pure, elemental judgment. The 5 spears, their lethal work done, did not clatter to the ground. They held their form for a single, breathtaking, terrifying heartbeat, 5 pillars of azure light marking the positions of the fallen bandits. Then, with a soft, sighing hiss, they dissolved, dissipating back into the twilight air, leaving behind only the lingering, sharp scent of ozone and the profound, absolute silence of the dead. The entire engagement, from the first silent flash to the final dissolving spear, had taken less than 2 seconds. Chapter 358. The merchant's wife knelt on the ground, her hands still raised in a posture of helpless defense, staring at the 5 still, silent forms that had, moments before, been her tormentors. She looked at their lifeless eyes, at the smoking, cauterized wounds where the spears had struck. She looked at the spilled silks, the scattered crates. She looked at her 2 small children, who were still huddled by the wagon wheel, their own eyes wide, not with terror anymore, but with a kind of stunned, uncomprehending awe. Then, slowly, hesitantly, she looked up towards the high, rocky crag. The figure was still there, a tall, silent silhouette against the last, bruised vestiges of the twilight sky. The white mask was a blank, emotionless void, its featureless surface catching the faint light of the rising moon. He stood for a moment longer, a silent, terrifying, faceless guardian, his judgment delivered. His purpose served. He offered no words of comfort. He offered no explanation. He simply turned, the dark fabric of his tunic melting into the deeper shadows of the ruined watchtower, and vanished. As if he had never been there at all. As if the thunderous, silent judgment had been delivered not by a man, but by the wrathful, impersonal hand of Storm God. The woman continued to kneel, the silence of the clearing broken now only by the soft crackle of the campfire and the first, hesitant, disbelieving sobs of her own profound, overwhelming, and utterly unexpected relief. Her life and the lives of her children had been saved, not by a hero, but by a ghost today. Terrifying, silent, white-masked ghost who wielded spears of pure lightning. The ride back from the ruined watchtower was a long, silent journey through a moon-drenched landscape. The wind, which had earlier felt like a harbinger of conflict, was now just a cool, cleansing presence, washing away the lingering scent of ozone and death. Lloyd, the white mask tucked safely away in his saddlebag, rode with a steady, unhurried pace. The grim satisfaction of the encounter a cold, hard knot in his gut. He felt no remorse and guilt. The 5 bandits had been a clear and present threat, their cruelty absolute, their fate a direct consequence of their own actions. The Major General, the soldier who had authorized countless strikes against similar threats, felt only the clean, sharp certainty of a problem solved and a threat neutralized. Innocence protected at IT was a simple, brutal, and deeply satisfying equation. He had pushed Fong Fairy powers, technically, yes, unleashing 5 spears in rapid succession. The drain on their shared reserves had been immense, leaving a familiar, bone-deep weariness behind. But the test had been a resounding, terrifying success. The spear of justice was not just a weapon. It was an absolute. Against mundane, unshielded opponents, it was irresistible, its speed and lethality belonging to another category of warfare entirely. As he rode, his mind, no longer consumed by the immediate tactical situation, turned to the other, more pressing, equation in his life. The system. The eternal, relentless pursuit of coins, the fight against the bandits, while a moral necessity and a useful field test, had also been, in the cold, hard logic of the system, a task, an opportunity. He focused his will, calling up the familiar, translucent blue interface. He had been so absorbed in the aftermath of the fight, in ensuring the merchant family was safe before he slipped away, that he hadn't yet checked for the reward. The notification was already there, glowing with a quiet, almost smug, intensity. System notification. Unsanctioned criminal entity neutralized. Analysis. User engaged and successfully eliminated a high-threat bandit cell. Designation. The Rotwood Scourges. 0.5 hostile combatants neutralized. 0.2 non-combatant civilians and 2 juvenile non-combatants successfully rescued from imminent threat. Lethal force deemed appropriate and efficiently applied. Target value assessed. The Rotwood Scourges were a known, high-value criminal target with outstanding bounties totaling 28 gold coins from 3 separate baronies. Their elimination represents a significant contribution to regional stability. Conclusion. Justice, swift and electric, has been served. Also, a notable public service has been rendered. System approves of efficient pest control, especially when it is also profitable. Bonus reward issued. 280 system coins, SC. Calculation. Base reward for high-value criminal elimination, 200 SC, plus bonus for rescue of non-combatants, 50 SC, plus bonus for tactical efficiency and overwhelming force application, 30 SC, equals 280 SC. Lloyd's eyes widened behind his mask. 280.IT was a fortune, a reward far exceeding any he had received before in miscellaneous non-task reward. The system, it seemed, valued the elimination of genuine, high-threat criminals far more than it valued slapping street thugs or winning tournaments. This was a new and incredibly lucrative avenue for advancement. Current system coins, 830, previous, plus 280, reward, equals 1,110 SC, 1,110 that he had the coins. More than enough that he could rank up his steel blood. He could buy a new spirit. He could finally start to truly fight back against the ghosts of his past. He reined in his horse, stopping in a moonlit clearing, the sound of crickets the only witness to his silent, internal celebration. He was still weary, his body still aching from the energy expenditure. But his mind was sharp, clear, buzzing with the possibilities that now lay before him. He thought of Ben Ferrum's warning. They're stronger than you. IT was still true, but the gap, he knew, had just narrowed. Significantly, he didn't waste a moment. The adrenaline of the fight still lingered, mingling with the intoxicating thrill of his newfound wealth. Now was the time. Back in the relative security of his study, surrounded by the comforting, familiar scent of old books and his burgeoning soap empire, he would cash in this victory. He would reforge himself. The journey back to the estate was no longer just a ride. It was a race against the dawn, against the unseen enemies who were out there, somewhere, growing stronger. But for the first time, Lloyd felt like he wasn't just running from them, he was running towards them, armed with a new, terrible power and a purse full of cosmic, consequence-laden coins. The price of justice, it seemed, was power, and he had just paid it in full. The study at the elixir manufactory was a sanctuary of silence. The only light, the warm, steady glow from a single oil lamp on Lloyd's large oak desk. The scent of rosemary, which had become the background fragrance of his new life, was a comforting presence. He had returned to the estate under the cover of darkness, bypassing the main house entirely, needing this quiet, private space to process the night's events and, more importantly, to invest its bloody profits. He sat in his chair, the world outside the single pool of lamplighted distant, irrelevant darkness. He had dismissed Ken with a single, sharp nod, needing absolute solitude for what he was about to do. The exhaustion of the fight, the lingering adrenaline, the immense spiritual drain from unleashing 5 spears in rapid succession. It all hummed beneath his skin, a testament to the power he had wielded. But fatigue was a temporary state. The opportunity before him was not. He closed his eyes, sinking into the cool, familiar interface of the system. The balance glowed, a beautiful, brilliant number that promised transformation. Current system coins, 1110 SC. The choice was clear, had been solidifying in his mind for weeks, ever since his humiliating defeat at the hands of Ben Ferrum. Fong Fairy's transcendence had been a crucial first step, giving him a powerful offensive and defensive partner. But his own core abilities, the very powers of his blood, were still lagging. His steel blood, The true, potent legacy of the Ferrum line was still at its nascent, F-rank stage. It was versatile, yes, precise, but against the raw, overwhelming power Ben had displayed, it had felt like a child's T. It was time to change that. He focused his will, navigating the system's menus, his mind sharp, decisive. 10 SC deducted for opening the shop. Void power. Iron blood/blood steel. Current rank. F upgrade path available. Select target rank. He bypassed the single-step upgrades, the slow, incremental climb. He had the capital now for a significant leap. He did the mental math, the cost of each rank adding up, a ladder of power he was about to ascend in a single, breathtaking bound. E rank. 150 SC. D rank. 200 SC. C rank. 300 SC. B rank. 400 SC. Total cost to reach B rank. 150 plus 200 plus 300 plus 400 is equal to 1,050 system coins. Exactly what he had. It was a perfect, almost preordained confluence of events. The system wasn't just offering him an upgrade. It was presenting him with a destiny. Target rank selected. B. Total upgrade cost. 1050 SC. Confirm expenditure. There was no hesitation. This was the reason he had fought. The reason he had taken the risk. This was the price of justice, reinvested into the currency of survival. Chapter 360. Confirm. He breathed, the word a quiet command in the silent room. The moment he confirmed the expenditure, the world behind his eyelids dissolved. The feeling was utterly different from the spirit transcendence. That had been an external surge, a fusion with another being, a violent, explosive expansion of his bond. This was internal, a deep, seismic, and profoundly personal reforging. It felt as if the very blood in his veins had ignited. Not with a hot, consuming flame, but with the white-hot, purifying fire of a master's forge. A wave of intense, almost unbearable energy flooded his system, originating not from an external source, but from the very core of his being, from the ancient, coded legacy of his Ferrum DNA. He gritted his teeth, a low groan escaping his lips as the power surged through him. It was not pain. Not exactly. It was transformation. He could feel his void power, the familiar thrum of his steel blood, changing, condensing, purifying. The raw, almost clumsy potential of his F-rank abilities was being systematically dismantled, melted down, and reforged into something harder, sharper, infinitely more potent. He could feel his control deepening, his connection to the essence of steel becoming more intimate, more intuitive. He could sense the subtle metallic dust in the very air of the room, feel the iron nails in the floorboards. Beneath him, sense the hard, sharp reality of the steel hilt of the practice sword leaning in the corner. His perception of the world had fundamentally, irrevocably shifted. The process, which felt like an eternity, was over in a matter of seconds. The intense, internal fire receded, leaving behind not a searing heat, but a cool, humming, and immensely powerful certainty. The upgrade was complete. Upgrade successful. Iron blood/blood steel. New rank. B. New abilities unlocked. Displaying skill. Tree. A new interface bloomed in his mind, and with it, a torrent of instinctual knowledge that he saw the paths of potential that were now open to him. The ability to shape larger, more complex steel constructs. The power to imbue his creations with greater heat, greater kinetic force. The potential to manipulate not just steel, but other, more exotic alloys. But one ability, one familiar, terrifying, and deeply personal technique, flared to life in his mind with the force of a recovered memory. An ability he had spent 3 long, brutal years perfecting in his first life, after his family's assassination, a power born of grief, of vengeance, of the desperate need for a weapon that was both a shield and a sword. Chain shackles, without a conscious thought, acting on pure, resurrected instinct. Lloyd opened his eyes and extended his hand, palm up, into the pool of lamplight on his desk that he focused his will. His newly forged B-rank power, answering his call instantly, effortlessly, the air above. His palm shimmered from the center of his palm. A single, gleaming, metallic link, forged from pure, solid ferrum steel, materialized from nothing to IT was followed by another, and another, and another, each link forming and connecting with impossible speed, a silent, fluid cascade of creation. Within seconds, a length of heavy, gleaming, impossibly strong-looking chain lay coiled in his hand. Each link was perfect, seamless, radiating a faint, internal power. IT was not just a chain. It was an extension of his will, a flexible, unbreakable tendril of pure steel. He flexed his fingers, and the chain responded instantly, slithering up his arm like a living serpent. Its cool, metallic weight, a familiar, chilling comfort. He willed it to be sharp, and the edges of the links honed themselves to a razor's edge. He willed it to be blunt, and the edges softened, becoming a tool of binding, not of cutting. But a slow, grim, and utterly predatory smile touched Lloyd's lips. He remembered how to use this, how to send it slithering through shadows, silent and unseen, how to wrap it around an opponent's throat from 100 paces away, constricting with a silent, irresistible force, how to use it to disarm, to bind, to shatter bone. This was not the flashy, attention-grabbing power of the spear of justice. This was the quiet, insidious, terrifyingly effective power of an assassin. The power he had used to hunt down his family's killers, one by one, in the shadows of a world that had tried to erase him. He had reclaimed a piece of his most ruthless, most dangerous self. The drab duckling was gone forever. The soap merchant was a means to an end. The Major General was awake. And now, the ghost of Ferrum, the master of the silent, deadly chains, had returned. He looked at the gleaming steel coiling around his arm, a grim promise of the justice and the vengeance that was yet to come. The ghosts of his past were out there, and he now had the perfect chains to drag them, kicking and screaming, into the light. The heavy, gleaming steel chain remained coiled around his arm, a cold, metallic serpent of resurrected power that it felt. Right, that a familiar weight, a grim comfort. The chain shackles, his signature technique from the brutal, vengeful years of his first life, had returned to him, not as a hazy memory, but as a sharp, intuitive, and deeply ingrained skill. His newly forged Berank steel blood hummed in his veins, a quiet, powerful engine awaiting his command. He sat in the pre-dawn silence of his study, the single oil lamp casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The world outside was still, asleep, blissfully unaware of the quiet, terrifying reforging that had just taken place within this small, book-lined room. He flexed his fingers, and the chain responded instantly, tightening slightly, then loosening, a living extension of his will. He contemplated the power now at his command, his mind, the mind of the Major General, cold and analytical. He weighed its potential, its applications, its limitations. He saw two distinct, yet interconnected, paths of power now laid out before him. A terrifying fusion of the two worlds he had inhabited. On one path lay the chains, the magic, the art of the kill, as he had come to think of it in his first life to Berank. The shackles were already a formidable weapon. He could manifest them with ease, control their length, their density, their sharpness with a thought. They were perfect for close-quarters combat, for binding, for disarming, for a swift, brutal, and surprisingly quiet kill. They were a versatile tool, a combination of whip, garrote, and bludgeon, all forged from unbreakable, will-bound steel. But his knowledge, the memories of the assassin he had become, told him that this was just the beginning. The path of the steel blood extended far beyond this, that he accessed the system's newly unlocked skill tree in his mind, seeing the faint, glowing lines of potential upgrades stretching out before him. A rank, that R rank, that S rank. The description for the S rank mastery of the chain shackles ability shimmered his mind, a promise of almost godlike power, like a TS rank. The user's sensory connection to their manifested steel becomes absolute. The user can extend and control their chains over vast distances, guided not by sight, but by their void power's innate perception of metallic and energetic signatures. The chains can be made to phase through solid, non-metallic objects, earth, wood, stone, as if they were ghosts, only solidifying at the moment of impact. The potential for assassination becomes absolute. The implications were staggering. Kill a man from 5 kilometers away, without ever being seen, without ever leaving his own room. The send a silent, ethereal chain, slithering through a fortress wall, through the very floors of a castle, to find its target sleeping in his bed and constrict around his throat, leaving behind no trace but a corpse with the faint, inexplicable bruising of a phantom ligature. It was the perfect, untraceable, magical assassination. It was an art form, and a beautiful, terrible, and utterly lethal art form. This, he knew, was the path of the ghost of Ferrum, the path of the shadow warrior, the silent avenger, the path of magic, of void, power, of the ancient, bloody legacy of his new world. But then his mind shifted. The other path, the other life, the other knowledge, the cold, hard, beautiful logic of science. He let the steel chain dissolve, melting back into the latent energy within him. He picked up a piece of blank parchment and a stick of fine, sharp graphite, and with the same hand that had just commanded magical chains, he began to sketch. His movements were different now. Not the fluid, intuitive gestures of a void master, but the sharp, precise, economical lines of an engineer. He drew a long, hollow cylinder. He sketched a bolt mechanism. He detailed the intricate, spiral grooves on the inside of the cylinder. Rifling, that a simple, brilliant, mechanical principle from a world without magic. The spiral grooves that imparted spin to a projectile, granting it gyroscopic stability, a flatter trajectory, greater range, and a terrifying, almost supernatural accuracy. Chapter 362, he then sketched the projectile itself. Not a crude, round cannonball, but an elongated, aerodynamically stable bullet. Its shape calculated for minimal air resistance and maximum kinetic energy transfer upon impact. He drew the casing, the primer, the carefully measured charge of propellant. He didn't have the advanced chemical compounds of Earth's smokeless powders, but he had the basic principles of explosive chemistry. He had access to sulfur, to charcoal, to saltpeter. He could create black powder, a crude, inefficient propellant. Yes, but when contained within a properly engineered breech and directed down a rifled barrel, it would be more than enough. He looked at the two concepts side by side in his mind. On one hand, the chain shackled, a silent, magical, almost artistic method of assassination, elegant, untraceable, requiring immense personal power, focus, and years of dedicated, quasi-mystical training to master it. On the other hand, the sniper rifle, that a cold, mechanical, brutally efficient tool of death, impersonal, replicable, requiring only a steady hand, a good eye, and a fundamental understanding of ballistics. Its power was not in the user, but in the tool itself. That a tool he knew, with absolute certainty, how to design. A tool he could, with the resources he was now accumulating, with the control over steel he now possessed, potentially build. The thought was a chilling, exhilarating revelation that he could spend the next decade, the next 2 decades, painstakingly ranking up his void power, mastering the arcane arts of his bloodline, to become the perfect magical assassin. Or he could spend the next year in a hidden workshop with a skilled blacksmith and his own growing power, forging the components, refining the design, creating a weapon that could deliver the same lethal result as an S-rank chain shackle. A kill from kilometer away, with a simple, mechanical pull of a trigger to a weapon that could be taught, replicated, given to others. The two paths stretched before him, a stark, profound choice. The path of magic, the ancient power of this world, and the path of technology, the cold, hard, beautiful logic of the world he had left behind. Why? A slow, dangerous smile touched his lips. Choose? He looked at the drawing of the rifle, then at his own empty hand, feeling the phantom weight of the steel chains. He was Major General Kim Evan, the father of the mechanical battlesuit. He was Lord Lloyd Ferrum, the wielder of the steel blood and the black ring eyes. He was a paradox, an anomaly, a fusion of 2 worlds, 2 lifetimes, 2 philosophies of power. That he would not be just a mage, that he would not be just an engineer, he would be both. That he would forge an arsenal of magic and technology so potent, so revolutionary, that the ghosts of his past would have nowhere to hide. They had been in this world for decades, yes. They had accumulated power, built networks, but they were creatures of this world, bound by its rules, its traditions, its understanding of what was possible. They had no idea what a sniper rifle was. They had no conception of aerodynamics, of ballistics, of the simple, brutal, beautiful physics of a spinning piece of lead traveling at twice the speed of sound. They were preparing for a war against a medieval knight with a few neat magic tricks. They had no idea they were about to go to war with a major general from the 22nd century. The game hadn't just changed, he was about to flip the entire board over. And the future of Riverio, whether it knew it or not, was about to get a whole lot louder and a whole lot more precise. The elixir manufactory was no longer a forgotten ruin. It was the beating heart of a commercial revolution, the rhythmic, heavy groan of the great water wheel, turning with a power that was steady and relentless, was the estate's new pulse. Inside, the cavernous space hummed with a symphony of productive, organized industry. The air, once thick with the musty scent of decay and pigeon droppings, was now a fragrant, almost intoxicating blend of warm, distilled rosemary, the nutty sweetness of almond oil, and the clean, waxy aroma of curing soap that it was. The smell of progress, of profit, and of an empire being built one perfectly saponified batch at a time. Lloyd Ferrum stood on the mezzanine platform overlooking the main floor, a clipboard, one of his own earth-inspired innovations that Alaric now revered with an almost religious fervor. Held loosely in his hand, he surveyed his small kingdom, a quiet, deep satisfaction settling in his bones. This was real, more real, in some ways, than the spectral, fleeting power of his void abilities. This was tangible creation, a system built from chaos, a team forged from disparate, unlikely parts. Down below, the workflow he and Lyra had designed moved with the beautiful, predictable grace of a well-oiled machine. Martha and Pia, their movements now practiced and efficient, managed the tallow and oil melting over the newly optimized hearts Boren had designed. The clanking of the gear-driven stirring paddles was a constant, steady rhythm, churning the simmering mixtures with a tireless efficiency that had cut their production time by a third. Jasmine, his loyal forewoman, moved with a quiet confidence that was a world away from the terrified, trembling girl he had first approached in the butchery. She directed the flow of materials, checked curing rack inventories, and oversaw the final packaging with an authority that was earned, not just given. But today, Lloyd's attention was focused on the far corner of the main floor, a newly designated area that Lyra had cordoned off and labeled with her typical pragmatic flair, the pulverization and dry agent development station. Here, a different kind of alchemy was taking place. The focus was not on the silken luxury of aura, but on the raw, practical power of radiance, their next great venture. He descended the wooden stairs, his boots echoing softly on the stone floor, and approached the small group gathered around a large, shallow wooden tray. His R&D team, Alaric, Boren, and Lyra, were hunched over the tray, their expressions a mixture of intense concentration and simmering frustration. "Report," Lloyd said, his voice calm, cutting through their muttered debate. Alaric, the meticulous perfectionist, looked up, pushing his spectacles up the bridge of his nose with a sigh. "The prototype is fundamentally sound, my lord," he began, his voice laced with the academic frustration of a theorist confronting an inconvenient, practical problem. He gestured to the tray, which was filled with a fine, whitish powder. The base soap was successfully dried in the new low-humidity kiln Boren constructed. The pulverization process, using a modified grain grinding stone, yielded a powder of excellent fineness. Its cleansing properties in initial tests are remarkable that a small scoop dissolved in warm water demonstrated significant efficacy in removing standard grime and grease from test swatches of linen and wool. "It's brilliant! It works!" Boren boomed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "We scrub a wine-stained jerkin with it, and the stain vanished, like magic." However, Lyra interjected, her sharp, practical gaze cutting through Boren's excitement. "It has a critical flaw." She pointed to the powder in the tray. "Observe, my lord." She took a small wooden scoop and dug it into the powder, then lifted it. The powder did not flow freely. It had formed small, dense clumps, clinging together. The powder, while effective when fresh, is highly hygroscopic. It absorbs ambient moisture from the air at a remarkable rate. After just a few hours of exposure, it begins to clump. After a day, it becomes a solid, unusable brick. She gestured to another tray, which contained a sad, hard, whitish block that looked more like a piece of soft limestone than a powdered cleanser. "This poses a significant logistical and commercial problem," she stated, her tone crisp and analytical. "We cannot sell it in open sacks at the market as we planned. IT would be ruined within a day. Sealing it in expensive, airtight earthenware jars would dramatically increase the packaging cost, pushing the price beyond the reach of the common market we intend to target. The product is effective, my lord, but its instability makes it commercially unviable as it currently stands." Lloyd listened. Nodding slowly, he scooped up a handful of the slightly clumpy powder. Rubbing it between his fingers, he could feel the fine grains, the subtle moisture they had already begun to absorb. The problem was cleared on Earth. Modern detergents were packed with a host of sophisticated chemical agents, anti-caking compounds, stabilizers, desiccants, none of which existed here. Boren, never one to be defeated by a simple problem of physics, was already brainstorming solutions. "We could store it with magically dried sun crystals," he suggested eagerly. "They could absorb all moisture, or perhaps we could design a self-heating sack that keeps the powder perpetually warm and dry. We could use a slow-burning alchemical core." Chapter 364, and turn every sack of laundry powder into a potential incendiary device. Lyra retorted dryly. "An interesting, if terrifying, marketing strategy. Boren, Ferrum's radiance cleans your linens and burns down your house." Alaric, meanwhile, was lost in thought, muttering to himself. "Perhaps a change in the crystalline structure is needed. If we altered the fat-to-alkali ratio to favor a more hydrophobic molecular chain, but that could compromise the cleansing efficacy." Lloyd let them debate, a slow, almost lazy smile spreading across his face that he listened to their complex, brilliant, and entirely overwrought solutions. Magic crystals and self-heating sacks, complete molecular re-engineering, they were approaching the problem with the tools and the mindset of their world. With magic, with alchemy, with complex, esoteric theory. But the 80-year-old engineer from Earth, the man who had seen 1,000 simple, elegant solutions to practical problems, saw a different path, not a much simpler one. He let them argue for another minute, then held up a hand, a quiet gesture that instantly commanded their attention. "You are all thinking like brilliant alchemists," he said, his voice calm, appreciative. "But perhaps you are overthinking the problem." He looked at the clumpy powder in his hand. "The problem is moisture. The powder absorbs it. The particles stick together. So, the solution is not to change the powder itself, or to create a magical container. The solution," he paused, letting the simple statement land, "is to add something to the powder. Something that is even more eager to absorb moisture than the soap itself. Something that can coat each tiny grain, keeping them separate, dry, and free-flowing." The three alchemists stared at him, their expressions a mixture of confusion and dawning curiosity. "And what substance possesses such properties, my lord?" Alaric asked, his academic interest piqued. "A desiccated sponge fungus? Powdered silica from the glass sands of the south?" Lloyd shook his head, his smile widening. "Something far simpler, my friends. Something abundant, cheap, and currently being used by the stonemasons down the road to patch the very walls of this estate." He paused, then delivered the brilliantly simple, world-changing solution. "Finely milled limestone," he said, silenced at a profound, utter, and comprehensively baffled silence. Borin, Lyra, and Alaric stared at him as if he had just suggested they try to solve the problem by teaching the soap powder to sing. "Limestone, my lord?" Lyra finally managed, her voice filled with a rare, almost hesitant disbelief. "As in chalk? Rock dust?" "Precisely," Lloyd confirmed cheerfully. "Calcium carbonate, in its powdered form, is an excellent desiccant. A drying agent at IT is also a very mild abrasive, which will actually enhance the powder's ability to scrub away stubborn stains on durable fabrics like canvas or rough-spun wool. And most importantly," he added, the merchant's mind taking over, "it is incredibly cheap. We can likely get tons of it for a few silver coins from any quarry." He explained the concept. Simple earth science translated into their terms. "We do not need much, a small percentage, perhaps 10 to 15% of the total volume, that we mill the limestone into a powder even finer than the soap itself. Then mix it in thoroughly during the final production stage. This dry, inert rock dust will coat the soap particles. When moisture enters the sack, the limestone dust will absorb it first, sacrificing itself, keeping the soap particles dry, separate, and free-flowing. It is a simple, cheap, and incredibly effective anti-caking agent." The three alchemists continued to stare, their brilliant minds struggling to process the sheer, almost insulting simplicity of the solution. They'd been thinking of magic, of complex alchemy, of restructuring the very molecules of their creation. And he had proposed adding rock dust. IT was so simple, so logical, so mundane, and so utterly, undeniably brilliant. Alaric was the first to break, his face paling slightly as the implications hit him. He grabbed a small pouch of the clumpy powder and a pinch of limestone dust from a crack in the nearby wall. Rushing over to a mortar and pestle, he ground the limestone into a fine powder, mixed it with the soap, and watched, his eyes wide behind his spectacles, as the clumps instantly began to break apart, the mixture becoming lighter, more friable, flowing freely between his fingers. "It works," he breathed, his voice a whisper of pure, academic awe. He looked at Lloyd with an expression of such profound, almost fearful, respect. It was as if he were looking at an archmage who had just casually rewritten a fundamental law of nature. That Lyra's reaction was one of pure, logistical delight. The cost savings, the simplicity of implementation. "We don't need new equipment, just a secondary grinding stone. The reduction in packaging costs alone will increase our profit margin by another 5%, at least." Her mind was already redesigning the workflow chart, her earlier frustration replaced by the clean, sharp joy of a perfectly solved problem. Borin just started laughing, a deep, booming, hearty laugh of pure, unadulterated delight. "Rock dust," he roared, clapping Lloyd on the back with enough force to make him stumble. "Of course, it's so stupidly simple it's genius. I was trying to invent self-heating sacks, and all we needed was a bit of bloody rock dust." Lloyd just grinned, rubbing his smarting back. He had done it again. He had taken a piece of basic, commonplace knowledge from one world and applied it to another, creating a solution that felt, to them, like a stroke of revolutionary genius. The Radiance laundry powder was no longer just a concept that IT was a viable, stable, and soon-to-be incredibly profitable reality. The alchemy of industry, he mused, was often far simpler and far more rewarding than the alchemy of the laboratory. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. The successful resolution of the Radiance clumping problem had infused the elixir manufactory with a renewed sense of purpose and a healthy dose of awe for their enigmatic young lord. The team worked with a new, fervent energy, finalizing the formulation, testing the limestone-based anti-caking agent with Alaric's meticulous rigor, and preparing for the first large-scale production run. The atmosphere was one of triumph, of a team that felt it was on the cusp of not just one, but two revolutionary commercial ventures. The soap empire was taking shape, solid and fragrant. But as the days turned into another week, Lloyd Ferrum found his own thoughts drifting far from the comforting, profitable world of saponification and market logistics. The solution to the Radiance problem had been a satisfying intellectual exercise, a neat application of simple, cross-world chemistry. But it was small. It was about improving a product, increasing a profit margin. The Major General. Within him, the strategist who had wrestled with weapons of mass destruction and the fate of nations, was growing restless. The ghosts were still out there. Ben Ferrum's warning echoed in the quiet hours of the night. They are stronger than you. The spear of justice was a powerful deterrent, a magnificent weapon, but it was a single, high-cost silver bullet. A war could not be won with a single bullet, no matter how potent. He needed more. He needed an arsenal. He needed a fundamental shift in the very nature of warfare in this world, a disruptive technology that would render the old ways of swords and shields, of even ascended spirits and void power, partially obsolete. He needed his own industrial revolution, but not one of soap point, one of fire and steel. The idea had been simmering at the back of his mind ever since he had reclaimed his steel blood abilities, ever since he had sketched the simple, beautiful, terrifying schematics of a rifle, gunpowder. The simple, three-part chemical recipe that had torn down the castle walls of his own world's history, that had ended the age of the armored knight and ushered in the age of the common soldier. Here, in Riverio, it did not exist. Warfare was a grand, almost romantic, affair of clashing swords, of powerful void users who were living tanks, of magnificent spirits. Battling in the sky. It was a war of heroes, of individuals. Gunpowder was the great equalizer, an anonymous, impersonal, brutally efficient force that could be mass-produced, that could put the power to kill a duke in the hands of a peasant. It was a terrifying, world-altering concept. And Lloyd knew, with a cold, hard certainty, that he needed to control it. Possess it first. Before his enemies, the other ghosts from Earth, remembered the same simple, deadly recipe. He chose his moment. Carefully. It was late in the evening, after the main production work at the manufactory had ceased for the day. The rank-and-file workers had departed, leaving only the core team finishing their notes and cleaning their stations. The air was quiet, the scent of rosemary now a familiar, almost domestic, comfort. He approached his R&D team, Alaric, Borin, and Lyra, who were gathered around a table, reviewing Alaric's latest test results on the Radiance powder. Chapter 366. A moment, if you please. Lloyd said, his voice quiet but carrying an unusual weight that made all three of them look up, their professional focus instantly shifting to him. They saw the look in his eyes, the distant, serious, almost grim intensity of the Major General, and they knew, instinctively, that this was not about soap. Dismiss the others, Jasmine, Tisha, he instructed, his gaze flicking towards the other side of the room, where the two women were discussing staffing schedules, and ensure the main doors are barred. And O1 is to enter or leave this section of the manufactory until I say otherwise. A flicker of surprise and concern crossed Jasmine and Tisha's faces, but they nodded without question, moving to carry out his orders. The atmosphere in the room, once one of productive camaraderie, suddenly became tense, expectant. Lloyd waited until the main doors had boomed shut, the heavy iron bar sliding into place with a definitive thud. He was now alone with the three people whose skills he needed most for this new, dangerous venture. His alchemists, his engineers. He pulled up a stool, sitting down at their table, creating a sense of intimacy, of a shared, secret council. What I am about to discuss with you, he began, his voice a low, serious murmur, does not leave this room. It is not to be recorded in any ledger. It is not to be spoken of, even in whispers, outside of this sealed space. IT is a project of the utmost secrecy and of the highest strategic importance to the future security of House Ferrum. And indeed, this entire duchy, you all understand? The three of them stared at him, their earlier relaxed postures gone, replaced by a rigid, focused attention. They nodded in unison, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and profound, almost fearful, curiosity. Good. Lloyd continued. He leaned forward, his elbows on the table, his hands steepled before him. We have created wonders with soap. We are building a commercial empire. But commerce, prosperity, it is all meaningless without security, without the strength to protect what we have. Bill, he paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Our current methods of warfare, they are effective, but they are limited. They rely on the innate power of a few, the powerful void user, the master swordsman, the wielder of a transcended spirit. But what if, his eyes gleamed with a cold, revolutionary fire, we could create a power that was not reliant on individual talent, a power that could be manufactured, stored, and deployed by any common soldier, a force that could shatter a castle wall from a distance, or fell an armored knight with a single, thunderous blow. He saw their expressions shift from curiosity to bewilderment. You speak of siege engines, my lord? Lyra asked, her practical mind immediately turning to catapults and ballistae. Their power is great, but they are cumbersome, slow to deploy. I speak of something far beyond a catapult, Lyra. Lloyd replied, his voice a low, compelling hum. I speak of a new kind of alchemy, a new kind of fire. He began to describe it, not with the chemical formulas of his earth life, but with the language of their world, the language of properties and effects. I've been studying certain obscure alchemical texts, he lied smoothly. Texts that speak of a catalytic combustion powder, a fine, dark powder, created from the precise mixture of three simple, seemingly mundane ingredients. He looked at Alaric, the meticulous chemist. Imagine, Alaric, a stable, solid compound. But when a single point of ignition, is applied to it in a confined space, it does not just burn. IT undergoes a near-instantaneous phase transition. IT transformed from a small volume of solid powder into a massive, immense volume of superheated gas. The expansion is so rapid, so violent, that it creates a wave of pressure, a force of immense, almost unimaginable, propulsive power. Alaric's eyes widened behind his spectacles, his scientific mind instantly grappling with the concept. A phase transition of that velocity. The energy release would be astronomical. IT would be an explosion, my lord, a controlled, directed explosion. Precisely, Lloyd confirmed. A controlled, directional explosion, but a force that can propel a projectile. A ball of lead, a shard of iron. At speeds far exceeding any arrow or crossbow bolt, but a force that could be contained within a metal tube, aimed, and unleashed with a simple mechanical trigger. He turned to Lyra, the pragmatist. Imagine, Lyra, a wall of soldiers, each armed with such a tube. They do not need the strength of a knight or the years of training of an archer. They simply need to point and pull a trigger, and a volley of metal projectiles, a storm of iron, is unleashed upon the enemy, capable of tearing through armor, of shattering shields, of breaking a cavalry charge before it even reaches our lines. Imagine siege cannons that do not hurl heavy stones with clumsy torsion, but fire dense, iron balls with such force that they can punch through the thickest fortress walls. Lyra's face was pale, her mind reeling with the logistical and tactical implications that IT wasn't just a new weapon. It was a new paradigm of war. Then, he looked at Boren. The explosive enthusiast had been silent throughout his explanation, a rare and deeply unsettling occurrence. His usual boisterous grin was gone. His face was pale, his eyes wide, fixed on Lloyd with an expression of such profound, almost religious, awe. It was as if he were looking at the god of fire and destruction itself. Controlled directional explosions, Boren whispered. The words a reverent, almost tearful prayer. He began to tremble, not with fear, but with a pure, unadulterated, almost spiritual excitement. He looked at Lloyd, his eyes shining with a manic, brilliant light. My lord, he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. You are not just talking about a new weapon. You are talking about the most beautiful, most elegant, most wonderfully, gloriously destructive art form I have ever imagined. Lloyd had their attention, he had their awe, he had their fear. And most importantly, he had their absolute, unquestioning, and slightly unhinged loyalty. The seeds of a new fire, a fire that would reshape the very foundations of their world, had just been planted in the fertile, brilliant, and slightly unstable minds of his R&D team. The gunpowder plot had begun. Understand? The air in the manufactory study felt different now, charged with the weight of a secret that could shatter kingdoms. The initial, almost manic, excitement from Boren had subsided into a focused, intense silence that Lyra's practical mind was clearly grappling with the immense engineering and safety challenges, her fingers drumming a silent, worried rhythm on the table. Alaric was already lost in a world of theoretical chemical reactions, his eyes distant, his lips moving silently as he mentally balanced equations for a reaction he did not yet fully understand. They were hooked. The concept, however terrifying, was too compelling for their brilliant, inquisitive minds to resist. This project, Lloyd stated, his voice a low, firm command that brought them all back to the present, is our highest priority, but also our deepest secret. IT will be designated Project Chimera. You will not speak of it outside this room. You will not write down the full formulas or designs. All work will be theoretical, component-based, until I give the order to proceed with a practical test. Your research will be compartmentalized. Alaric, you will focus on the purification and properties of the three base reagents, in isolation. Boren, you will begin theoretical designs for a containment vessel, a reinforced metal tube capable of withstanding immense, instantaneous pressure. Lyra, you will research existing forging techniques and potential metallurgical weaknesses. Understood. The three of them nodded in unison, their faces grim, serious. The gravity of the task, the sheer, world-altering potential of what they were embarking on, had settled upon them. Good, Lloyd said. Now, I must acquire the components. And for that, he added, a hint of his earlier enigmatic smile returning, I require a different kind of expert. He dismissed them, and they filed out of the study, their minds buzzing with 1,000 new, dangerous, and exhilarating ideas. Lloyd remained, waiting in the quiet solitude of his office, letting the echoes of his proposal settle. He had just set in motion a chain of events that could lead to either his house's ultimate security or its absolute ruin. There was no turning back now. He waited until the last sounds of the manufactory had faded, until the only sound was the gentle hiss of the oil lamp and the distant sigh of the wind outside. Then he spoke to the empty, shadowed corner of the room. Ken. The shadow detached itself from the wall without a sound, resolving into the solid, impassive form of his bodyguard. Ken Park had been there the entire time, a silent, unseen witness to the entire secret meeting. Lloyd had known, had counted on it. Chapter 368, Young Lord. Ken acknowledged, his voice the usual flat, unwavering baritone. He stepped into the pool of lamplight. His face an unreadable mask, but his eyes, Lloyd noted, held a new, deeper intensity. He had heard everything. You heard. The proposal, Lloyd stated, not a question. I did, my lord, Ken confirmed. His expression did not change. He offered no judgment, no surprise, no opinion. He simply waited for his orders. His loyalty was not to the project, but to the man who commanded it. Then you understand the necessity for absolute, unparalleled discretion in the next phase, Lloyd continued, his voice low, serious. This is no longer about sourcing tallow or olive oil. Ken, this is about acquiring the very building blocks of a new kind of power. Any hint of what we are assembling could lead to catastrophic consequences. He slid a single, folded sheet of vellum across the desk. IT did not contain names or formulas. That IT contained descriptions. 3 simple, seemingly innocuous descriptions. I have a new procurement mission for you, Ken, Lloyd said, his gaze locking with his bodyguards, a shadow's errand. You will use your network, your most trusted, most discreet assets. You will acquire 3 specific materials for me, in small but pure quantities. You will do so without raising any alarms, without linking the purchases together, without leaving any trace that connects these materials to me, to this factory, or to House Ferrum. Ken picked up the parchment, his eyes scanning the descriptions with swift, analytical precision. Item 1. Cave wall salt. The parchment read, a white, crystalline substance, often found as a powdery efflorescence on the walls of dry, deep caves, particularly those with large bat populations. Also found in the earth beneath old stables or barns, where animal waste has seeped into the ground for many years. IT is sometimes used in small quantities by alchemists as a preservative or a minor reagent. I require a pure, refined sample, free of excess dirt or moisture. Potassium nitrate, saltpeter, the oxidizer. Item 2. Yellow brimstone. Ken's eyes moved to the next line. A bright yellow, crystalline solid with a distinct, sharp smell, like rotten eggs when burned. found in volcanic regions, near hot springs, or as a deposit in certain deep mineral mines. The Alchemist Guild uses it occasionally for creating acids or fumigants. I require a block of the purest, most vibrant yellow stone you can find. Sulfur, the fuel and stabilizer. Item 3. Heartwood charcoal. The final item. Not the common charcoal used for forges or hearths. That I require charcoal made exclusively from the heartwood of slow-growing, dense hardwood, like willow or alder. The tea must be burned in a low-oxygen environment to ensure purity, then milled into a powder as fine as flour. The quality, the fineness of the milling, is paramount. Carbon, the primary fuel. Ken finished reading, his expression still utterly, infuriatingly, impassive. He folded the parchment carefully and tucked it into his tunic. He did not ask what the materials were for. He did not ask why the heir to the duchy was suddenly interested in bat guano scrapings and volcanic rock. The why was not his domain. The how was. Your instructions are clear, young lord. Ken stated. He began to think aloud, his voice a low, clinical murmur, the master intelligence. Operative processing, a new mission profile. The heartwood charcoal is the simplest. The estate's own charcoal burners can be tasked with a special, high-purity production run under the guise of creating a new pigment base for the Duchess's art supplies. The discretion will be absolute. The yellow brimstone is more challenging, he continued, his gaze becoming distant, accessing his vast mental network. The nearest significant volcanic deposits are in the Fire Peak Mountains, a 2-week journey. However, a small, independent mining consortium operating on the southern border of the duchy extracts it as a byproduct. They are known to be discreet and amenable to transactions that are not officially recorded in any guild ledger. I have an asset in the region. The acquisition can be arranged. In the cave wall, salt. He paused, a flicker of something. Calculation, mild distaste. In his eyes. That is the most difficult. The largest known deposits are in the Echoing Caverns, a network controlled by a particularly unpleasant clan of cave-dwelling goblins. Negotiation is unlikely to be fruitful. He fell silent for a moment. However, he added, his voice dropping slightly, there's an alternative. The old, abandoned levels of the ducal stables, the ones that have not been used for over a century. The soil there will be rich. The extraction will be dirty, unpleasant work, but can be done at night by a small, trusted team without anyone knowing. He looked back at Lloyd, his plan already formulated, the logistical pathways clear in his mind. The time frame for acquiring all 3 components, in their purified states, will be approximately 3 weeks, my lord. The cost will be minimal, well within my discretionary operational budget. Lloyd listened, a profound sense of respect and admiration for the man before him settling in his heart. Ken wasn't just a bodyguard. He was a master of Shadow World, a logistical genius whose reach and resources were terrifyingly vast. He had taken a list of strange, seemingly unrelated materials and instantly formulated a multi-pronged, clandestine procurement plan that was both brilliant and utterly foolproof. Excellent, Ken, Lloyd said, his voice quiet but filled with an unwavering trust. Proceed as you have outlined. Discretion is the soul of this entire operation. The success of Project Chimera depends on it. Ken inclined his head, a single, sharp nod of acknowledgement and acceptance. Project Chimera, he repeated, the name logged, filed, and sealed away in the impenetrable fortress of his mind. It will be done, young lord. With that, he turned, and with the silent, fluid grace that was his trademark, he stepped back into the corner of the room and simply vanished, melting back into the shadows from which he had come. Lloyd was left alone in the lamplit study, the scent of rosemary mingling with the ghost of a new, more dangerous aroma, the faint, sharp, imagined scent of sulfur, saltpeter, and the coming fire. The seeds of his new weapon had been planted. Now, all he had to do was wait for the harvest. The study of Archduke Roy Ferrum was a fortress of silence, a place where the fate of armies and the economies of provinces were decided by the scratch of a quill on parchment. The air was thick with the scent of old leather, beeswax, and the immense, almost tangible weight of power. Roy sat behind his massive mahogany desk, the late afternoon sun slanting through the high, arched windows, illuminating the stern, unyielding lines of his face that he was reviewing a report on grain yields from the southern territories, his mind a formidable engine of logic and calculation, when a soft, almost imperceptible knock echoed on the heavy oak door. Enter, Roy commanded, his voice a low rumble, his gaze not lifting from the column of figures before him. The door opened and closed with a ghost silence. Ken Park entered, moving with that unnerving fluidity that seemed to defy his solid frame. He stopped a respectful distance from the desk, a silent, immovable pillar in his dark, immaculate livery, and waited. Roy finished the line he was reading, made a sharp, decisive notation in the margin with his quill, then carefully set the instrument down. Only then did he lift his head, his dark, penetrating eyes fixing on his most trusted retainer. He did not need to ask for the report. Ken's unscheduled presence at this hour meant there was something to report, something of significance regarding the one variable that had come to dominate both their attentions. The young Lord Lloyd. Speak, Roy said, his voice flat, inviting no preamble. Ken Park inclined his head fractionally. He began his report in his usual manner, a calm, level, dispassionate recitation of observed facts. Stripped of all emotion or speculation, he started with the mundane. Young Lord Lloyd continues to oversee operations at the elixir manufactory. My lord, production of the orichalcum bar is now at full capacity. The new Radiance laundry powder has passed its final quality control tests, with the milled limestone additive proving highly effective at preventing moisture-related degradation. Initial production runs are scheduled to begin next week. Roy nodded, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. The soap venture, his son's bizarre but shockingly profitable obsession, continued to thrive. IT was a solid, undeniable success. But he knew this was not why Ken was here. Lady Mei Jing has finalized distribution contracts with the newly appointed leaders of the bathhouse and washermen's guilds. Ken continued seamlessly. Her financial projections, which I have reviewed, are robust. Master Elmsworth has begun drafting proposals for interducal export licenses. More success, more profit. All well and good. Roy's expression remained impassive. Get to the point, Ken. This evening, Ken's voice remained perfectly level, but the subject matter shifted, the tone of the report becoming instantly more significant. Young Lord Lloyd convened a private, secure meeting in his study at the manufactory. Roy's attention sharpened at a private meeting. After hours, secure, the attendees, Ken recited, were the three alchemist apprentices currently assigned to his project, Alaric, Borin, and Lyra. The manufactory was sealed. All other personnel were dismissed. Chapter 370. Roy leaned forward slightly, his fingers steepled before him. The pieces were moving. I maintained discreet surveillance as per standard protocol, Ken stated. The subject of the meeting was theoretical, the new, long-term research initiative designated by the young lord as Project Chimera. Project Chimera. The name was evocative, almost poetic. IT hinted at the fusion of disparate, powerful things. Roy felt a flicker of intrigued curiosity. The young lord, Ken continued, his voice never wavering, introduced the concept of a catalytic combustion powder. He described it as a stable, solid compound, created from three mundane reagents, capable of near-instantaneous phase transition upon ignition, resulting in immense propulsive force. Roy Ferrum's hands, which had been steepled calmly on his desk, froze. His blood ran cold. He stared at Ken, his dark eyes widening almost imperceptibly. The full, terrifying, world-altering implications of what he was hearing crashing down on him with the force of a physical blow that a stable powder. Ignition. Immense propulsive force. That IT was not a concept he had ever encountered in any military treatise. In any alchemical text, IT was alien. IT was terrifyingly elegant. He, a master of warfare, a man who had commanded armies and planned campaigns his entire life, instantly grasped the potential that IT was not just a new weapon. IT was a new paradigm, that a force that could render the thickest castle walls, the most heavily armored knights, the very foundations of their current understanding of warfare, obsolete. That he listened, his mind reeling, as Ken continued his dispassionate report, detailing Lloyd's descriptions of metal tubes, of projectiles fired at impossible speeds, of a power that could be wielded not just by a gifted few, but by any common soldier. When Ken finished describing the concept, he moved on to the final, most damning piece of his report. Following the meeting, the young lord tasked me with a clandestine procurement mission. He provided a list of 3 specific reagents, to be acquired in small, pure quantities, with absolute discretion. Ken paused. The items requested were purified cave wall salt, refined yellow brimstone, and finely milled heartwood charcoal. Saltpeter, sulfur, carbon. Roy Ferrum did not know the precise chemical formula. He did not know the name gunpowder. But he was a brilliant strategist, a man whose mind was a fortress of logic and calculation. And the connection, the implication of these three specific, seemingly unrelated ingredients requested in secret for a project designed to create a catalytic combustion powder for future military development. The conclusion was inescapable, and it was breathtaking. Qin finished his report and fell silent, a statue of stoic professionalism, awaiting his master's reaction that he expected, perhaps a surge of anger at the sheer, dangerous audacity of the project. He expected a command to shut it down immediately, to confiscate the materials, to reprimand the young lord for delving into such volatile, unknown territory. He expected the Archduke, the guardian of stability, to react with caution, with fear. But Lloyd Ferrum did not move. He did not speak. That he simply sat there, staring at the polished surface of his desk, his face a mask of profound, stunned, almost reverent silence. The grain yield reports, the tariff ledgers, the mundane realities of running a duchy, they had all faded into insignificance. He thought of his son, the quiet, awkward boy he had so often despaired of. The heir he had feared was too weak, too gentle, for the brutal world they inhabited. The son whose sudden transformation had been a source of constant, perplexing, bewildering surprise. He had thought the soap was the pinnacle of his son's innovation, that a clever, profitable, but ultimately domestic achievement. He had been proud of Lloyd's victory in the tournament, of his dismantling of Rubel's plot, of his budding business acumen. But it had all been small, contained within the known rules of their world. But this was different. This was not about improving the present. This was about seizing the future. His son was not just thinking about commerce. He was not just thinking about personal power. He was thinking with a terrifying, brilliant, long-range, strategic foresight that Roy himself had never dared to contemplate. About the very foundations of their house's security, he was not just reacting to threats. He was proactively seeking to create a power so overwhelming, so revolutionary, that it would render all current threats obsolete. He was thinking not like an heir, not even like a duke. He was thinking like an emperor. He was thinking about a legacy that would echo for 1,000 years. That a fierce, almost painful wave of emotion swelled in Roy Ferrum's chest. That it was an emotion so powerful, so unfamiliar in its intensity, that it almost choked him. That it was not just pride. That it was awe at the sheer audacious, terrifying scale of his own son's ambition. The boy he had thought a drab duckling had not just learned to fly. He was trying to build a new son. That he finally looked up at Ken, his dark eyes no longer cold or assessing, but blazing with a new, fierce, almost predatory light. The light of a father who has just realized his son is not just his equal, but perhaps his superior. Ken, Roy said, his voice quiet but thrumming with a new, powerful energy. He did not ask questions. He did not express doubt. He gave a single, simple, and utterly world-changing command. Give him what he needs, the Archduke of Ferrum ordered. Give my son whatever he asks for, quietly. And he added, a slow, dangerous, almost feral smile touching his lips for the first time in years. Do not, under any circumstances, let anyone get in his way. The gambit had been played, and the father, the duke, the strategist, had just gone all in on his son's terrifying, brilliant, and revolutionary new game. The age of soap was fine. The age of fire was about to begin. The wine in Viscount Rubel Ferrum's goblet was the finest vintage from the southern reaches, a gift from a fawning minor lord hoping to curry favor. Tea was rich, complex, with notes of dark berries and a hint of spice. On any other night he would have savored its bouquet, swirled it, appreciated its long, smooth finish. Tonight, it tasted like ash. He stood by the tall, arched window of his study, staring out into the manicured darkness of his own estate gardens. The moon, a cold, indifferent silver disk, illuminated the perfectly sculpted hedges, the silent, elegant fountains. It was a picture of wealth, of order, of noble privilege. And it felt like a prison, that a beautifully appointed, luxurious, and utterly, comprehensively humiliating prison. He took a long, deep swallow of the wine, the liquid a bitter fire in his throat. The fury, a constant, simmering cauldron in his gut for the past month, threatened to boil over. He wanted to scream. He wanted to smash the crystal goblet against the stone wall, to see the fine vintage spatter like blood. He wanted to tear down the heavy silk drapes, to shatter the priceless artifacts that littered his study, to reduce this entire monument to his diminished status to splinters and dust. But he did nothing. He stood perfectly still, his hand gripping the stem of the goblet so tightly his knuckles were a ridge of white bone. He had learned, over decades of careful, patient maneuvering in the shadow of his brother, the art of control. That to show anger was to show weakness, to show frustration was to admit defeat. And Nobel Ferrum, even now, even in this dark, suffocating pit of failure, would never, ever admit defeat. The events of the past month replayed in his mind, a relentless, torturous loop. The summit, the absolute, public, soul-crushing humiliation. It had been his moment, his perfectly staged masterpiece of political theater. He had had it all. The witnesses terrified and compliant. The victims pathetic and convincing. The accusation, so potent, so damaging. He had painted the perfect picture of Lloyd, his weak, foolish, unremarkable nephew, as an arrogant, violent liability. He had offered Roy, his brother, the Archduke, a golden opportunity on a silver platter. Set aside the flawed heir, acknowledged the superior strength of the cadet branch, of his own son. Ryan, he had been so close, so close he could taste the power, the vindication, the sweet, sweet flavor of his family's rightful place finally restored. And then, it had all turned to ash. Lloyd. The name was a curse on his tongue. The drab duckling, the quiet disappointment, the boy who had spent his youth staring at his own feet, had somehow, impossibly, transformed. He hadn't panicked, that he hadn't crumbled. He had laughed, in the face of the accusation. In the face of the Archduke's fury, he had calmly, methodically, and with a terrifying, almost surgical precision, dismantled Nobel's entire scheme piece by painful piece. He had exposed the witnesses, revealed their vulnerabilities, turned their coerced testimony into a damning indictment of Nobel's own treachery. Chapter 372. The punishment had been swift, brutal, and exquisitely public. Stripped of his primary cadet status, removed from the ducal council, relieved of his military command, and that fine, 100 gold coins, a sum that was a mere pinprick to his wealth, but a cannonball to his pride, paid as a public admission of his folly. He had been neutered, defanged, reduced from a powerful, influential viscount, a kingmaker in his own right, to a mere footnote in the family hierarchy, a cautionary tale to be whispered about in the halls of power. And he drained the goblet in a single, angry gulp, the wine now tasting sour, acidic. He could still feel the weight of their eyes on him as he had stumbled from the grand hall, the pity from his allies, the smug, triumphant satisfaction from his rivals, and the cold, dismissive contempt from his own brother. Roy hadn't just defeated him. He had enjoyed it. He had savored the moment, turning the knife with that final, devastating elevation of Kyle Ferrum, that staunch, boring traditionalist, to Nobel's former position. Father, a sullen voice mumbled from the shadows near the hearth. Nobel turned, his expression hardening further. Ryan, his son, his proud, powerful son, the instrument of his ambition, now sat slumped in a heavy leather armchair, staring into the cold, empty fireplace. The arrogant swagger was gone, replaced by a sullen, resentful bitterness that was a mirror of Nobel's own. The boy's face, usually so handsome and confident, was clouded with the memory of his own public humiliation. Beaten, not just beaten, but toyed with, made a fool of by the very cousin he had despised his entire life. What is it? Nobel snapped, his voice harsher than he intended. Ryan didn't look up. The servants, they whisper, he muttered, his voice thick with resentment. They talk of him but of Lloyd. They call him the silent lion. They say he is the true heir, a dragon disguised as a lamb. He kicked at the hearth with a booted foot. And they talk of his soap, this ridiculous aura. They say even the king of Bethlehem himself has endorsed it. They say a single bar costs more than a common man earns in a month. They say Lloyd is becoming not just powerful, but wealthy. In his own right. Nobel's hand tightened on the empty goblet, his knuckles creaking. Soap. It was the ultimate insult. His grand political machinations, his lifetime of ambition, undone not by a rival army or a political masterstroke, but by a bar of bloody soap. The thought was so absurd, so humiliating, it made his teeth ache. He is a fool who got lucky, Nobel snarled, trying to reassure his son, and perhaps himself. A fluke. An anomaly. It will not last. His arrogance will be his undoing. Will it, father? Ryan finally looked up, and the look in his eyes was not one of youthful arrogance, but of a new, colder, more dangerous understanding. The humiliation of his defeat had burned away some of his bluster, leaving behind a core of pure, venomous hatred. I faced him. I felt his power. It was not luck. It was something else. That trick with my senses. It was not Ferrum power. And that wolf. It was no ordinary spirit. He shuddered, a memory of the thousand chirps strike echoing in his mind. He is not the Lloyd we knew, he is changed, he is dangerous. Rubel fell silent, he knew his son was right. The Lloyd who had stood in the grand hall, calm and confident amidst the chaos, was not the nephew he had dismissed for 2 decades. Something had changed. But what? Where had this power, this knowledge, this terrifying new competence come from? Paranoia, a cold, familiar serpent, began to uncoil in his gut. He had dismissed the rumors, the whispers of Lloyd's strange activities since his marriage to the Siddiq girl. But now, they took on a new, more sinister light. The confrontation with the street toughs, the incident at the guild hall, the impossible retrieval of the dark vein flower from Gala Forest, a story he had heard in hushed, awestruck tones from Marquis Krutz himself. And now this, the soap, the tournament. The public dismantling of Rubel's entire power base, that IT wasn't a series of lucky flukes. IT was a pattern, that a deliberate, systematic, and terrifyingly effective series of moves on a chessboard he hadn't even realized he was playing. He is not just a threat to my ambition anymore. Rubel realized with a jolt of ice-cold fear. He is a threat to my very existence. He saw the path ahead with chilling clarity. Lloyd's star was rising. Roy, his brother, now saw him not as a disappointment, but as a worthy heir, a prodigy. The other nobles, once dismissive, were now watching him with fear and respect. His power, both political and personal, was growing daily, and with that power would come retribution. Lloyd knew. Rubel was certain of it. He knew about the assassination of the previous generation, a crime Rubel had been so careful to distance himself from, a secret buried under layers of plausible deniability and the convenient deaths of hired assassins. But the look in Lloyd's eyes during the confrontation, the way he had spoken of maneuvering against the main branch for years, it had been too knowing, too specific, that he suspected. And a man like this new Lloyd, a man with steel in his blood and ice in his veins, would not let such a suspicion lie dormant. He would dig, he would investigate, and eventually he would find the truth. And when he did, Rubel knew his own life and the life of his son would be forfeit, not with a fine, not with a public shaming, but with the cold, silent finality of an assassin's blade in the dark. The prison of his manor suddenly felt less like a symbol of his diminished status and more like a cage, a gilded cage where he was simply waiting for the executioner to arrive. He looked at his son, at the bitter resentment etched on his young face. He looked at his own reflection in the dark glass of the window, at the face of a man whose lifelong ambition had turned to ash in his mouth. That, he thought, a new, desperate resolve hardening in his heart. No, I will not be erased. I will not be a footnote in the story of Lloyd Ferrum's triumphant rise. If the old games of political maneuvering have failed, then I must find a new game, a darker game. If the power of the Ferrum bloodline was no longer enough, then he would seek a new power, a forbidden power. One that did not care for birthright, or tradition, or the judgment of kings and brothers, a power that fed on ambition, on resentment, on the festering wounds of injustice. He set the crystal goblet down on the windowsill with a sharp, decisive click. The viper in the shadows was no longer content to merely stew in his venom. That he was ready to strike, and he would seek a new, more potent poison to arm his fangs. The chill in Viscount Rubel Ferrum's study was not just from the cool night air seeping through the mullioned windows. It was a cold that radiated from the very stones of his memory, a frost that had settled deep in his soul decades ago and had never truly thawed. He stared at his son, Ryan, at the bitter, resentful slump of his shoulders, and saw not just a defeated youth, but the reflection of his own long, festering wound, the root of his ambition. The poison that had fueled his every waking thought, his every clandestine maneuver, was not just a simple lust for power. It was a quest for a stolen birthright, a crusade against a historical injustice that had defined his entire life. He remembered his father, Lord Gideon Ferrum, not as the world did, a quiet, scholarly viscount of a minor cadet branch, but as he should have been, the rightful Archduke of the Ferrum Duchy. Gideon had been the elder son of the then reigning Archduke. He had been the heir, that be why all the laws of primogeniture, by all the traditions that held their noble society together. The line of succession was clear. Gideon was destined to rule. But Gideon, bless his gentle, scholarly heart, had been different in a family that prized martial prowess, that defined strength by the weight of a sword and the potency of one's void power. Gideon had been an anomaly. He had been a man of books, of art, of quiet contemplation. His spirit, a gentle wind sylph, was suited for healing and diplomacy, not for shattering enemy lines. His control over the family's iron blood was adequate, But uninspired, he saw it not as a weapon, but as a tool, using it to craft intricate metal sculptures. To mend broken things, he was, the family elders had whispered in the shadowed halls of the estate, too gentle. He lacked the killer instinct, the ruthless, unyielding will that the Ferrum name was built upon. Chapter 374, and then there was his younger brother to Roy's father, Lord Malachi Ferrum. Malachi was everything Gideon was not. He was a warrior born, loud, boisterous, aggressive. His spirit was a mighty earth titan, a creature of stone and fury. His mastery of the iron blood was not subtle. It was brutal, overwhelming that he saw the world as a series of challenges to be conquered, of enemies to be crushed. He was the quintessential Ferrum, the embodiment of their house's martial pride. Rubel, as a young boy, had watched the dynamic play out with a growing sense of dread. He had adored his father. Gideon, he had loved his gentle nature, his quiet wisdom, his ability to see beauty in a world that so often valued only strength. He had listened, enraptured, as Gideon read to him from the great histories, explaining not just the battles, but the reasons behind them, the diplomacy, the human cost. He had seen the intricate, beautiful metal birds his father had forged with his void power, marveling at the delicate artistry. But he had also seen the way the other nobles looked at his father, the faint, pitying smiles, the condescending pats on the shoulder, the whispers behind cupped hands. And he had seen the way they looked at his uncle, Malachi, with fear, with respect, with the undeniable acknowledgement of raw, unshakable power. The crisis came when Rubel was just a boy of 10 to a series of brutal border skirmishes with the savage clans of the Fire Peak Mountains had escalated. The Archduke, their grandfather, old and ailing, had needed a strong hand to lead the Ferrum legions, to crush the incursion. He had turned, not to his elder son and heir, Gideon, but to his younger, more warlike son, Malachi. Malachi's victory had been swift, brutal, and absolute. He had returned to the capital a hero, his name on the lips of every soldier, his reputation as a formidable commander cemented. The family elders, the powerful heads of the cadet branches, had seen their chance. The meeting had taken place in the same grand hall where Rubel had so recently faced his own public humiliation. He had hidden behind a heavy tapestry, a terrified, 10-year-old boy, listening as the fate of his family was decided. The times are dangerous, one of the elders, a grim-faced traditionalist from the Ironwood branch, had declared. The Altamira clan grows bold in the west. The savage clans press us from the east that we cannot afford weakness at the head of our house. We need a warrior, not a commander. We need steel. The implication was clear. Gideon, the gentle scholar, was not the steel they needed. Rubel's father had tried to argue. He had spoken of diplomacy, of strengthening alliances, of building prosperity through trade. He had spoken of a different kind of strength, the strength of the mind, of the spirit. But his words had fallen on deaf ears. They had been dismissed as the naive ramblings of a man unsuited for the harsh realities of rule. And then, Malachi had spoken. He had not argued. He had not debated. He had simply stood, his massive Earth Titan spirit a shimmering, intimidating presence behind him, and declared, "The house must be strong, that I will do what is necessary to ensure its survival." The decision had been made that IT was not a formal disinheritance, not a public shaming. That IT was a quiet, brutal, political coup. Gideon, the elder brother, the rightful heir, had been persuaded to step aside. For the good of the family, he had been allowed to keep his titles, his lands, his dignity, but the line of succession had been officially, irrevocably, diverted to his younger brother, Malachi, and his heirs. Rubel would never forget the look on his father's face as he had emerged from that meeting. IT was not anger. IT was not even sadness. IT was a profound, soul-deep weariness. The look of a man who had seen the core principles of his world, of law, of tradition, of birthright, cast aside in the name of brute, pragmatic force. Gideon had retreated into his studies, into his art, a quiet, gentle ghost haunting the edges of a court that no longer valued his brand of strength. He had died a few years later, not of any discernible illness, but Rubel had always believed of a broken heart. And the bitterness had taken root in Rubel's soul, that a cold, hard poison that had grown with him, nurtured by every whispered slight, by every reminder of his family's stolen legacy. He saw his cousin, Roy, Malachi's son, grow up with the full weight of the Archduchy's resources behind him, groomed for the power that should have been Rubel's. That he saw Roy, so much like his father, stern, pragmatic, a believer in the strength of arms, inherit the throne that was his by right of blood, but not of birth. His ambition was not just a lust for power. IT was a quest for restitution, that a desperate, lifelong attempt to right a historical wrong, to reclaim the legacy that had been stolen from his father, from his line. Every political maneuver, every subtle undermining of Roy's authority, every effort to promote his own son, Ryan, a boy who, blessedly, possessed the aggressive, martial spirit his grandfather had lacked, was a battle in this long, secret war. He had believed, for a brief, glorious moment, that he was on the verge of victory, that with Lloyd's apparent mediocrity and Ryan's undeniable strength, he could finally convince the family elders to correct the course, to return the line of succession to its rightful place. And then, Lloyd, the drab duckling, the unexpected variable, had shattered it all. With his hidden power, his strange new mind, his damnable, revolutionary soap, he looked at Ryan again at his son, the vessel for all his hopes, now sullen and defeated. And the bitterness in his soul, the cold poison of a lifetime of perceived injustice, flared into a new, hotter, more desperate fire. If tradition had failed him, if politics had failed him, if the very laws of succession could be bent to the will of the powerful, then he would find a new power, that a power that did not care for tradition, that a power that did not respect the established order, a power that answered only to ambition, to will, to the desperate, burning desire for what was rightfully his. The viper in the shadows was no longer content to wait, to plot, to maneuver. He was ready to seek a new, more potent venom, a venom that would poison the very foundations of the house that had wronged him, and allow him, finally, to claim the throne from its ruins. The days that followed the disastrous summit were a slow, suffocating descent into a private hell for Viscount Nobel Ferrum. The manor, once a symbol of his power and influence as head of the primary cadet branch, now felt like a gilded cage, its walls echoing with the whispers of his public humiliation. Servants, who had once scurried to obey his every command, now moved with a new, subtle insolence, their eyes holding a flicker of pitying contempt. His allies in the other branch families, men who had once eagerly sought his counsel and support, now found themselves conveniently unavailable, their missives unanswered, their invitations suddenly, regrettably, lost. He was a political leper, his influence stripped, his authority a hollow echo. He spent his days locked in his study, the rich vintage wines tasting like vinegar, the intricate political treatises on his shelves mocking him with their tales of power and strategy. He would stare for hours at the portrait of his father, Gideon, the gentle, scholarly man whose stolen birthright had become the poisoned chalice from which Rubel had drunk his entire life. The bitterness was a physical thing, a corrosive acid eating away at his insides, leaving behind only a cold, hollow ache of impotent fury. His son, Ryan, was no comfort. The boy, his pride shattered, his confidence a ruin, alternated between sullen, resentful silence and furious, explosive outbursts. He would spend hours in the training yard, punishing the practice dummies with a desperate, unfocused rage, his obsidian bear spirit, Kunger, a roaring, destructive force beside him. But there was no joy in his strength anymore, only the bitter frustration of a power that had proven insufficient. He cheated, father, Ryan would snarl, bursting into the study, his face flushed, sweat plastering his dark hair to his temples. Lloyd cheated. Those wires, that trick with my senses, it wasn't fair. Wasn't true fair and power. Power is power. Ryan, Rubel would reply, his voice weary, devoid of its usual sharp edge. Fairness is a luxury the victor bestows upon the vanquished. He was stronger or smarter. In the end, it amounts to the same thing. The admission, the stark, brutal truth of it, would only fuel Ryan's rage further, and he would storm out, leaving Rubel alone once more with his ghosts and his sour wine. Chapter 376. It was on the fifth night of this self-imposed exile, as a cold, persistent rain lashed against the study windows, a miserable percussion accompanying his equally miserable thoughts, that the knock came to. It was not the soft, deferential rap of a servant. It was a sharp, confident, and entirely unexpected series of three distinct raps on the heavy oak door of his study. Not the main entrance of the manor, but his private, secluded study door, a room no one entered without a direct, explicit summons. Rubel froze, his hand halfway to refilling his goblet. Who would dare? His personal guards were stationed in the main hall, and one should have been able to reach this wing of the manor unannounced, unnoticed. Who is there? He called out, his voice sharp, laced with a mixture of annoyance and a sudden, prickling unease. The door opened slowly, smoothly, without a sound, and a man stepped inside. He was a stranger. Rubel was certain of it. He had a memory for faces, a politician's necessary skill, And this man was not one he had ever encountered in any court, any guild hall, any noble gathering. He was tall, unnaturally so, with a slender, almost willowy frame that seemed to glide rather than walk. He was dressed in robes of a deep, starless black, the fabric of a quality Rubel couldn't immediately identify, seeming to absorb the flickering firelight rather than reflect it. His face was long, handsome in a sharp, angular way, with high cheekbones and a pale, almost translucent complexion. His hair was the color of polished silver, cut short, severe, but it was his eyes that held Rubel captive. They were a pale, startling, almost luminous shade of gray, like storm clouds on a winter horizon. And they held an expression of profound, ancient, and deeply unsettling amusement. It was the smile of a predator that knows it has already won, that is simply enjoying the final, terrified moments of its prey. Viscount Rubel Ferrum, the man said, his voice a smooth, silken, almost hypnotic purr. It was a voice that seemed to bypass the ears and resonate directly in the soul, a voice that could charm a snake, soothe a king, or Rubel suspected, whisper a man to his damnation. My humblest apologies for the unannounced intrusion, that I trust one am not disturbing you. The question was a mockery, his pale gray eyes sweeping over the disordered study, the half-empty wine decanter, the despair etched on Rubel's face, taking it all in with that same unnerving, amused detachment. Rubel shot to his feet, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of the small, decorative dagger at his belt. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice tight with a mixture of anger and a fear he would not admit, even to himself. "How did you get past my guards?" The stranger simply smiled, a slow, predatory unfolding of his thin lips. He made no move, yet the very air in the room seemed to grow colder, heavier. "Your guards are sleeping, Viscount, the deep, peaceful, and entirely dreamless sleep. As for who I am." He took a step further into the room, his movements fluid, silent. "Let us just say I am a friend, that a friend to those who have been wronged, that a friend to those whose ambition has been unjustly thwarted, that a friend." He paused, his pale gray eyes locking onto Rubel's, a spark of something dark and ancient gleaming within their depths. "To those who seek a power that the world has denied them." He stopped a few paces from Rubel's desk. "I have been observing you, Viscount," he continued, his voice a low, intimate murmur. "I have watched your long, patient struggle. I have felt the sting of your humiliations, that I witnessed the unfortunate events of the recent summit." He shook his head, a gesture of profound theatrical sympathy. "A tragedy, a man of your vision, your rightful ambition, so cruelly, so publicly cast down. Your legacy, your father's legacy, trampled under the feet of a mediocre boy who has stumbled into a power he does not understand and does not deserve." Every word was a perfectly aimed dart, striking directly at the heart of Rubel's deepest, most bitter wounds. He was not just speaking of the events. He was validating them, articulating the very narrative of injustice that had festered in Rubel's soul for a lifetime. He gestured towards the center of the room. "Then let us not delay. The ritual is simple, but painful. Power, true power, always has its price." Marbies began to chant, his voice a low, guttural litany in a language that made the very air in the room feel thin and wrong. The shadows deepened, pulling away from the walls, coalescing, flowing towards the center of the study, forming a dark, swirling pool on the floor before Rubel that a cold, foul wind, smelling of ancient dust and a deep, cosmic cold, swirled through the room, making the fire in the hearth sputter and die, plunging the study into a near-total darkness, illuminated only by the pale, unholy light now glowing in Marbies' eyes. "Kneel, Rubel Ferrum," the evil priest commanded, his voice no longer human, but a resonant, layered chorus of whispers and echoes, "and offer your soul to the service of the Weaver of Shadows." Trembling, his heart a frantic, terrified drum in his chest, yet his face set in a mask of grim, desperate resolve, Rubel knelt before the swirling pool of darkness. "Summon your spirit," Marbies commanded. Rubel focused his will, and his great earth-bear spirit materialized beside him, roaring in confusion and instinctive terror at the wrongness that now filled the room. Marbies laughed, a high, chilling sound. He stretched out his pale hands towards the roaring bear. From the swirling pool of darkness on the floor, thick, black, semi-corporeal tendrils of pure shadow shot out. Silent and swift as striking vipers, they wrapped around the struggling earth bear, silencing its roars, encasing it in a cocoon of living night. The bear thrashed, fighting with all its primal strength, but the shadow tendrils were inescapable, inexorable. They tightened, squeezed, and began to sink in, merging with the spirit's form, corrupting its pure, earthy essence. The bear let out a final, choked, agonized roar, a sound of such profound pain and violation that Rubel himself cried out, stumbling back, clutching his chest as the agonizing backlash surged through their bond. The cocoon of darkness pulsed once, twice, then receded, flowing back into the floor. Where the proud earth bear had stood, something new now crouched. It was still a bear, but twisted, corrupted. Its fur was no longer a healthy brown, but a matted, oily black. Its eyes, once just bestial, now glowed with a malevolent red, hot intelligence. And its body was wreathed in a faint, sickly aura of black, shadowy energy that it was a black spirit. And it was terrifyingly, undeniably, more powerful. And now for you? Marby's purred, turning his glowing eyes on the gasping, kneeling Rubel. Another shadow tendril, smaller, more refined, emerged from the floor and shot towards Rubel. Not to bind him, but to touch him. It struck him in the center of the chest. And the cold was absolute, a soul-deep agony that made him scream, a raw, ragged sound of a man being unmade and reforged in a fire of pure, malevolent shadow. He felt the demonic aura seep into him, into his blood, into his very soul, twisting his own iron blood-void power, filling him with a new, dark, exhilarating strength. He felt his connection to his newly corrupted spirit solidify, no longer a bond of partnership, but one of master and slave, of shared damnation. When the agony finally subsided, leaving him a trembling, gasping wreck on the floor, he pushed himself up. He felt different, stronger, colder. The familiar, simmering bitterness in his soul had been replaced by a cold, hard, and utterly ruthless purpose. He looked at his hands. The skin seemed paler, the veins beneath darker. He focused his will, and a shard of black, jagged iron erupted from his palm. Not the dull gray of his old power, but a shard of solidified night, humming with a new, dark, malevolent energy. That he looked at Marby's, who was observing him with that same amused, proprietary smile. "Welcome, Viscount Rubel," the evil priest said softly. "Welcome to the service of Lord Malifar. Your new life and your new war begins now." Nobel Ferrum, the devil's newest bargain, simply nodded, a slow, grim smile spreading across his own pale, transformed face. The viper had found its venom, and the world, he knew, would soon feel its bite. Underscore. Underscore. Chapter 380. The east wing of the Ferrum estate was the Duchess's domain. Here, the air was different, free from the heavy scent of politics and old leather that permeated Roy's study. It smelled of dried flowers, beeswax, and the faint, almost imperceptible fragrance of jasmine tea. The rooms were filled with light, the furniture elegant and graceful, the walls adorned not with stern ancestral portraits, but with beautiful, serene landscapes and delicate works of art. It was a sanctuary of quiet, refined, and distinctly feminine power. It was to this sanctuary that Rosa Siddiq was summoned. 2 days after Lloyd had made his peace offering of the miniature baby dispenser, the summons had been a simple, polite note delivered by Milady's personal handmaiden, its elegant script belying the undeniable, absolute authority of the request. Rosa arrived at the door of her mother-in-law's private sitting room, her posture a study in perfect, icy composure, her face concealed, as was now her habit in the more formal areas of the estate, by the delicate, silver-threaded veil. She felt a flicker of, not nervousness. Her logical mind did not permit such inefficient emotions, but of analytical anticipation that a private tea with the Duchess was a rare occurrence, one that suggested a matter of some significance was to be discussed. She entered to find Milady Austen Ferrum seated in a high-backed armchair near a window overlooking the rose gardens, a small, elegant tea service set on a low table before her. The Duchess was a vision of serene, aristocratic grace, her silver blonde hair perfectly coiffed, her gown of pale lavender silk flowing around her like a soft cloud. She offered Rosa a small, polite smile as she entered, a smile that did not quite reach her intelligent, observant eyes. "Rosa, my dear," Milady greeted, her voice the usual light, melodic tone. "Thank you for coming. Please be seated. The jasmine tea is freshly brewed." Rosa inclined her head in a perfect, shallow curtsy and took the seat opposite her mother-in-law, her back ramrod straight, her hands resting calmly in her lap. She accepted the delicate porcelain cup Milady offered, the fragrant steam rising in a gentle plume before her veiled face. They sat in silence for a moment, a ritual of polite, noble propriety. The only sound were the faint clink of porcelain on saucer and the distant chirping of birds in the garden. Rosa waited, her mind calm, her senses alert, ready to receive and analyze whatever information was about to be presented. "You have been with us for some months now, Rosa," Milady began finally, her voice still pleasant, almost conversational, yet with an underlying note of seriousness that instantly captured Rosa's full attention. "And you have conducted yourself with a grace and decorum befitting a daughter of House Siddiq and the new wife of the Ferrum heir. Your composure is commendable." Rosa simply inclined her head again, a silent acknowledgement of the lukewarm compliment. However, Milady continued, her smile fading, her gaze becoming sharper, more direct. "Decorum and composure, while admirable qualities, are merely the foundation of a successful, noble marriage. They are not the structure itself." She set her own teacup down with a soft, deliberate click. "A marriage, my dear, especially one of such political significance as yours and Lloyd's, is a partnership, an alliance. The IT requires more than just shared living quarters and polite silence. The IT requires engagement, support, a unified front presented to the world." She paused, letting the words hang in the air, her gaze unwavering. "And in that regard, Rosa, I must confess, I find your performance lacking." The words, though delivered with a perfect, aristocratic calm, were a direct, undeniable blow. Lacking. Rosa felt a flicker of something, surprise, indignation, stir within her, but she ruthlessly suppressed it, her face remaining a perfect, unreadable mask behind her veil. "I am a quiet person by nature, Your Grace," Rosa replied, her own voice a cool, level monotone. "I prefer observation to participation. IT is my way." "It is a way that is no longer sufficient," Milady countered instantly, her voice losing none of its calm, but gaining an edge of unyielding steel. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes, so like her son's in their sudden intensity, locking on her Rosa's. "My son, Lloyd, he is changing. You have seen it, we have all seen it. The boy who arrived at this marriage, the quiet, unremarkable heir. He is gone. In his place is a man of unexpected power, of surprising vision, of a competence that has stunned this entire household." She gestured vaguely, as if encompassing the recent whirlwind of events. "He has proven himself a warrior in the tournament. He has demonstrated a mind for commerce and innovation that is already reshaping the fortunes of our house. He has navigated a treacherous political plot with a skill and ruthlessness that even his father found impressive." She looked directly at Rosa, her gaze sharp, penetrating. "He is no longer a drab duckling. My dear, he is becoming a dragon. And a dragon requires a partner, a mate who can fly at his side. Not a beautiful, silent statue who observes his flight from a distant, icy perch." The accusation was stark, unambiguous. Rosa was failing in her duty, not just as a wife, but as a political partner to this new, powerful, and increasingly important Lloyd. "I have seen the way you are with him," Milady continued, her voice relentless. "The distance, the coldness that I am aware of the sleeping arrangements." Rosa flinched almost imperceptibly at this, a sign that the Duchess's network of observation was as thorough as her son's. "I have tolerated it, assuming it was the shyness of a young bride, the awkwardness of a new arrangement. But it has gone on long enough. This is not a marriage. That IT is a shared armistice. And that," her voice hardened, "is an embarrassment to both of our houses. That IT signals weakness. Instability. That a crack in the foundation of the very alliance our union was meant to cement." She leaned back, her expression softening slightly, but her eyes losing none of their intensity. "I do not ask you to love him, Rosa. Love, in our world, is a rare and often inconvenient luxury. But I do demand that you respect him, that you support him, that you stand beside him, in public and in private, as a true partner. That you perform the duties expected of the wife of the Ferrum heir. Or," she paused, letting the unspoken threat hang, heavy and cold, in the air between them, "there will be consequences." Rosa remained silent, her mind racing, processing the ultimatum. Her marriage, the cold, detached arrangement she had so carefully maintained, was no longer acceptable. The Duchess was demanding more. She was demanding engagement, partnership, with him, with the baffling, infuriating, and increasingly powerful enigma that was her husband. As Rosa sat there, grappling with this unwelcome new directive, Milady's thoughts, hidden behind her serene, maternal mask, took a different, more strategic turn. She looked at Rosa, at her cold, perfect, unyielding beauty, and she felt a flicker of profound, almost weary disappointment. She is powerful. Yes, Milady thought. Talented, beautiful. But she is ice. And Lloyd, with this new, strange fire in him, this passion for creation and innovation. He needs a partner who can match his heat, not extinguish it. Her mind, unbidden, drifted to the image of the garden pavilion, the fiery, crimson-violet-haired southern marquis's daughter, her face alive, with passion and laughter as she argued with Lloyd over shades of blue. Faria Krutz, the woman of passion, of art, of a fierce, competitive spirit that seemed to strike sparks off Lloyd's own, rather than dampen them. She had seen the way they worked together, the easy camaraderie, the intellectual fire. She had heard the whispers from kin, of their shared ordeal in Gala Forest, of the life debt Faria now owed him but a better match. Milady's pragmatic, political mind concluded with a cold, hard certainty. Faria Krutz, with her powerful southern house, her fierce loyalty, her passionate nature, her easy, stimulating rapport with Lloyd, she would have been a far better, far more effective partner for the new man her son was becoming, an ally who would not just observe his flight, but challenge him, inspire him, fly with him. The thought, once planted, took root. This marriage to Rosa was a political necessity. Yesterday done. Deal. But alliances could be reforged, contracts could be renegotiated. Especially if one party consistently failed to uphold their end of the bargain. That if Rosa does not change, Milady resolved, a new, long-term strategy beginning to form in the deep, quiet corners of her mind. If she continues to be a block of ice where my son needs a partner of fire, then perhaps, in the future, a different arrangement might be explored. A quiet conversation with Marquis Krutz, that a subtle gauging of Faria's own feelings, that a careful, patient, political maneuvering to replace the ice princess with the fire dash artist, would be difficult, scandalous, even. But for the future of her son, for the future of her house, no move was ever truly off the table. Chapter 382. She looked at her daughter-in-law, at the beautiful, cold, and suddenly very replaceable young woman sitting opposite her. And she offered another serene, polite, and utterly, chillingly meaningless smile. "More tea, my dear?" the Duchess asked. The game had just acquired new, hidden, and very dangerous player. The lecture had been, as predicted, an exercise in monumental tedium. Master Elmsworth, still slightly flustered by the radical new economic theories Lloyd had introduced, had retreated into the comforting, dusty confines of historical trade law. For 2 solid hours, he had droned on about the intricacies of the 4th century Salt Accords, the complex tariff structures governing the export of dwarven iron, and the legal precedent set by the infamous Great Cabbage Dispute of 782. It was information so dry it could have been used as a desiccant, and so mind-numbingly dull that Lloyd had spent most of the lecture mentally redesigning the manufactory's plumbing system for optimal flow dynamics. He finally escaped into the bright, chaotic afternoon of the capital city. The scent of baking bread and horse dung a welcome, if pungent, relief from the smell of old parchment and academic stagnation. Ken Park fell into his customary position, a silent, imposing shadow, half a step behind and to the right, his presence as constant and unobtrusive as gravity. Ordinarily, Lloyd would have headed straight back to the estate, eager to escape the noise of the city and immerse himself in the more controlled, productive chaos of his factory. But today, something felt different, a subtle, persistent prickle at the edge of his awareness, a faint, almost subliminal hum that didn't belong to the usual cacophony of the city. Since Fong Fairy's transcendence, his own senses had undergone a quiet, passive enhancement. The bond between them was now so profound, so deeply intertwined, that a fraction of her heightened, predatory awareness seemed to bleed into his own. He heard more, saw more, felt more. The world seemed sharper, the colors more vibrant, the textures more defined, and he could feel presences. The subtle energy signatures of the people around him, the faint auras of their intent. That IT was like upgrading from a black and white photograph to a high-definition thermal image. And right now, that thermal image was showing a persistent, faint heat signature, trailing them at a consistent distance of about 50 paces. That IT was a follower. This was not the clumsy, resentful stalking of the ridge runners from the Whispering Hills. This was not the nervous, almost apologetic tailing of his father's less discreet guards. This was something else. The presence was skilled, its energy signature deliberately muted, its movements fluid, melting into the ebb and flow of the crowd with a practiced ease that bespoke years of training. It was a ghost, a whisper, an echo in the alley. But to Lloyd's newly enhanced senses, it was as clear as a bell ringing in a silent room. He didn't break his stride, he didn't turn his head, he continued walking, his posture relaxed, his expression one of mild, aristocratic boredom, but he gave no sign that he was aware of the shadow that clung to him. But his mind, the mind of the Major General, snapped into high alert, every internal sensor blazing red. Who? The question was sharp, cold. Was it one of Rubel's men, a more skilled operative sent to observe him after the last batch had been so spectacularly, brutally neutralized? Unlikely. Rubel, after his public humiliation, was likely licking his wounds, his resources and influence crippled. This felt different, more professional, colder. Was it the Altamiras? A scout from their intelligence service, sent to gather data on the newly resurgent Ferrum heir? Possible. The timing fit. His recent, high-profile successes would have undoubtedly reached their ears, or was it one of them? A ghost from his past, drawn by the ripples he was making, finally locating its target. The thought sent a jolt of ice through his veins, a cold dread that was a stark contrast to the warm afternoon sun. He needed to know that he couldn't lead this shadow back to the estate, back to the manufactory. He couldn't risk exposing his family, his team, to this unknown, professional threat that he needed to isolate it.to confront it.to force it into the light. He subtly altered his course. Instead of continuing on the main thoroughfare that led towards the grand, northern gates of the estate district, he made a sharp, seemingly casual, turn into a narrower side street. The street that led into the heart of the city's artisan quarter. Ken Park, his silent shadow, adjusted his own course instantly, without a word, without a question. He had felt it too, of course. His own senses, honed by decades of paranoia and professional vigilance, were second to none. He knew. The artisan quarter was a labyrinth, a maze of narrow, winding streets, of tight, cramped alleyways that smelled of sawdust, coal smoke, tanned leather, and molten glass. The buildings leaned in on each other, their upper stories almost touching, casting the cobblestones below in a perpetual, shadowy twilight. It was a place where sound was muffled, where sight lines were broken, where man could vanish in the space of a heartbeat. It was a perfect trap. Lloyd moved through the maze with a feigned, almost leisurely curiosity. He paused to look in the window of a glassblower's shop, admiring the delicate, swirling colors of a half-finished vase. He stopped to listen to the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer, a sound that resonated with the steel in his own blood. He was playing the part of a young lord on a casual, aimless stroll, drawn by the sights and sounds of the city's creative heart. But his senses were stretched taut, a web of awareness tracking the ghost that followed him. The presence was good. Very good. It mirrored his pauses, anticipated his turns, never getting too close, never falling too far behind. That It used the shadows, the crowds, the architectural chaos of the quarter with a masterful skill that spoke of immense discipline. This was no common thug. This was a professional, a predator. Lloyd led him on a long, circuitous, seemingly random path, deeper and deeper into the labyrinth. He was not just wandering. He was mapping, he was searching for the perfect location, the perfect stage for the confrontation he knew was coming, that he needed a place with no exits and no escape. Routes, that a place where the hunter would become the hunted. But he found it. Finally, a dead-end alley, tucked away behind a disused cooperage, the air thick with the faint, sour smell of old, spilled wine. It was a narrow, claustrophobic canyon of brick and stone, its far end a solid, high wall covered in moss and grime. The only way in was the way out. That It was a place where fights were finished. He walked into the alley, his footsteps echoing slightly off the damp walls. He continued until he was halfway down, then stopped. The ambient noise of the artisan quarter faded, leaving only a heavy, expectant silence. He stood there for a long moment, his back to the alley's entrance, a perfect, inviting target. He could feel the shadow pause at the mouth of the alley, assessing the situation. The sudden stop, the dead end. The trap was obvious. Did his pursuer have the confidence, the arrogance, to spring it? A faint smile touched Lloyd's lips. Of course, he would, a professional of his caliber, wouldn't be deterred by an obvious trap. He would see it as a challenge, an invitation. Lloyd slowly, deliberately, turned around. He faced the entrance of the alley, his expression calm, almost welcoming. The afternoon sun, blocked by the tall buildings, did not reach here, leaving him standing in a pool of deep, cool shadow. You've been following me for the better part of an hour, Lloyd called out, his voice quiet but carrying easily in the confined space. Your dedication is admirable. Your stealth, even more so. But the tour is over. He gestured to the empty alley around them. You've chosen a location for our meeting. Oh, please, feel free to dispense with the theatrics and show yourself. It's rude to keep your host waiting. For a heartbeat, there was only silence. Then a soft, almost soundless, thud from above. The figure dropped from the tiled roof of the adjacent building, landing in a perfect, silent crouch at the mouth of the alley, a dark silhouette against the brighter light of the street beyond. The figure rose slowly, a study in lethal, contained grace. He was clad head to toe in dark, tight-fitting leathers, the material designed for silence and flexibility. His face was concealed by a simple, black cloth mask that covered his lower face, and a deep hood that shadowed his eyes, leaving only a hint of a sharp, determined jaw visible. He held two short, wicked-looking swords, their blades a dull, non-reflective black, gripped in a reverse, professional grip. He was not a brawler. He was not a soldier. He was an assassin. Chapter 384. The assassin said nothing, that he simply watched Lloyd, his posture relaxed, but radiating a coiled, predatory readiness. The air between them crackled with a silent, deadly promise. The hunter had walked into the trap, and now the true predator was about to be revealed. The desolate alley was a sealed arena, the high brick walls on either side trapping the stale air and the palpable, rising tension. The assassin stood at the mouth of the alley, a figure of disciplined menace, his twin black blades held in a low, ready guard. He was a creature of the shadows, patient, silent. His very presence a promise of swift, professional violence. He assessed Lloyd, his hooded gaze sweeping over the young lord's seemingly unarmed state. His relaxed posture. He saw no fear, no panic, only a calm, almost unnerving stillness. That it was not the reaction he expected from a cornered nobleman. Lloyd, in turn, assessed his opponent. The stance was perfect, balanced, ready to move in any direction. The grip on the blades was that of a seasoned professional, comfortable with his tools. The silence, the lack of taunts or bravado, was more intimidating than any threat. This was a man who let his blades do the talking. The faint hum of a focused, disciplined spirit core emanated from him. Not powerful, but controlled, a manifestation-level user perhaps, but one who relied on skill and stealth, not overwhelming magical force. No name? No dramatic monologue? Lloyd asked, his voice laced with a faint, almost lazy amusement that was utterly at odds with the deadly situation. Just straight to the business end of things? I appreciate the efficiency. The assassin didn't respond. The T simply shifted his weight, a subtle, almost imperceptible movement, and then he exploded in emotion. He didn't charge in a straight line. He flowed, a blur of dark leather, moving with a terrifying, silent speed, his boots barely seeming to touch the grimy cobblestones. He closed the 20 paces between them in the space of 2 heartbeats, his twin black blades a shimmering, intersecting web of lethal steel, aimed not at a single point, but at a dozen: throat, heart, ribs, tendons. A disorienting flurry of attacks designed to overwhelm, to confuse, to kill before the target could even mount a defense. That Lloyd's eyes, which had seemed merely calm, narrowed with a cold, analytical focus. The world seemed to slow down, the frantic dance of the assassin's blades resolving into a series of clear, predictable vectors. The Major General, the man who had faced down hypersonic projectiles and dodged plasma fire in his battle suit, took over. He didn't try to block. He had no weapon. He didn't try to dodge backwards. The alley was a trap. There was nowhere to go. He moved forward into the storm of blades. That it was an act of suicidal madness. But it was calculated madness. That he moved with a fluid, almost boneless grace, his body twisting, turning, flowing around the slashes and stabs with an impossible, preternatural precision. That he wasn't just dodging. He was using the assassin's own momentum against him. A half step here, a slight turn of the shoulder there, causing the deadly blades to whisper past his tunic by a hair's breadth, their passage stirring the air, but never touching flesh. The assassin's hooded eyes widened in disbelief. His flurry, a technique that had felled seasoned knights and powerful mages, was being evaded that effortlessly, that by an unarmed boy who was moving with the uncanny grace of a master swordsman, yet without a sword. The target wasn't just fast. He was predictive, seeming to know where the blades would be a fraction of a second before they arrived. Frustration flickering, the assassin shifted his attack, abandoning the complex flurry for a single, powerful, direct thrust, aiming to impale Lloyd's heart. The black blade shot forward, a a streak of deadly, non-reflective steel. This was the opening Lloyd had been waiting for. As the blade lunged towards him, Lloyd didn't retreat. His left hand shot out, not to block the blade, but to meet the assassin's extended sword arm at the wrist. His fingers, imbued with a subtle, contained pulse of his steel blood void power. Well, like an iron vice, he didn't just grab. He seized his grip absolute, unshakable, arresting the deadly thrust inches from his chest. Simultaneously, his right hand moved, a blur of motion. But it wasn't a punch. It was a focused, almost surgical strike with the hardened edge of his hand, aimed directly at the assassin's elbow joint. It was a move from a forgotten Earth-based martial art, a brutal, efficient joint lock designed to shatter, to disable. The assassin, his forward momentum stopped, his sword arm trapped, had no time to react. The blow landed with a sickening, wet crack that echoed unervingly in the silent alley. The assassin let out a sharp, choked gasp of pure, unadulterated agony as the bones in his elbow shattered, his arm bending an unnatural, horrifying angle. The black sword clattered from his nerveless fingers, skittering across the cobblestones. But the assassin was a professional. Even through the blinding, white-hot pain, his training took over. He spun, his body low, his other sword, held in his good hand, lashing out in a desperate, sweeping arc aimed at Lloyd's legs, trying to cripple him, to create distance. Lloyd released the shattered wrist, stepping back half a pace. The sweeping blade whispering past his ankles. He could have ended it there today. Kick to the head, another disabling blow. But he wanted more than just a victory. He wanted answers. He needed the assassin alive and cowed. He needed to demonstrate not just skill, but overwhelming, absolute, and terrifyingly versatile, powered. It was time for the chains. You're skilled, Lloyd said, his voice a low, almost conversational murmur, a stark contrast to the assassin's ragged, pain-filled breathing. Disciplined, but you're out of your league. He raised his hands, palms open. The assassin, clutching his shattered arm, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and dawning, horrified confusion, stared as the air around Lloyd's hands began to shimmer, to coalesce. With a sound like 1,000 tiny metallic whispers, the chains erupted into being. Not one, but two gleaming, solid lengths of polished ferrum steel, flowing from his palms like living, metallic serpents. They slithered through the air, their movements fluid, silent, impossibly fast, before the assassin could even think to raise his remaining sword. Before he could attempt to flee, the chains were on him. One whipped around his good arm, from wrist to shoulder, binding it to his torso in an unbreakable steel embrace. The other snaked around his legs, coiling tightly from ankles to knees, yanking his feet out from under him. The assassin cried out in alarm as he was trussed up in mid-motion, crashing to the ground with a heavy, metallic thud, bound and helpless, a fly caught in a spider's gleaming, unbreakable web. The steel chains held him fast, their cool, unyielding pressure a constant reminder of his utter, comprehensive defeat. Lloyd stood over him, the ends of the two chains still connected to his own palms, a puppeteer standing over his captured, helpless puppet. The fight, if it could even be called that, was over. He had disarmed, broken, and bound a skilled, professional assassin in less than 30 seconds, without a weapon, without his spirit, without breaking a sweat. He had used only his own body, his own will, and the terrible, beautiful, half-forgotten art of his steel blood. He looked down at the struggling, gasping man on the ground, at the hateful, fanatic glare in the eyes visible above the mask. The trap had been sprung. The predator had been captured. Now, the interrogation could begin. The dead-end alley had become a chamber of interrogation, its grimy brick walls a silent witness to the swift, brutal reversal of fortunes. The assassin lay on the damp cobblestones, a trussed-up effigy of his former lethal grace, bound in the gleaming, unbreakable coils of Lloyd's chain shackles. The pain from his shattered elbow was a white-hot agony, but it was dwarfed by the cold, chilling terror of his situation. He had been defeated effortlessly by a boy, an unarmed boy, who had moved with the preternatural speed of a master and now wielded a power he couldn't comprehend. Lloyd stood over him, a figure of calm, menacing authority. The ends of the steel chains were still connected to his palms, a physical manifestation of his absolute control. He looked down at the bound man, his eyes, cold and analytical, holding no hint of pity or triumph. This wasn't personal. This was business, the business of intelligence gathering. Let's try this again, Lloyd began, his voice a low, conversational murmur that was somehow more terrifying than any shout. I ask the questions, you provide the answers. It's a simple dynamic. Though, he added, a flicker of something sharp and dangerous in his gaze as he flexed his fingers, causing the chains to tighten fractionally, eliciting a choked gasp from the assassin. We can certainly explore more complex variations if you prefer. He crouched down, bringing his face closer to the assassin's, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Who sent you? Chapter 386. The assassin glared back, his eyes, visible above the simple black mask, blazing with a hateful, fanatic light that he spat, a glob of bloody saliva landing near Lloyd's boot. Go to hell, Ferrum dog, he snarled, his voice a ragged, pain-filled rasp. Lloyd sighed, a sound of weary, almost bored disappointment. He hadn't expected it to be easy that a professional of his caliber wouldn't break from a simple question. He stood up slowly, looming over the bound man. Wrong answer, Lloyd said. Softly, he focused his will, not on the chains, but on the void power itself, the innate fire of his Ferrum bloodline. He didn't need to create flames, he just needed to transfer heat. The steel chain wrapped around the assassin's shattered arm began to warm. Slowly at first, then with increasing, inexorable intensity. It didn't glow red-hot, but the air around it began to shimmer with heat distortion. The assassin gasped, his body tensing as the warmth turned to an uncomfortable, then painful, then agonizing, burning sensation, searing through his leather jerkin, directly against the raw, exposed nerves of his broken limb. Arg! A choked scream was ripped from the assassin's throat. He thrashed against his bonds, his body arching in agony, but the chains held him fast, the heat intensifying, cooking him from the inside out. Let's reconsider the question. Lloyd's voice remained unervingly calm, a detached observer at a scientific experiment. Who sent you? Was it Viscount Rubel? Was it the Altamiras? Give me a name, not a faction. Something to work with. And the pain, he added, almost as an afterthought. We'll stop. The assassin's body convulsed, sweat pouring down his temples, his breath coming in ragged, agonized sobs. But through the pain, through the terror, his eyes, when they met Lloyd's, still held that same, unwavering, fanatic hatred. He gritted his teeth, a low, animalistic growl rumbling in his chest. He was not going to break. His loyalty, his conditioning, was stronger than the pain. Lloyd frowned, a flicker of genuine surprise breaking through his cold composure. This level of resistance, it was remarkable that he'd seen hardened soldiers, trained spies, break under far less pressure in the interrogation simulators back on Earth. This wasn't just loyalty to a master or fear of reprisal. This was zealotry, the unshakable conviction of a true believer. This changes the threat assessment, his internal strategist noted grimly. This isn't just a hired killer. This is a fanatic, part of a dedicated, disciplined, and ideologically motivated organization. Far more dangerous, he let the heat in the chains recede slightly, giving the man a moment's respite. The assassin gasped, sucking in ragged breaths, his body trembling with the aftershocks of the agony. Impressive, Lloyd admitted, his voice holding a note of genuine, if reluctant, respect. Your pain tolerance is noteworthy. Your loyalty, even more so. This tells me you are not just a common sellsword. You belong to something in order? A cult? Who are you, really? The assassin simply glared, his chest heaving, his eyes burning with a silent, hateful defiance. Lloyd sighed again. Very well. The direct approach had failed. Time for a more persuasive application of force. He wasn't a torturer by nature. But the Major General knew that sometimes a carefully applied, non-lethal demonstration of overwhelming pain was the most efficient way to extract critical intelligence. A shame, Lloyd murmured, almost to himself. He began to focus his will again, this time on the chain binding the assassin's legs. That he would start with the kneecaps, shattering them, then slowly heating the fragments that tended to loosen even the most stubborn of tongues. But just as he was about to unleash a new wave of calculated agony, he saw it, a subtle shift in the assassin's expression. The fanatic hatred was still there, but beneath it, a new emotion flickered at a glint of something cold, triumphant, almost smug. The assassin's jaw, which had been clenched in pain, worked suddenly. A sharp, grinding motion. Lloyd's instincts, honed over 100 battlefields, screamed. He didn't know what was happening, but he knew, with an absolute, gut-deep certainty, that he had just lost control of the situation. He moved instantly, his hand shooting out, grabbing the assassin's mask, trying to wrench his jaw open to see what he was doing. But it was too late. There was a sharp, distinct crunch from within the assassin's mouth. The sound of a tooth shattering, a flicker of something dark. Something that felt like a release of corrupted, negative energy pulsed from the man's body. It wasn't spirit power, not void power. It was the unmistakable signature of a curse. Black magic. The assassin's eyes widened, locking with Lloyd's. And for the first time, he smiled at a bloody, triumphant, gurgling smile. Then his body began to convulse violently. A thick, blackish foam, smelling faintly of bitter almonds and decay, erupted from his lips, spilling down his chin. His body arched once, a single, brutal, back-breaking spasm, then went limp, the last vestiges of life extinguishing from his hateful eyes, leaving them dull, empty, staring at nothing. He was dead. Lloyd recoiled, letting go of the man's mask, staring at the still, lifeless form before him. He had hesitated for a fraction of a second too long, lost in his assessment, and the assassin had used that opening to seize his own end, a poison capsule, concealed within a hollowed-out tooth, a classic spy's tool. But this one had been laced with something more, a curse, designed to ensure not just death, but the swift, utter decay of the body, to destroy any identifying marks, any clues. He stood up slowly, the steel chains around the now-limp body dissipating back into the void. Their purpose served, their captive gone. He was left with a corpse. A chilling mystery, and the undeniable, terrifying proof that he was no longer just dealing with political rivals or commercial saboteurs. He was dealing with a disciplined, a fanatical, and technologically, or at least biochemically, sophisticated organization that equipped its agents with suicide pills and black magic. An organization that was willing to die rather than be captured. An organization that was now actively, professionally hunting him. The game had just escalated, dramatically, and the taste of poison, bitter and cold, lingered in the silent, dead-end alley. The silence in the alley was absolute. A heavy, suffocating blanket broken only by the faint, distant sounds of the city and the slow, steady drip of something dark and viscous from the corner of the dead assassin's mouth. The body lay sprawled on the grimy cobblestones, a testament to fanatic loyalty and the terrifying efficiency of a well-designed poison. Lloyd stood over the corpse, the earlier adrenaline of the fight replaced by a cold, analytical dread. He crouched down, forcing himself to push past the visceral revulsion. The pragmatic soldier and scientist taking over, he examined the body, his senses on high alert. The blackish foam still clung to the assassin's lips, its faint, bitter almond scent a classic sign of cyanide or a similar fast-acting neurotoxin. But the underlying current of dark, corrupted energy he had felt, that was something else entirely. It was a curse designed to accelerate decay, to destroy evidence. He could already see the man's features beginning to subtly shift, to blur, the skin taking on a waxy, unnatural pallor as the black magic did its grim work. This wasn't the work of his Uncle Rubel. Rubel was a political animal, a creature of intrigue and coercion, not a spy master commanding a death squad of fanatical, poison-wielding assassins. This wasn't the work of the bathhouse owners. They were pathetic, grasping merchants, not a shadowy cabal of killers. This was something else, something far more disciplined, far more dangerous. The ghost from his past, it had to be Rashid Alphalon's Crimson Crescent, Colonel Volkov's network, a remnant of Firefly. Some organization with the training, the resources, and the deep, festering grudge to hunt him across worlds, across lifetimes. And they had found him. He carefully, using the tip of his knife, pried open the dead man's mouth. As he had suspected, a molar on the upper right side was shattered, the remnants of a hollowed-out tooth containing the poison capsule. Sophisticated, professional. He checked the man's clothing, his gear. The dark leathers were well-made but utterly devoid of any maker's mark, any identifying sigil. The twin black swords were the same. Functional, lethal, but generic, untraceable. This man had been a ghost, designed to leave no trace, to ask no questions, to simply kill his target or die, trying. The sheer, cold professionalism of it all sent a shiver down Lloyd's spine that had nothing to do with the cool afternoon air. He had underestimated the threat. He had thought he would have time to build his empire, to accumulate power, to prepare. He had been wrong. The war hadn't been coming. It was already here. It had just been undeclared. As he stood up, the full, crushing weight of his new reality settling upon him. The familiar, almost smug, chime echoed in his mind. System notification. High-value hostile threat neutralized. Chapter 388, Analysis. User successfully engaged and eliminated a trained, hostile operative from an unknown, disciplined organization. Threat assessment indicates subject was a professional assassin with fanatical loyalty, possessing advanced infiltration skills and contingency self-termination protocols. Poison/curse capsule. Conclusion: a significant, immediate threat to the user's life has been removed. Tactical adaptability and decisive force application noted. Intelligence gathering objective partially failed due to subject's self-termination. Room for improvement in interrogation techniques, perhaps? Bonus reward issued. 100 system coins SC. Calculation. Base reward for neutralizing a high-value, trained hostile, 70 SC, plus bonus for successful defensive engagement and survival, 30 SC, equals 100 SC. Current system coins. 110, previous, plus 100 reward, equals 210 SC. Lloyd stared at the notification, a bitter, humorless smile twisting his lips at 100 coins. The price of ghost. The system, in its own cold, clinical way, had just confirmed the severity of the threat. This wasn't a low-level thug. This was a high-value hostile. And his reward was a paltry 100 coins that IT felt inadequate, a drop in the ocean compared to the vast, shadowy threat that now loomed over him. But it was something, resources, a means to an, and a way to arm himself for the next encounter. And he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that there would be a next encounter. He had no time to waste. The body, with its magically accelerating decay, would become a problem soon. He couldn't just leave it here. IT would be found, questions would be asked, the city guard would get involved. He needed this to disappear. Silently. Completely, he didn't need to call out, that he simply stood, waiting, and from the deepest shadows at the mouth of the alley, a presence detached itself from the gloom. Ken Park materialized, moving with that same silent, unnerving grace. His face was the usual impassive mask, but his eyes, when they swept over the scene, the sprawled, foaming corpse, the lingering scent of poison and dark magic, the grim, hard set of Lloyd's own jaw, held a new, cold, and deeply, profoundly dangerous light. He had been watching, he had seen it all, that he stopped beside Lloyd, his gaze fixed on the dead assassin. Professional, Ken stated, his voice a low, flat rumble. IT wasn't a question, IT was a verdict. The self-termination protocol is indicative of a highly disciplined, covert operations cell. Not local. Not Rubel. My assessment as well, Lloyd replied, his own voice quiet, grim. Someone else has entered the game, Ken. Someone with resources, with training, and with a very specific interest in seeing me dead. Ken's gaze shifted to Lloyd, a silent question in his eyes. Who? Do you know? Lloyd shook his head slightly. I have suspicions. Old enemies from a previous conflict. He kept the explanation vague, knowing Ken would not press for details he was not yet ready to give. Suffice it to say, the threat level has just been significantly re-evaluated. He gestured towards the corpse. This needs to disappear. K.E.N. completely. N.O. traced. N.O. witnesses that. N.O. questions. Ken simply nodded. IT was a task he had likely performed a dozen times before in service to the Archduke, that he was not just a bodyguard. He was the house's cleaner, the man who made problems vanish. It will be handled, young lord, Ken affirmed. He reached into his tunic, producing a small, dark, silken cloth that he knelt beside the body, and with a detached, almost clinical efficiency, he began the grim work of evidence removal. His movements swift, practiced, leaving no doubt that this was familiar territory for him. While you handle that, Lloyd continued, his voice regaining its sharp, commanding edge, the Major General reasserting control. I have new orders for your network, a new intelligence priority. Ken paused his work, his attention focused entirely on Lloyd. I need you to dig, Ken, Lloyd commanded, his eyes hard as flint. Deep, I want every whisper, every rumor, every scrap of information regarding any foreign agents, any unusual new arrivals, any clandestine organizations operating within the capital and the surrounding duchies. Focus on individuals or groups with advanced skills, military or assassination training, and no clear, local allegiances. That I want to know who they are, who they work for, what their objectives are. This assassin was a soldier, not a lone wolf. He belongs to a pack, that I want to find that pack. He looked at Ken, the weight of his command absolute. This is now your network's highest priority, above Rubel. Above everything else that I need intelligence. Cannot I need to know the shape of the enemy that is hunting me in the shadows. Use any resources necessary. And be discreet. They're clearly professionals. They will be watching for us, just as we are now watching for them. Understood, young lord, Ken replied, his voice a low, dangerous hum. The network will be mobilized, the shadows will be searched. He returned to his grim task. The disposal of the first casualty in a war Lloyd hadn't even known he was fighting. Lloyd watched him for another moment, then turned and walked away from the dead-end alley. Leaving the ghost and its price behind, he did not look back. His mind was already racing ahead, planning, strategizing. The 210 system coins in his account felt less like a victory and more like the first down payment on an arsenal he now desperately needed to build. The game had just become lethal, and it was. His move. The silent alley, with its grim testament to fanaticism and the lingering scent of poison, was now Ken Park's problem. Lloyd had walked away from the scene, leaving his formidable shadow to erase the evidence, to scrub the encounter from the city's memory. But the encounter had not been erased from his own mind. IT had branded itself there. A stark, cold warning that a professional assassin, that a suicide curse, an unknown, disciplined organization. The ghosts of his past were no longer just a theoretical threat. They were a clear and present danger, actively hunting him in the streets of his own city. He returned to the Ferrum estate not with the triumphant confidence of a victor, but with the grim, focused urgency of a soldier who has just survived the first skirmish of a long and brutal war. The 210 system coins in his account felt less like a treasure and more like a barely adequate ammunition budget. The soap empire, his brilliant engine of commerce, seemed almost frivolous now, a peacetime pursuit in a world that was rapidly descending into a personal, clandestine war. His mind was a maelstrom of strategic calculations. He needed to accelerate everything. The Radiance laundry powder project needed to be fast-tracked. The Aura brand needed to expand to generate more gold, more system coins. His own training, the long, frustrating process of fusing his Ferrum and Austin bloodlines, had to be intensified that he needed to master. The Eye of the Forge, not in weeks or months, but in days, he needed more power. Now he was striding through the grand, echoing entrance hall of the main estate, his mind a whirlwind of schematics for new drying kills and theoretical applications for his chain shackles. When a figure intercepted him, IT was not Ken, who was still engaged in his grim sanitary duties. IT was one of the senior household butlers, a man named Alistair whose face seemed to be permanently etched with an expression of polite, pained disapproval. Alistair moved with a stiff, formal grace, his back ramrod straight, his livery immaculate. He blocked Lloyd's path, executing a bow so precise it seemed to have been calculated with a protractor. Young Lord Ferrum, Alistair began, his voice a dry, reedy rustle, like old parchment being disturbed. A moment of your time, if you please. Lloyd paused, his own internal storm of planning momentarily checked by this unexpected formality. Alistair was part of his father's inner household staff, a man who rarely interacted with Lloyd directly, preferring to communicate through a complex, hierarchical network of junior servants. For him to approach Lloyd personally, and with such gravity, it was unusual. Alistair, Lloyd acknowledged, his own tone guarded. What is it? The Archduke, Alistair stated, his gaze fixed on a point somewhere over Lloyd's left shoulder, as if direct eye contact with the slightly disheveled air might be contagious. Requests your immediate presence in his study. He paused, then added, with a subtle emphasis that bespoke the importance of the summons. He has indicated that the matter is urgent. Chapter 390. Lloyd's heart, which had just begun to settle into a rhythm of grim determination, gave a familiar, weary lurch. Again, he had just seen his father a few days ago. Another summons? So soon? What now? Had news of the dead assassin in the alley already reached his father's ears? Had Ken's reports somehow been intercepted? Or was this about something else entirely? The endless, exhausting demands of being the heir to a great and powerful, if slightly dysfunctional, house seemed to stretch before him like a barren road. I see, Lloyd said, his voice carefully neutral. Thank you. Alistair, I will proceed there at once. The walk to his father's study, a journey that was becoming depressingly familiar, felt different this time. The usual apprehension was there, yes, but it was overlaid with a new layer of wary, strategic curiosity. He was no longer just a son being summoned for a lecture. He was a player in a game he was only just beginning to understand. And this summons was a new, unexpected move on the board. He pushed open the heavy oak doors and stepped inside. The study was as it always was, a fortress of power, of order, of the immense, almost suffocating, weight of responsibility. The scent of beeswax and old leather was a familiar constant. But the atmosphere was different. The usual simmering tension, the energy of a powerful man wrestling with the fate of a nation, was absent. In its place was a strange, almost contemplative, quiet. Archduke Roy Ferrum sat behind his massive desk. He was not writing, not reading, that he was simply sitting, his hands steepled before him, his gaze fixed on a single object. That rested on the polished mahogany surface. Lloyd's eyes were drawn to it instantly. It was a missive, a single sheet of thick, creamy vellum, folded and sealed with a dollop of deep, crimson wax. Impressed into that wax was an image that was both intimately familiar and deeply, profoundly intimidating. A roaring lion, the royal crest of the kingdom of Bethlehem, and a royal summons. Lloyd's mind raced. From a king? For his father? Or for him? The latter seemed impossible. Why would the king of Bethlehem, the supreme ruler of their entire nation, have any direct cause to summon him, the still unproven heir of a vassal duchy? Roy looked up as Lloyd entered, his dark eyes holding an expression Lloyd couldn't quite decipher. It wasn't anger, it wasn't disapproval, it was a complex mixture of gravity, of assessment, and perhaps, just perhaps, a flicker of something that looked like pride, or maybe just profound, world-weary irony. Lloyd, Roy said, his voice a quiet, level rumble. He gestured to the chair opposite his desk. Be seated. Lloyd did as he was told, his gaze still fixed on the royal missive. The silence stretched for a long moment, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the great clock on the mantelpiece. A message arrived from the capital this morning. Roy began finally, his voice calm, factual. By royal courier, an honor guard of the king's own line guard accompanied him. He paused, letting the weight of that detail sink in. This wasn't a routine administrative message. This was a matter of the highest state importance. That he slid the sealed parchment across the polished surface of the desk. It stopped directly in front of Lloyd. It is addressed to you. Lloyd stared at the missive, his heart giving a sudden, hard thud against his ribs. To him. A personal summons from the king. His mind, already reeling from the assassin, the ghosts of his past, the immense pressure of his new ventures, threatened to short-circuit completely. To me, father, he managed, his voice slightly hoarse. Indeed, Roy confirmed. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze sharp, analytical, watching his son's reaction with an unnerving intensity. His Majesty, King Liam, Bethlehem, has requested your presence at the royal palace in the capital as soon as you can make the journey. Lloyd could only stare at the crimson seal, at the proud, roaring lion. His mind was a blank, a roaring static of disbelief. The king, King Liam, the man he had only met as the charming, eccentric, soap-obsessed Lord James, that man, the most powerful man in the entire kingdom, was summoning him? Personally, but why? The question was a whisper, escaping his lips before he could stop it. He looked up at his father, his confusion absolute. Is it about the Aura venture? The complimentary supply? Has there been a problem? It was the only logical connection he could make, the only reason the king would have any direct interest in him. Roy Ferrum shook his head slowly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. That it was a smile of grim, paternal amusement. I do not believe, Lloyd, that His Majesty has summoned the heir to a great ducal house and dispatched an honor guard of the Lion Guard to discuss the logistics of rosemary-scented soap. However revolutionary it may be. He leaned forward, his expression becoming serious again, the brief flicker of amusement gone. The missive does not state the king's purpose. It is a direct, personal, and entirely unexplained summons. He paused, his dark eyes locking with Lloyd's, the full weight of his next words settling like a shroud. This is not a business meeting, Lloyd. This is not a social call. This is a command performance. The lion is called. And you, it seems, are the one he wishes to see dance. The mystery, the gravitas, the sheer, unnerving, unknown purpose of the summons hung in the air between them, a new, and potentially very dangerous, move in a game that was growing more complex and more high stakes with every passing day. The royal missive sat on the desk between them, a small, deceptively simple piece of parchment that felt heavier than a block of solid lead. The crimson wax seal, with its proud, roaring lion, seemed to pulse with. A silent, absolute authority, a summons. Not a request, a command. From the king himself. Lloyd stared at it, his mind still struggling to process the sheer, unadulterated strangeness of the situation. King Liam Bethlehem. The man he had met as the eccentric Lord James, the man who had invested in his soap empire with a twinkle in his eye, now wanted to see him. Urgently, and with no stated reason. The political implications were a labyrinth of terrifying possibilities. Was this a reward for his recent successes? A test? A trap? With a mind as shrewd and multifaceted as the king's, it could be all three at once. He looked up at his father, who was observing him with that same unnerving, analytical stillness that Roy's face was unreadable, a granite mask of ducal authority. But Lloyd could sense the undercurrents, the pride, yes, that his son had attracted the direct attention of the monarch, but also a deep, profound caution, that silent warning. The royal court was a nest of vipers, and a personal summons. From the king was a move that would be watched, analyzed, and dissected by every ambitious noble and rival faction in the kingdom. This was a dangerous honor. When am I to depart, father? Lloyd asked, his voice steady, masking the whirlwind of speculation in his mind. At dawn, 2 days from now, Roy replied, his tone crisp, businesslike. It will give you time to make the necessary preparations. I will assign a retinue from the ducal guard to accompany you to a small, elite squad. IT must be a display of respect, but not of overt military force. Appearance in these matters is everything. He paused. And Ken will, of course, accompany you in his usual capacity. As a shadow, Lloyd understood that a silent, unseen guardian. I will begin my preparations at once, Lloyd said. Rising from his chair, he knew what he had to do first. This journey was not just a political duty. It was an opportunity to test the waters of his new, strange, and incredibly complicated domestic reality. He left his father's study, the royal missive feeling like a hot coal in his mind, and made his way back to his suite. The journey through the echoing halls felt different. Now, the portraits of his ancestors seemed to be watching him with a new intensity. The weight of his name, of his position, felt heavier, more real, than ever before. He entered the suite to find it in its usual state of cool, silent tranquility. Rosa sat in her customary armchair by the fireplace, a thick tome on her lap, her veiled face turned towards the pages. She did not look up as he entered, but he felt her awareness register his presence, a subtle tensing in the air. He walked over to the sofa, his designated territory, but did not sit. He stood, looking at her, at the graceful, unyielding line of her back, the elegant sweep of her dark hair. He took a deep breath, marshaling his thoughts. This was a calculated move, the test of their evolving, almost non-existent, relationship, that a probe into the cracks that had, perhaps, begun to form in her icy facade. Rosa, he began, his voice quiet but clear in the silent room. The rustle of a turning page was her only response. Chapter 392, I have just come from my father's study, he continued, his tone formal, direct. I have been summoned, by the king. The page turning stopped. He saw her shoulders stiffen almost imperceptibly. Her head did not turn, but he knew, with an absolute certainty, that he now had her full, undivided attention. I am to travel to the royal capital of Bethlehem, he stated. I depart in 2 days' time. The king's purpose is unknown, but the summons is a direct one. He let the information settle. Let her process the political weight of it. A personal summons from the monarch was a significant event, one that would have repercussions for both their houses. That A.S.'s wife, as his political partner, she had a right to know, and a duty to react. He waited, watching the still, elegant line of her back. He had expected, perhaps, a simple, non-committal nod of acknowledgement, or maybe a cool, clinical question about the potential political ramifications. That he had even prepared himself for a simple, dismissive "I see," followed by a return to her reading, a clear signal of her continued, profound indifference to his life and his duties. What he did not expect was for her to slowly, deliberately, close her book, place it on the table beside her, and turn in her chair to face him fully. Her obsidian eyes, visible above her veil, were sharp, focused, their depths unreadable but holding a new, almost startling, intensity. The silence stretched for a long, pregnant moment. Then, he took the plunge. He made the request, the test. As my wife, he said, his voice carefully neutral, framing it not as a personal desire, but as a matter of political propriety, and as the daughter of the esteemed Hasidic, your presence beside me at court would be appropriate. It would present a unified front, a symbol of the strength of our alliance. He met her intense gaze without flinching. I ask, Lady Rosa, if you will accompany me to the capital. He held his breath, waiting for the inevitable, cold refusal. He had given her a perfect, logical, political reason to say yes. And he fully expected her to find a cool, logical, and utterly unassailable reason to say no. But Rosa did not refuse. Not immediately. She simply sat there, her gaze fixed on him, her mind, he knew, processing his request with that unnerving, analytical precision that he saw the flicker of calculation in her eyes, weighing the political advantages of accompanying him against her own ingrained, deeply personal desire for distance. He saw her lips part slightly behind the veil, as if to speak, to deliver the cold, logical refusal he was expecting. But then, she hesitated. Her gaze dropped, just for a fraction of a second, to her own hands clasped tightly in her lap, that a flicker of something, an emotion too complex, too fleeting for him to name, crossed her visible features. It wasn't anger. It wasn't disdain. It was something else. Something that looked almost like regret or sadness. When she looked up again, the moment of vulnerability was gone, her expression once more a mask of cool, unreadable composure. But her answer, when it came, was not what he had anticipated at all. "I cannot, Lloyd," she said. The refusal was there, yes, but the tone was different. That it lacked the usual sharp, dismissive edge. That it was quiet, flat, almost apologetic. And then she did something truly, profoundly shocking. She gave him a reason. A real, personal, and utterly unexpected reason. "I have already made arrangements to travel," she stated, her voice a low murmur. She looked away, her gaze drifting towards the window, towards the distant southern horizon. "I must go south to my family's estate." She took a slow, deliberate breath, and her next words were imbued with a quiet, almost painful vulnerability that was so at odds with her usual icy persona, it was like seeing a glacier weep. "It is my mother," she said, her voice so soft he had to strain to hear it. "Her condition, it remains unchanged." The words hung in the air between them, a sudden, stark, and deeply personal revelation. Her mother, the Viscountess Nalufa, who had been in a mysterious, wasting coma for 7 long years, a fact he knew, a piece of political intelligence, but one he had never, not once, associated with the cold, unfeeling statue who was his wife. He had never considered the reality of it. The pain of it in that single, quiet statement. Rosa had done more than just refuse his request. She had, for the first time, peeled back a tiny corner of the icy fortress she had built around herself, and shown him a glimpse of the real, human woman trapped within. That a daughter, journeying to the bedside of her dying mother. Lloyd could only stare, his own political calculations, his tests, his games, suddenly feeling petty, insignificant, in the face of her quiet, private grief. He had asked for a political partner, and she had, in her own quiet way, answered him as a person. The weight of her reason was a profound, humbling thing. That it was not a rejection of him, it was a duty to her. And in that moment, the chasm between them, while still vast, felt for the first time not entirely emptied. It was filled, now, with the ghost of shared, unspoken, and deeply human sorrow. The morning of his departure dawned gray and cool, the sky a muted wash of pearlescent light. The Ferrum estate was already stirring, the quiet hum of a great house preparing for the day. But for Lloyd, the usual morning routine felt different, imbued with a new sense of weight and purpose. He was not just heading to another tedious lecture with Master Elmsworth. He was embarking on a journey to the very heart of the kingdom. Summoned by the king himself, he dressed with meticulous care, not in the practical, hard-wearing clothes of the factory, but in the formal, understated attire befitting the heir of an archduchy. On a diplomatic mission, that a tunic of the finest, deep blue Ferrum wool, its high collar subtly embroidered with the silver thread of their house sigil. Trousers of a dark, almost black, material, tucked into polished, knee-high riding boots. Over it all, a heavy traveling cloak, its dark fabric lined with sable, a necessary defense against the chill of the road, and a quiet statement of his rank. He looked in the mirror and saw not the awkward, fumbling boy of his past life, but a young man of quiet, contained authority, his handsome features sharpened by a new, almost unnerving, intensity in his dark eyes. That he left the suite without seeing Rosa. She had already departed. He had been informed by a quiet, deferential servant, having left with a small, discreet retinue just after dawn, her own journey south to her family's estate beginning. The room felt strangely empty without her silent, icy presence. The air lacking its usual, almost palpable, tension. He found himself looking at the empty velvet armchair, a strange, almost melancholy pang in his chest. Her reason for not accompanying him, the simple, painful truth of her mother's illness, echoed in the quiet space. It was a vulnerability she had shared, however reluctantly, and it had fundamentally altered the landscape between them. A magnificent carriage, far grander than the practical vehicle he used for city errands, awaited him in the main courtyard. It was a ducal carriage, its lacquered black panels polished to a mirror. Shine, the roaring lion of House Ferrum emblazoned on its doors in gleaming silver. But a team of 4 powerful, perfectly matched black horses stood harnessed and ready, their breath pluming in the cool morning air. A retinue of 10 ducal guards, handpicked by his father for their skill and unwavering loyalty, sat astride their own mounts, their armor gleaming, their expressions grim and professional. It was a procession designed to project strength, dignity, and the unmistakable authority of the Archduchy. Ken Park stood by the carriage door, a silent, imposing pillar of competence. He was not in his butler's livery today, but in the stark, functional dark leathers of a traveling warrior, a long sword strapped to his back. But Lloyd knew that beneath that practical exterior, Ken's other, more shadowy self was ever present, his true role that of a guardian, not just a guard. As Lloyd approached his father, Archduke Lloyd Ferrum, stepped out from the main doors to see him off. It was a rare, significant gesture. Roy began, his voice the usual gruff rumble, but his eyes held a new, complex mixture of emotions. Pride, yes, but also caution, and a father's undeniable, if unspoken, concern. Remember who you are. Remember who you represent. I will, Father, Lloyd replied, his own voice steady. Chapter 394. The king is a shrewd man. Roy continued, his voice dropping slightly. He is not our enemy, but he is not entirely our friend. He is a king, and a king's only true loyalty is to his own crown, his own power. He will test you, he will probe for weakness. He will assess your strength. Not be intimidated. But do not be arrogant. Speak plainly. Think strategically. And he paused, his gaze intense. Trust your instincts. They have served you well thus far. It was the closest his father had ever come to admitting that Lloyd's recent, bizarre successes were not just luck, but the result of a genuine, if still baffling, new competence. I will be careful, Father, Lloyd said, a quiet promise. Roy nodded once, a sharp, decisive gesture. He clapped a heavy hand on Lloyd's shoulder, a rare, grounding touch of paternal affection. Go, then, and bring honor to our house. With a final nod to his father, Lloyd climbed into the luxuriously appointed carriage. The door closed with a solid, satisfying thud, sealing him within a small world of polished wood, soft leather, and quiet contemplation. With a sharp command from the captain of the guard and a jingle of harnesses, the carriage lurched forward, its wheels beginning their long, rhythmic journey over the cobblestones, away from the estate, away from the city, and towards the unknown purpose of a king. The journey to the royal capital of Bethlehem was a 3-day affair, a long, winding path through the heart of the Ferrum Duchy's lands. The carriage, its suspension a masterpiece of dwarven engineering, moved with a smooth, steady rhythm. The world outside, a passing tapestry of rolling green hills, dense, ancient forests, and small, bustling villages where people stopped to stare and bow as the ducal crest passed by. Lloyd spent the hours not in idle contemplation, but in a state of deep, focused thought. The carriage became his mobile war room, his mind the battlefield. He leaned back against the plush leather cushions, the rhythmic clatter of the horses' hooves a steady percussion, and he reflected. He thought of the world he now inhabited, a place so different, so fundamentally alien from the one he had known for 80 years. Earth had been a world of hard, cold, beautiful logic, a world governed by the immutable laws of physics, of mathematics, of chemistry, a world where power was derived from knowledge, from technology, from the ability to manipulate the very building blocks of the material universe. Riverio was a world where the laws of physics were not immutable, but suggestions capable of being bent, rewritten by the sheer, focused force of a powerful mind. Void power, spirit power. They were not just magic. They were a different kind of science, a science of metaphysics, of soul-deep energy, of a reality that was fluid, malleable, responsive to intent, that he had been trying to apply the logic of Earth to the realities of Riverio. His soap, his factory, his marketing, they were all products of Earth-based thinking, of a rational, systematic approach to problem-solving. And they had been successful, wildly so, precisely because that kind of thinking was so alien, so revolutionary here. But the true powers of this world, the powers that govern the fates of kingdoms, the powers wielded by men like his father, by women like Rosa, by the king himself, they were not born of logic. They were born of will, of bloodline, of a connection to the ancient, untamed energies of the world itself. He knew, with a certainty that was both humbling and exhilarating, that he could not rely on his earthly knowledge alone. He had to master the rules of this new, strange game. He had to understand its magic not as an engineer analyzing a system, but as a native learning to speak its language. The fusion of his two selves, of his two lifetimes, had to be complete. The engineer and the mage had to become one. And then, his thoughts turned to the man he was journeying to meet, King Liam. Bethlehem. The man he had met as the eccentric, charming, almost buffoonish Lord James. But the memory of that last encounter in the Grand Hall, of the Diamond Lion sigil, of the quiet, absolute authority that had radiated from him as he had dismantled Rubel's life, that was the true king. Who was he? Really, a man over 1,000 years old, his mind a vast, ancient library of political intrigue and strategic maneuvering, that a ruler who played the great game on a level that made his own father's machinations look like a child's game of checkers, that a man who had seen the rise and fall of empires, who had weathered a dozen different crises, who had held his kingdom together through strength, through cunning, and through a charisma that could charm the birds from the trees. And he had summoned Lloyd. Why? The official reason, the one he had given his father, was to assess the young Ferrum heir, not a logical, political motive, but Lloyd's instincts, the gut feelings of a soldier who had learned to sense the hidden currents beneath the surface of any situation, told him there was more to it. The king's interest felt too personal, too specific. His enthusiasm for the soap, his immediate grasp of the marketing strategy, his easy, almost conspiratorial rapport. It hadn't felt like a king assessing a vassal. It had felt like something else, like a mentor assessing a promising, if unusual, student, like a grandmaster enjoying a game with a surprising new player. The journey continued. The carriage rolled on, carrying him closer to the heart of power, closer to the source of the mystery. The weight of his name, of his family, of the king's unexplained summons, settled on his shoulders, a heavy, but not unwelcome burdened. He was no longer just the awkward heir, the soap maker, the accidental warrior. He was a diplomat, an envoy at a piece in a game whose rules he was just beginning to learn. And as the distant, gleaming spires of the royal capital of Bethlehem finally appeared on the horizon, a silver promise against the sky, he felt not fear, but a surge of cold, fierce, exhilarating anticipation. The lion had summoned him, and he was ready to enter the den. The royal capital of Bethlehem was a breathtaking, dizzying spectacle. Unlike the more staid, martial grandeur of the Ferrum capital, Bethlehem was a city of soaring white towers, of graceful, arched bridges spanning a wide, sparkling river, of gilded domes that caught the sunlight and blazed like miniature suns. That it was a city of art, of culture, of ancient, immense wealth, radiating an aura of confident, almost nonchalant power. It was the heart of the kingdom, and it beat with a strong, steady, and deeply intimidating pulse. Lloyd's ducal carriage, with its retinue of immaculate guards, was met at the city gates by a contingent of the king's own lion guard. They were a stunning sight, their armor a gleaming, almost luminous, silver gilt, their helmets plumed with the crimson and gold of the royal house, their expressions as proud and unyielding as the lions emblazoned on their shields. They formed an honor guard, escorting the Ferrum carriage through the wide, clean, and impossibly crowded boulevards of the capital. The message was clear, a public declaration for all to see. The heir of House Ferrum was an honored guest of the crown. The royal palace itself was a city within a city, a sprawling complex of white marble towers, lush, manicured gardens, and colonnaded walkways that seemed to defy gravity. That it was a place of serene, almost ethereal beauty, yet beneath the surface, Lloyd could feel the thrum of immense, ancient power, a magical and political energy that was an order of magnitude greater than anything he had felt even within his own father's formidable estate. That he was led, not to a public receiving chamber or a vast, echoing audience hall, but through a series of quiet, private corridors, their walls hung with tapestries depicting the long, glorious history of the Bethlehem dynasty. He was ushered by a silent, white-robed court official to a pair of tall, sun-drenched doors carved from a pale, almost white wood. The official bowed low and, without a word, opened the doors, gesturing for Lloyd to enter. He stepped inside, and his breath caught in his throat. Chapter 396. The room was not a throne room. It was a study, but a study unlike any he had ever seen. It was vast, circular, its walls a soaring, unbroken expanse of enchanted glass that offered a breathtaking, panoramic view of the entire capital city spread out below. Sunlight poured in, filling the space with a warm, brilliant, almost divine light. The air was clean, fresh, smelling faintly of old books, lemon oil polish, and the clean, high-altitude air of the sky itself. Shelves filled with thousands of leather-bound volumes lined the lower half of the walls, and comfortable-looking armchairs were arranged around a low table laden with maps and scrolls. It was not a room designed to intimidate with power. It was a room designed to inspire with knowledge, with vision. And there, standing by the vast, curved window, his back to the door, silhouetted against the brilliant sky, was a single figure. He was tall, his posture relaxed, confident, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out over his kingdom. The figure turned as Lloyd entered, and a slow, welcoming smile touched his lips. It was the king, and he was not the unassuming, almost forgettable Lord James from the summit. The man before him was, without exaggeration, the most breathtakingly, almost inhumanly, handsome man Lloyd had ever seen in any of his 3 lifetimes. It wasn't the rugged, sharp-featured handsomeness of a warrior like his father, nor the severe, intellectual handsomeness of a scholar. This was something else entirely, a beauty that was both classical and utterly timeless, as if a master sculptor from some forgotten, more perfect age had decided to carve a god from living marble and starlight. His hair was the color of spun gold, thick and lustrous, falling in casual, perfect waves to his shoulders. His face was a study in perfect, harmonious angles, a strong, noble brow, high cheekbones, a firm, sculpted jaw, but it was his eyes that were his most arresting feature. They were not the pale gray of his James disguise, but a deep, startling, and incredibly vibrant shade of sapphire blue, burning with a light that was both anciently wise and startlingly, boyishly alive. They were eyes that had seen 1,000 years of history, yet still held a spark of genuine, infectious curiosity and amusement. He looked to be a man in the prime of his life, perhaps in his late 30s, radiating a vitality, a charisma, a sheer, overwhelming force of personality that was more potent than any display of magic. He was dressed simply, in a tunic of the purest white linen and trousers of a deep blue that matched his eyes, his only adornment, a single, heavy gold ring on his finger, bearing the roaring lion sigil of his house. That he was not wearing a crown, that he didn't need one. His very presence was a crown. For a disorienting, jarring moment, Lloyd's mind flashed back to Earth to a colleague from his early days in the military R&D labs, a brilliant, charismatic theoretical physicist named Dr. Eris Thorne. Eris had possessed a similar kind of effortless, almost unconscious charisma, a way of holding a room, of making everyone feel as if they were the most important person in it, a mind that burned so brightly it was almost impossible not to be drawn into its orbit. He had been the only man Lloyd had ever met who possessed a comparable sheer force of presence. That it was a strange, unexpected echo, a ghost of a memory from a different world, standing now before a king. Lord Lloyd Ferrum, King Liam Bethlehem said, his voice no longer the smooth, cultured purr of Lord James, but a deep, rich, resonant baritone that filled the vast, sunlit study with a warm, easy authority. Welcome to the area that I'm so very glad you could come. Lloyd, momentarily stunned by the sheer, overwhelming charisma of the man before him, remembered his protocol just in time. He dropped to one knee, bowing his head in the formal, prescribed gesture of fealty. Your Majesty, he managed, his own voice sounding thin, young, in the face of such ancient, effortless power that a warm, hearty laugh filled the room. Oh, none of that, my boy. None of that, the king said, striding forward and gesturing for Lloyd to rise. He clapped a friendly, surprisingly, strong hand on Lloyd's shoulder. We are business partners, are we not? And I believe we have already shaken hands on the matter. And no need for kneeling between entrepreneurs. He steered Lloyd towards one of the comfortable armchairs, taking the one opposite for himself. A servant, appearing as if from nowhere, placed a tray with a pot of steaming, fragrant tea and 2 delicate cups between them. The tea, Lloyd noted with a flicker of wry amusement, smelled suspiciously of high-grade, imported black tea leaves from the Southern Isles, not the usual bitter hedge clippings that passed for tea in the Ferrum estate. The king, it seemed, shared his appreciation for a decent cuppa. Please, the king said, pouring the tea himself with a steady, graceful hand. Drink, the journey is a long one. Lloyd accepted the cup, the warmth a welcome, grounding sensation in his hands. He took a sip. It was magnificent. Rich, complex, utterly unlike the despair-steeped dishwater he was using. He was in the presence of the most powerful man in the kingdom, a being of immense, ancient power, and his most immediate, overwhelming thought was, a man who understands good tea. This bodes well. He looked at the king, at the warm, genuine smile, the startlingly blue eyes twinkling with amusement, and he finally understood. The power of Liam Bethlehem was not in his crown, or his armies, or even his immense, ancient magic. That it was in this effortless, overwhelming charisma, this ability to disarm, to charm, to make you feel like you were not a vassal before a king, but a friend sharing a cup of tea with an equal. It was the most potent and most dangerous weapon of all. For the tea was, as Lloyd had suspected, a masterpiece of a rare black leaf from a sunstone. Archipelago, he guessed, infused with a hint of bergamot and something else, something subtly floral. It was the kind of tea that made you reevaluate your life choices and wonder why you had ever settled for less. He took another slow, appreciative sip, the rich, fragrant warmth a welcome anchor in the swirling sea of his own bewilderment. King Liam Bethlehem watched him, his sapphire blue eyes holding that familiar, disconcerting twinkle of amusement. He seemed to be enjoying Lloyd's quiet, almost reverent, appreciation for the tea as much as he had enjoyed his earlier shock at the royal reveal. Good, isn't it? The king commented, taking a sip from his own cup. A personal blend. One of the few small perks of being a monarch. You get first pick of the imported tea leaves. He set his cup down, the faint clink of porcelain on saucer the only sound in the vast, sunlit study. The easy, charming pleasantries, Lloyd sensed, were over. The king's expression, while still warm, became more focused, the sharp, analytical mind behind the charismatic facade coming to the fore. Now, Lord Lloyd, the king began, his voice losing its casual warmth, acquiring a new, businesslike crispness. I did not summon you all this way merely to share my personal tea blend, however excellent it may be. He leaned forward slightly, his hands steepled before him, his gaze direct, intense. I have summoned you because I have a proposition, a new role for you to consider, a position of considerable importance and influence. Lloyd's mind instantly began to race, sifting through possibilities. A position? What kind of position? A junior seat on a ducal trade council, a liaison role for his new aura enterprise, perhaps an appointment to a royal commission on industrial innovation. It would be a significant honor, a public acknowledgement of his newfound competence. I am honored by your consideration, Your Majesty, Lloyd replied, his voice a model of respectful, cautious neutrality. May I inquire as to the nature of this position? The king's smile returned, but this time it was different. It was the slow, deliberate smile of a man about to play a completely unexpected and probably quite disruptive card. I wish for you to become a teacher, Lord Lloyd, he said. The words dropped into the quiet, sunlit study with the gentle, devastating force of an avalanche. Lloyd stared. He was certain he had misheard. The king's rich, resonant baritone must have been distorted by the acoustics of the vast, circular room. Teacher, him, your Majesty. Lloyd managed, his voice a faint, incredulous croak. Teacher? Indeed, the king confirmed, his blue eyes gleaming with an almost mischievous delight at Lloyd's utter, comprehensive bafflement. Not just any teacher, of course, that a special category professor, the finest institution of learning in the entire kingdom. My institution. He gestured with a sweep of his hand towards the panoramic window, towards the distant, elegant spires of the academic district, the Bethlehem Royal Academy. Chapter 398. The world, which had already been tilting on a precarious axis for the past several weeks, seemed to topple over completely. The Bethlehem Royal Academy. The very name was a scar on his soul, a bitter taste of his past, most profound failure. The prestigious, elite institution he had been so politely, so humiliatingly, asked to leave in disgrace. The place where his reputation as the drab duckling, the mediocre heir, had been forged and forever sealed. The source of his sister Jyothi's cool, dismissive contempt. And now, the king, the patron of that very institution, was proposing that he return, not as a student, not as a disgraced alumnus, but as a professor. The sheer unadulterated absurdity of it was so overwhelming, so mind-bogglingly insane, that Lloyd almost laughed at a hysterical, unhinged laugh that he bit it back just in time. The effort making his jaw ache, he stared at the king, searching his face for any sign of a jest, a prank, a continuation of the eccentric lord. James' persona, he found none. The king's sapphire eyes were perfectly serious, his expression one of calm, absolute intent. He meant it that Lloyd's mind scrambled to formulate a response, a rejection that was both firm and respectful enough not to constitute treason. He felt a flush of hot, familiar shame creep up his neck. The ghost of his 19-year-old self, the academic failure, reasserting itself with a vengeance. "Your Majesty," he began, his voice tight, strained, all his carefully constructed composure gone. He placed his teacup down on the table with a hand that trembled almost imperceptibly. "I am profoundly, deeply honored by your faith in me. Truly. But I fear there has been a grave misunderstanding." He shook his head, a gesture of helpless, almost pained negation. "I am not a teacher, Your Majesty. I am not an academic. I am a businessman, an innovator, perhaps a soap maker." The last word came out with a hint of self-deprecating bitterness. "I possess no formal training in pedagogy. I hold no advanced degrees in my own history with your esteemed academy as well. It is a matter of public record, I am sure." He forced himself to meet the king's unwavering gaze. "Your Majesty, I was a failure at Bethlehem, that I struggled with the curriculum, that I lacked the requisite talent in both the martial and magical art, that I was, to be blunt, asked to withdraw due to a profound and undeniable lack of scholastic aptitude." He laid his past shame bare, a bitter, necessary sacrifice on the altar of refusal. "To appoint me, of all people, as a professor at that same institution, it would be an insult to your dedicated faculty. It would be a mockery of the very standards of excellence the Academy upholds." The students would laugh. The other professors would protest. It is an absurd, an impossible, a completely unsuitable role for me." He took a deep, steadying breath, his case laid out, his refusal clear, polite, and grounded in the undeniable, humiliating truth of his own past. "I must, with the deepest and most sincere respect, Your Majesty, decline your generous proposition." He leaned back in his chair, his heart hammering, awaiting the king's reaction. He had just refused a direct proposition from his monarch, the dangerous move. But the alternative, the sheer, public, humiliating irony of returning to the scene of his greatest failure as a teacher, it was unthinkable, unbearable. King Liam Bethlehem listened to his impassioned, almost desperate refusal in silence. He did not look angry, he did not look offended, he simply nodded slowly, a thoughtful, almost sympathetic expression on his handsome face. "Yes," the king said finally, his voice a low, contemplative murmur. "Your academic record at Bethlehem was indeed less than distinguished. I have, of course, reviewed it thoroughly." He took another sip of his tea, his eyes twinkling again over the rim of the cup. "And that, Lord Lloyd," he said, setting the cup down with a soft, final click, "is precisely why you are perfect for the job." Lloyd stared at the king, his mind a perfect, echoing blank. The king's last statement had not just failed to compute, it had crashed his entire operating system. His less than distinguished academic record, the very foundation of his polite but firm refusal, was precisely the reason he was perfect for the job. The logic was so inverted, so utterly alien to any rational thought process, that he could only gape, his carefully prepared arguments dissolving into a mist of pure, unadulterated confusion. "Your Majesty," he managed, the words feeling clumsy, inadequate. "I do not understand." King Liam's smile widened, becoming the warm, engaging, and slightly dangerous smile of a master teacher about to explain a profound, world-altering concept to a particularly slow but promising student. "Of course you don't, my boy," he said, his tone gentle, almost paternal. "You are thinking like a student, like a subject. You are thinking about your past failures. I am thinking like a king. I am thinking about the future." He leaned forward again, his sapphire eyes losing their playful twinkle, becoming sharp, serious, the eyes of a ruler discussing matters of state. "The Bethlehem Royal Academy is the finest institution in this kingdom. It produces the best warriors, the sharpest mages, the most capable administrators. It is the very engine of our nation's strength." But his voice dropped slightly, taking on a new, graver tone. "It has a weakness, a flaw, deeply embedded in its very success." He paused, letting the statement hang. "It has become stagnant. It teaches tradition, not innovation. It rewards mastery of the established, not the creation of the new. Our professors are brilliant, yes. They are masters of their respective fields. But they are masters of a game whose rules have not changed in 500 years. They teach students how to be the best swordsmen, the best mages, within the existing paradigm. They do not, his gaze was sharp, penetrating, teach them how to break it. He gestured vaguely, as if encompassing the world beyond the enchanted glass of his study. The world is changing, Lloyd. New threats are rising on our borders. The Altamiras grow bolder, their methods more insidious. The old ways, the old strengths, may not be enough to face the challenges of the next century. We need new thinking, new ideas that we need disruption. In that, he fixed Lloyd with a look of absolute, unwavering conviction. Is where you come in. Me? Lloyd whispered, still reeling. You, the king confirmed with a firm nod. You, Lloyd Ferrum, are the single most disruptive force to enter my kingdom in a decade. You are a walking, talking, soap-making paradox. You failed at the academy because you did not fit its mold. You did not think like they did. Your mind operates on a different set of principles entirely. He began to tick off the points on his fingers. You looked at a simple bar of soap, a thing that has not changed in 1,000 years, and you saw not just a cleanser, but an entire ecosystem of luxury, status, and desire. You created not just a product, but a brand. You did not just sell it. You crafted a narrative so compelling that the most powerful women in my duchy are now engaged in a cold war over who has the softest hands. You looked at a political conspiracy, he continued, his voice gaining momentum, and you did not just defend yourself. You transformed it. You took your enemies, desperate men who tried to ruin you, and you turned them into your most loyal business partners. You saw not a threat to be crushed, but an asset to be cultivated. That is not the thinking of a traditional Ferrum warrior. That is the thinking of a new kind of ruler. He leaned back, his eyes shining with a fierce, almost predatory intellectual excitement. I do not want you to teach swordplay, Lloyd, I do not want you to lecture on the history of void magic. That I want you to teach them how to think. How you think. That I want you to expose my brightest, most promising students, the future generals, the future guild masters, the future leaders of this kingdom, to your strange, brilliant, and utterly revolutionary way of looking at the world. That I want you to infect them with your innovation. The king's vision was staggering. It was audacious. That it was terrifying. He didn't want a professor. He wanted a prophet, a catalyst, an agent of intellectual chaos to be unleashed upon the unsuspecting minds of the next generation's elite. But the core problem remained. Your Majesty, Lloyd said, his voice still hesitant. Even if I were to accept this incredible and frankly terrifying responsibility, my own history, my own failure, it would undermine my authority before I even spoke a single word. They would see me as a fraud, a joke. Which, the king interjected smoothly, a cunning smile returning to his face, is where the terms of my proposition become rather more persuasive. Chapter 400. He held up a hand, forestalling any further protest. I am not asking you to become a full-time academic. That would be a waste of your considerable commercial talents. This would be a special category class at a seminar, perhaps, for a small, hand-picked group of the Academy's most gifted, most open-minded senior students. Your presence would be required, let us say, 4 times a month. Perhaps 6, if a particularly interesting topic arises. You would be free to teach whatever you deem appropriate. Economics, logistics, the philosophy of brand identity, the practical application of rock dust in industrial processes. That I do not care, that I only care that you expose them to your mind. He paused, then delivered the first part of the incentive, a lure designed to appeal to Lloyd's practical nature. For this service, the crown would, of course, provide a generous stipend and a formal royal title. Special royal advisor on innovative practices in education. That a title that would grant you significant standing and access within the court. It was tempting. That a title, a stipend, a platform. But the risk, the potential for humiliation, still felt immense. Then, the king played his final, brilliant, and utterly, completely irresistible trump card. He leaned forward, his sapphire eyes gleaming with the light of a master negotiator about to close the deal of a lifetime. And in addition to the title and the stipend, he said, his voice a low, silken promise, there is one other, small, matter of compensation, the matter of your... Oha! He smiled, a slow, predatory smile that was all business. I understand you are planning to expand your operations, to export your products to other duchies, other kingdoms. Such a venture requires trade licenses, royal charters, the navigation of 1,000 different bureaucratic hurdles. IT requires powerful advocates. He let the implication hang, thick and heavy as gold, in the air between them. Accept my offer, Lord Lloyd, King Liam Bethlehem purred, his voice a promise of unparalleled commercial power. Become my unlikely professor. And I, in turn, will become the royal patron of the Aura brand. That I will personally and publicly champion your enterprise. I will grant you exclusive royal charters for trade throughout the entirety of my kingdom. I will ensure that aura becomes the officially sanctioned cleansing. Elixir of the Royal Court of Bethlehem. I will, in short, give you an advertising boost, a marketing advantage of such incalculable value that it will make your current success look like a child's game of selling lemonade by the roadside. The offer was staggering. It was a checkmate. It was not just an offer to open a door for his business. It was an offer to replace the door with a triumphal arch, pave the road with gold, and provide a royal herald to announce his arrival. Refuse would not just be foolish. It would be commercial suicide. Lloyd looked at the king, at the brilliant, charismatic, terrifyingly shrewd man who had just presented him with an offer that was both a profound, terrifying responsibility and an unparalleled, irresistible opportunity. The pragmatist, the businessman, the man who knew the value of a royal endorsement, had no choice that he slowly, deliberately, picked up his teacup. He took a final, thoughtful sip of the magnificent, fragrant tea. He set the cup down with a soft, decisive click that he met the king's expectant, triumphant gaze, and he smiled at a slow, resigned, and deeply, profoundly impressed smile. "Your Majesty," Lloyd Ferrum said, the words of surrender, a contract, and the beginning of a whole new and incredibly complicated chapter of his life. "When does my first class begin?" The agreement hung in the air of the sun-drenched study, a pact forged from political pragmatism and a king's audacious, almost reckless, faith in disruptive innovation. Lloyd Ferrum, the newly appointed special royal advisor on innovative practices in education, felt a strange, almost vertiginous sense of unreality. Just an hour ago, he had entered this room as simple, if secretly overpowered, nobleman on a mysterious summons. Now, he was leaving it a royally sanctioned professor, tasked with shaking the very foundations of the kingdom's elite educational system, his future inextricably and terrifyingly linked to the will of the charismatic, tea-loving monarch before him.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.